their development to date. And many of the agencies clearly have not been developed or progressed in line with the mandates of Parliament. And that is the overriding finding. And hint on that, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that, you know, all of the governmental agencies looked at were at varying stages in that spectrum of non-compliance, and for different reasons. And it is hoped, Mr. Speaker, that the recommendations, we are very cognizant of the fact that the government of Anguilla has not in the past commissioned operational audits of these agencies by an independent auditor to determine whether the people of Anguilla receive value for money. That is one of the recommendations, the primary recommendation that I hope that's going to be followed. But also the government of Anguilla itself and the agencies, there doesn't seem to be, not that it doesn't seem to be, there isn't a sufficient monitoring of the objectives and the achievement of the objectives and any successes or any weaknesses. There just hasn't been that demonstrated in the past. So we've recommended that a cross-ministry task force chaired by the Ministry of Finance be established right away to oversee the implementation of the recommendations and to report to this House on a quarterly basis on the basis of the detailed recommendations that you will see relevant to all the agencies. I've also, the committee's recommendation as well is that each agency, beginning of this year, address the situation, points that have been made, particularly with reference to them, and agree an action plan. So I think that that is the overriding reality we're dealing with. And what I can say, I want to thank, while I have the opportunity, I want to thank all the witnesses who appeared in front of the committee during that inquiry. I want to thank them for their cooperation. I believe that every single person, every single senior government official, everyone cooperated at a high level with the committee, with the inquiry, and I believe that they're really passionate about Anguilla as well and want to see that they're doing the right thing. We recognize that it's going to take a lot of work, a lot of collaboration, a lot of cooperation, but I think that everybody recognizes that Anguilla's interest is at stake, and certainly at that level, I think that we can look for compliance. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, with your leave, the final report is there, and I will also ask that, you know, it's not going to be put on, in fact, I intend to see that it's not just going to lie on the side, that we're actually going to see actively cooperation in this regard, and that we're going to fix it. And again, I want to thank the Chief Auditor and the Chief Auditor of Anguilla and his staff, because the inquiry was really based on his findings that for many, many years that there was not compliance, and I want to thank that independent agency as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Petitions? None. Government notices? None. Unofficial notices? None. Questions? None. Motions? Motion 480, Customs Duty Exemption. Motion 480, Regulations 2016.
Speaker, I beg move of this Honorable House to move the following motion. It's a motion for duty-free exemptions for the Dr. Lowell Hughes Medical Center. The schedule is attached here too. Let me read, Mr. Speaker, a resolution of this Honorable House, which is customary to be read associated with such applications. Mr. Speaker, the request is of Government of Angola for Hughes Medical Center medical equipment. The medical equipment is in connection with the facilities that we all know and use and are proud to be associated with as an Angolan product, Hughes Medical Center. The exemption, the resolution, Mr. Speaker, reads, be it resolved that under the powers contained in Section 77(1) of the Customs Act, the House of Assembly exempts from duty the goods imported into Angola specified in the schedule. The following conditions apply in respect of all goods exempted from duty by virtue of this resolution. A, that the goods shall not within 5 years of the date of importation be sold, exchanged, given away, or applied to any use other than the use specified in the schedule. And B, on the expiry of 6 months from the date of importation and each successive 6-month period within the 5-year period after the date of importation, the importer shall certify to the Controller of Customs in a form acceptable to the Controller of Customs that he has complied with a condition set out in paragraph E. And C, upon demand made by a customs officer, the goods exempted from duty under this resolution shall be produced or otherwise accounted for to the customs officer. D, in accordance with the Customs Administrative Cost Recovery Act, at the time of import, the importer shall pay the customs administrative charge at the rate specified in the schedule. According to Section 71 of the Customs Act, the following apply in the event that a condition referred to in Section 1 of this resolution is contravened or not complied with. E, if any of the goods exempted from duty under this resolution are sold, exchanged, given away, or applied to any use other than the use specified in the schedule within 5 years of the date of importation, the importer shall pay the duty on the value of such goods at the rate of duty specified in the integrated customs tariff at the date of importation. And two, the importer and any person knowingly concerned in such sale, exchange, gift, or unsanctioned use is guilty of an offense and may be arrested and is liable to a fine of $20,000 EC or 3 times the duty relieved, whichever is the greater, or to imprisonment for a term of 2 years or both. And 3, the goods in respect of which the exemption is granted are liable to forfeit. B, if the importer fails to certify that he has not sold, exchanged, given away, or applied the goods to any use other than the use specified in the schedule, 1, the importer shall produce or account for the goods exempted from duty.
Excuse me, please. Can I ask everyone to turn off their phones? There's a lot of disturbance in the transmission. And I heard a phone ring. Please turn off your phones. Can I continue?
2, the importer shall pay the duty on the value. The goods, 3, the goods in respect of which the exemption was granted are liable to forfeiture. B, if the importer fails to certify that he has not sold, exchanged, given away, or applied the goods to any use other than the use specified in the schedule, 1, the importer shall produce or account for the goods exempted from duty under this resolution to the Controller of Customs. And 2, any goods not produced or accounted for will be deemed to have been sold, exchanged, given away, or applied to some other use other than the use specified in the schedule and paragraph A1 applied. And if any goods not produced or accounted for are subsequently found they are liable to forfeiture. C, if the importer has failed to produce or account for the goods exempted from duty under this resolution upon demand by a customs officer. 1, the importer and any person knowingly concerned in such failure are guilty of an offense and may be arrested and are liable to a fine of $20,000 or 3 times the value of the goods, whichever is the greater, or to imprisonment for a term of 2 years or both. And 2, if any goods not produced or accounted for are subsequently found, they are liable to forfeiture. D, if the importer fails to pay the customs and surcharge at the rate specified in the schedule at the expiry of 30 days from the date of delivery of a demand for payment made by the Control of Customs, or such longer period may be designated by the Control of Customs. 1, the importer shall pay the duty on the value of such goods at the rate of duty specified in the integrated customs tariff at the date of importation. And 2, the importer and any person knowingly concerned in such failure are guilty of an offense and may be arrested and are liable to a fine of $20,000 or 3 times the value of the goods, whichever is the greater, or to an imprisonment for a term of 2 years or to both. And 3, the goods exempted from duty under this resolution are liable to forfeit. Mr. Speaker, those are the terms of the resolution. As I mentioned, the importer is Dr. Lowell Hughes, the owner and manager of Hughes Medical Center, and as we all know, a very renowned physician, a surgeon on this island, and his fame and acclaim extends throughout the region. Many persons come from overseas to visit Dr. Hughes' center for his services, and we are very proud to be associated with anything that advances his ability to deliver quality services, medical services to the people of Anguilla. Mr. Speaker, the administrative charge of 5% is due and payable. The duty loss as a result of this application is $84,688 EC. As for a wide range of equipment, X-ray equipment, or table, laser machine, laparoscopic equipment, cosmic laser equipment, MRI, cystoscope, a range of medical equipment, Mr. Speaker, which obviously are required for him to continue to provide the quality service he has to the people of Anguilla. And Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Mr. Dr. Hughes on his business, his services, his clinic, his medical center, and I commend this application to the House for their approval. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Do you have a second now?
Second that, Mr. Speaker.
By the member for Varanath. I now invite the debate motion number 480.
29. No, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't just, no, I understand.
Member for Road South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give support to this motion. And just to say that Dr. Lowell Hughes is a known physician in Anguilla who has done us proud as a son of the soil. And he continues to press on, despite the challenges that we're facing. He continues to press on, which is something that I would like to see born in all of us as Anguillians, despite the times in which we find ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Road North.
I too rise this morning to associate myself for this motion. We are aware of the service that the Hughes Medical Center has been offering to the people of Anguilla, and I believe that it is initiatives like these that members on both sides of the House should be happy to support. I congratulate Mr. Hughes for all he has done and all he continues to do for the people of Anguilla in this service and a labor of love. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for West End.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too stand in support of this motion. One of the biggest challenges that we face, or one of the many challenges that we face here in Anguilla, God's health, it affects all of us directly or indirectly. And for what seems to be almost simple procedures, it's always about going overseas. And I think it is important. That's why this government is quite happy to bring this motion to the House in order to support health services going forward. And again, for Mr. Hughes, Mr. Lowell Hughes, I will give him all the support because he's one of those pioneers who goes out there against the odds, but he knows what's required for his people. And we as government are very happy to support him and anybody who's willing to take up that battle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Island Harbor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to stand in support of this motion. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Dr. Lowell Hughes, I was at Valley Secondary School when he was there, and I know what his aspirations and dreams are for Anguilla. And I know that it's grounded in a love of the people. And I know that he is always stepping in where there are gaps in, the basic delivery of services that we need our government to assure that we have in Anguilla. He's stepping in all the time. And Mr. Speaker, I'm supporting it fully. I'm supporting that he gets the exemption. But I think our government needs to do more. Our government needs to take responsibility and include Dr. Lowell Hughes in the new vision of, Health City and whatever's been talked about. It needs to be, this is one person that I think we can look to as an incredible resource. He could be anywhere in the world. I have a friend who's a plastic surgeon in Germany, and he said to me, if Dr. Lowell Hughes, he would be so wealthy, he could probably fund Anguilla's budget. But Dr. Hughes wants to be here on the ground with our people. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, in this regard, Dr. Lowell Hughes is probably the champion, the biggest champion of education in Anguilla. And we need to really wrap our arms, not in a nominal way like this, not in a nominal way. I know a lot of Anguillians who would want to come forward and ask for a reprieve on customs duties, but they can't bear, that because that is not the Anguillian way. The Anguillian way is to struggle quietly and do the best you can. But we need our government to be doing more to bring our resources really at the table and make sure that everything is happening well. So I support this motion fully, and just to thank Dr. Lowell Hughes, and to say what a debt of gratitude we owe him as well. And I know too that he considers it his duty to be with the people.
Excuse me, please, can you turn our phone ringing again? Please turn off your phones. Okay, you may continue.
Yes, and Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet in relation to that regard, I know that Dr. Lowell Hughes has cooperated and worked hard with Lennox Van to pull in, putting that broken cards dissertation out there, and I encourage every Anguillian. I'm so proud of these young persons, and not so young persons perhaps, but so proud of them, and I want all Anguillians to come together and do that, and encourage our government to think differently, to act differently, because if we plan something good, it's going to spring up in a marvelous way. Thank you.
Can you turn off your phones after confiscate your phones if you're not turning them off? Please turn off your phones.
Mr. Speaker, they say that the health of a nation is the wealth of a nation. And that is certainly true no matter where you go, Mr. Speaker. I fully support this motion that is here before this House today, not just because it is Dr. Lowell Hughes, and not just because he has made great strides in the medical field in Anguilla as an Anguillian, but also because he is a businessman as well in his own right. And as a medical doctor, as a person that has a medical facility, he understands the concerns that the average Angolan person has, the average Angolan business person. And so this government is committed to doing as much as it can, not just for the medical field, not just for education, but also for the businesses of Angola. And the Youth and Culture Department, I must say, has taken a number of strides, great strides forward with respect to having the entrepreneurship program put in place. And for young persons, especially between certain ages, the younger persons, so as to allow them the opportunity to be able to engage in various business ventures. And so anytime we have an Angolan, one of our own, come before us with a request for duty exemptions, and we give it for the bigger projects, I think we could only do it for our own locals. And so I fully support this motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Inland Harbour. Member for East End. First nominated member.
Mr. Speaker, it would be virtually impossible for me to sit and just vote on such a motion. Dr. Laura Hughes is a dear friend of mine and a person who has done so much in the medical field in Angola. Mr. Speaker, his great contribution to Angola will be noted forever. And I just want to rise in total support of it because I believe that it is something that all Angola should embrace in terms of the type of contribution and the depth of it, you know, because he has done so much and continues to do. And I just want to rise to give voice to that measure.
Thank you. Second nominated member.
Speaker, I stand in support of motion 480. This is practically a no-brainer. I myself have gotten different services from Dr. Hughes' clinic, and one of the major ones was to do with my heart situation, and I'm happy that he had the proper equipment there to analyze what was going wrong with me. So I stand in support of this motion, and I commend Dr. Hughes for taking that step to provide this type of facility in Angola. I know the government has been trying for years to obtain most of these sort of equipments, and for some reason to not be able, they probably aren't able to, or to what degree, but I agree with the leader of that position that we should use the resources of Dr. Hughes and the knowledge that he has and try to apply for grants or obtain funding to basically.
One of the largest expenditures in the Department of Social Services is medical treatment overseas. And this token gesture, Mr. Speaker, is one that is required. Medical treatment, Mr. Speaker, will affect all of us, irrespective of our political views. And Mr. Speaker, as we strive to improve our own public healthcare services, we have and we continue to embrace the private sector as it relates to medical treatment. And I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to thank Dr. Hughes and all the other medical practitioners on the island, because from time to time, despite the limited resources and the limited equipment that we have over at the hospital, Dr. Hughes and a number of the other private medical practitioners fill in from time to time, and when there are emergencies, they always cooperate and are there. Mr. Speaker, as the member for Sandy Hill mentioned, the health of the nation is the wealth of the nation. And I stand here, Mr. Speaker, and I can testify that irrespective of our political views, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to health care and emergencies, whether you support this government or not, we have stood in the gap, and we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. I commend Dr. Hughes for his constant upgrading of his instruments and equipment because it is necessary. And Mr. Speaker, I'm optimistic, and I know that with God's help, we will have a modern-day medical complex here on island. The whole notion of Dr. Hughes being embraced. Mr. Speaker, healthcare, unlike politics, or unlike politicians, depend a whole lot upon the availability of diagnostic equipment, Mr. Speaker. So I'm here in support of this motion and in support, and will continue to support initiatives like these. At the end of the day, there is only one 24-hour health care facility on Anguilla. And as I said, we will upgrade that into a modern-day medical complex. And we will continue to support Dr. Hughes and any other local Anguillan and/or expat who would come to this country and provide some of the services that we don't have here. Healthcare costs is expensive, and it continues to be expensive. So with this token, Mr. Speaker, it will help to alleviate some of the financial stresses that would be experienced by Hughes Medical Center and others when they do arrive. I stand in full support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. You've heard the debate on motion number 480. Motion has been moved and seconded. I now put the question, and the question is that motion number 480 be approved as circulated. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Motion number 480 has been approved, and it's now a resolution of this House. We'll move on.
Speaker, I thank members very much for the support.
Yes, okay.
Mr. Speaker, before we move on to the next item, other business, I wish under the rules, section 29, to make a personal statement. Shall I read section 29 to you, Mr. Speaker? I have it in front of me, or maybe the clerk can point you to it.
Let's see this person.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The personal statement is this, and yesterday, Mr. Speaker, is a very, very emotional day for all of us, for all of Anguilla, all linked to to, our current mourning of the Honorable James Ronald West's passing. I think after the performance yesterday, particularly, there was a joke made by somebody that perhaps we should have asked for an offering afterward. It occurred to me that there's, and I really appreciate that the government and the chief minister saw it really fit yesterday to honor, the father of the nation's life and his contribution to Anguilla. But I was thinking after, those remarks, and particularly when I reflected on, how the business, how the proceedings went yesterday, and listening to the people in Anguilla, we need more. We need more to show, just like other countries in this area, that we value the contributions of Anguillians. And I don't think there's any person, in fact we hear it on the radio, and everybody in this gallery is here, and because the legacy of the Honorable James Ronald Webster, means so much to us. And I am going to use this opportunity in terms of a personal Section 29, Mr. Speaker, because I know it's not a debatable matter, but I can say that the way that we can demonstrate that he is really deserving of the highest possible honor, and even if we have to pass a national heroes law, that I'm calling on this government now to put at rest always what that legacy is, because this is the inheritance of the Anguilla people, and we shouldn't have other names necessarily. I mean, they themselves are national heroes, and we can move that. But having a hero's day that has a legacy of being born in dispute is not the way that we see it. We have seen other great contributors recognized by the British and awarded the highest honors. We know that our father of the nation would not have welcomed that. We need to create our own, because that is what would have given him joy. He would have said, wow, finally. So I'm calling on the Chief Minister. Let us work together. If yesterday and what was said is really relevant, let's put in place a law now. I can draft it. But let's have him be the first. He is the foremost Anguillian alone. It's not every contribution. And we mustn't minimize or marginalize the contribution. I know the Chief Minister understands that argument, and it's not debatable. So I call on each and every person who spoke in such laudatory terms yesterday. Stand up for Jesus. We sang that. That was it. We're out to build a new Anguilla. The words are here. Let us agree. Let us do whatever is necessary, even before his death, to make sure that is an emergency that we can come to this house with. And I'm willing to work day and night to put together whatever is needed so that that can be achieved. That is my statement, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other business, government business. Appropriation 2017 Bill 2016.
No, the member for Valley South, the Chief Minister, he made his presentation on the budget, and I now invite debate on the merits and principles of the bill. Member for Road South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to go first so that it doesn't seem that if the member for Island Harbor has to always go first and then be swarmed by an entourage of the government speakers on this side. But I also go first, Mr. Speaker, because I want to speak in a different vein this morning to my fellow Anguillians. I think the Chief Minister asked yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that when he gets up to speak, he declares exactly where he got this team from. For this team, Mr. Speaker, is very instructive going into the year 2017, celebration and realignment. I have been giving some thought, Mr. Speaker, to this year's budget and to the year that I've had to work 2016 on behalf of the people of Anguilla. And I came up with 12 things that I would like to pass on to the people of Anguilla this morning. So I crave your indulgence as you listen to me for some time. It's not going to be a full day. I see the Chief Minister looking over his shoulder. It's not going to be 2 days, but it may very well be an hour. I will try to fit it in 1 hour, because it is very important that I take the time to speak to my fellow Anguillians. There are 12 things hidden in the Chief Minister's theme for this year's budget celebration and realignment that will be instructive for the year 2017 for all of us as Anguillians. You can take one every month like a tablet, or you can digest them all at once. This morning we find ourselves at the bayfront in Gennesaret. You see the fishermen are all ashore and they are washing their nets. Every single one of them are out of their boats and they are washing their nets. Mr. Speaker, it is amazing how people have different experiences and circumstances that sometimes can bring them to the same place, to the same feeling, to the same mindset. We all have different experiences, different circumstances that at times can leave us all feeling defeated. Leave us all feel as if we are in a situation of total failure. Life has a way, Mr. Speaker, of beating us to a pulp, taking away our tenacity, our resilience, something that people in other countries call your hisper. That thing that gives you your determination despite adversity, Mr. Speaker, to press on. Sometimes life has a way of taking that away from you. So I want to say to the Anguillians, first of all, stop the pity party. In 2017, when we reflect on this budget for 2017, stop the pity party. My record in politics, Mr. Speaker, is 1 and 2. 1 win and 2 losses. I ran in 2005, I ran in 2010, and we will not go over that. I am not as fortunate as some members in this House, Mr. Speaker, who campaigned for 3 months and declared 1 win, no losses. I am not as fortunate, Mr. Speaker, as some members in this House to come to Angola for a short time. I lived in the community which I ran, and the people rejected me for 10 years. Stop the pity party. I am not a member of this House, Mr. Speaker, who had my passage paid to be brought back here from the United States of America. I had no such luxuries. I am not a member in this House who had a large family. I am not a member in this House, Mr. Speaker, who had a book for people to sign in and a lot of money to campaign. That is not how I got here. Yet I did not succumb, Mr. Speaker, to a prevailing spirit that I see in Angola today. I have no one Lord. I cannot send my child to university because I have no one to help me. There was a little man, Mr. Speaker, that Jesus met, and he was in this condition for 35 years, Mr. Speaker. That's very sad. That for 35 years, some of us have a mindset that we will stay exactly where we are and how we are because our excuse is that we have no one. And this man told Jesus, Mr. Speaker, I have no man to put me in. In the hour of deliverance, in the hour of overcoming my frustrations, I have no one. And I want the Anguillian, Mr. Speaker, to stop pity party. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want the Anguillian to stay in the fight. I was home some years ago. I was watching a boxing match, and there was a very easy match for me to determine the winner. It was a heavyweight match, Mr. Speaker. Should have lasted 12 rounds. In the fifth round, I decided that there wasn't anything much to see because there was one guy who was having his way in the fight. The other guy had his eyes swollen, his lips bust, teeth shaky, staggering all around the ring, grabbing onto the ropes. Stay in the fight. And when the sixth round was over, a gentleman came in my yard, he blew his horn, and I went out to him because I understood how this fight was going. There wasn't anything to see. I understood it could not last 12 rounds. I went out into my yard, spoke with the gentleman, and upon my return to watch my television, I recognized that the fight was over. And the referee said, Judge so-and-so scored it so-and-so, Judge so-and-so scored it so-and-so, Judge so-and-so scored it so-and-so. And the scores were given to the three judges, and of course, watching in anticipation, the referee put up the hand of the man that had his eye busted, who was staggering all around the ring. And I said, I missed something. And Mr. Speaker, I was watching for one thing, which was the replay. And when they came back with the replay, the Lord said to me, Curtis, I want you to learn something for the rest of your life. Stay in the fight. I was amazed when the referee put up the hand of the one who was getting the most licks. It was unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. I had already given up on him, already counted him up as a winner. But he was declared victorious. And the Lord said to me, that's the message I want you to give the Angolians for 2017. Despite the licks that you're getting, despite the licks that you're taking, stay in the fight. The third thing I want to say to the Angolians, Mr. Speaker, is keep pressing on. It's going to be very instructive in 2017, despite the budget, that we keep pressing on. And Mr. Speaker, there is a woman who had an issue of blood. She spent it all. And this morning, Mr. Speaker, we have come down to a place where many Angolians have spent it all. And I know that feeling because in my own life, especially when I made the sacrifice to go to politics, I came to a place where I myself have found out that I've spent it all. What do you do, Mr. Speaker, when you are up against a situation that you've spent it all? Well, I'll tell you what to do, Mr. Speaker. Some people decide that they're just going to throw their hands up and give up. And that's the easy part. That's easy. But this woman who had an issue of blood taught me something that I've kept with me all my life. Despite the crowd, despite the fact that no one seemed to care what her situation was, it is written that she pressed on. Keep pressing on. But she pressed on with a different perception to what I had for life and living, Mr. Speaker. She pressed on, not trying to get the whole hog. She pressed on with the philosophy that she just wanted to just touch the hem of his garment. And some Angolian, Mr. Speaker, including myself, has got to come to the realization in life that sometimes you don't need a whole lot of oil poured upon you. You don't need nobody to lay your hands upon you. Sometimes you have got to take the initiative, keep pressing on, and a small touch will bring you to the desired haven. Keep pressing on. So Jesus came down to the shoreline. He met the fishermen packing up their mission, and Jesus spoke to them on these first three things. Stop the pity party. You've been fishing, you've not been taking anything, you want to pack in the business. Jesus said, stay in the fight. And then thirdly, Jesus said to Simon Peter, keep pressing on. And then he turned to Simon Peter after he said those three things, and he said, Simon, could we get in the boat, not to go back fishing, but could you just get in the same boat, the same vessel, Miss Anguilla, that you've been complaining about, that she's leaking? It looks like she's going to sink. She doesn't have good planks. All the sails are torn. The nets have holes. There's a lot of excuses, a lot of problems, Mr. Speaker. Jesus said to Simon Peter, I have heard it all. Why you should pack it all in, but could you just go a little bit away from the shoreline? And Peter said, that's not a problem. I can go a little way from the shoreline as long as you're not sending me back out fishing. And so he got in the boat with Jesus, and he went out in the same broken down vessel, the same Anguilla. With all the problems, he went back out. And then Jesus, when he was out a little bit from the shoreline, said the fourth thing that I want to say to the Anguillan this morning. He said, no expectations are dangerous. He got Peter away from the crowd, and he said to Peter, no expectations, Mr. Speaker, they are dangerous. And then he said, Peter, I want to share a story which I will tell you this morning, Mr. Speaker. He said there was a time and there was a man who every day people took him to a beautiful gate. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've read that story all my life, and it causes me a lot of humor. It is amazing, Mr. Speaker, how some of us love to be crippled, how some of us enjoy being paralyzed, because we want people every day to come and take us somewhere. We have no ambition for ourselves. We have no desire for ourselves to take our lives anywhere. We are happy every day that we live for people to come and take us somewhere. And what it is that they were taking him to do? They were taking him to live his life in the dangers of no expectations. He went out every day, Mr. Speaker, with a cup in his hand, begging for a little bit of silver and begging for a little bit of gold. But it is written that one day, Peter and John came and they said to him, look upon us. Now, Mr. Speaker, you've got to understand that when you are a beggar and somebody takes the time out to tell you, look on me, your eyes get very big. And so I would imagine his eyes got large because he felt that this here was going to be a good amount of silver and a good amount of gold. So Peter and John said to him, silver and gold have I not. Now, you must understand, Mr. Speaker, when someone raises the level of your expectation, as this government had done in the campaign, yes, I was a part of a campaign for 2015 that said there is no running water in Anguilla, but we will fix it. Yes, I did. I was a part of a campaign for the 2015 elections, Mr. Speaker, where we went out there and told the Anguillan that Captain Luca had a lot of problems and we were going to fix it. Yes, we did. So there is something that causes people to be extremely disappointed when you tell them, look on me, and they look on you expecting to receive something, and you turn around in the same vein and tell those people, silver and gold have I none. There's a lot of disappointment in Angola, Mr. Speaker, even among party supporters, and I understand it quite well. I'm not going to fool myself that this government is not under tremendous strain to prove to people that we are working extremely hard, but we are. And then Peter and John said to him, Mr. Speaker, your no expectations are dangerous. But today is the last day you'll come here begging. Rise up. And that's instructive for us in Angola going into 2017. We've got to rise up and walk. And it is recorded that he went leaping and shouting and praising God because he came to the realization that today is my last day, Mr. Speaker, that you will bring me to bed. And that's the fourth thing I want the Anguillan to take with him in 2017, that low expectations are dangerous. And we've got to rise above. The fifth thing I want to say to the Anguillan, that Jesus said to Peter in the boat, he said, change your company. Break your pattern. Go with God. Put Jesus in the vessel. You know, this was the first time Simon went out that he had Jesus in the vessel. This was the first time that Simon Peter understood, Mr. Speaker, that there is power in changing your company. Mr. Speaker, all of my life, it's a principle that I've lived by. When I am looking to raise big money, Mr. Speaker, I get around people who understand big money. Mr. Speaker, when I need comfort, when I have pain in my life, I get around people who understand what it is to comfort someone who's hurting. And it is a principle that some of us in Angola have not learned to master or yet channel for our deliverance. Sometimes you've got to change your company. You've got to get away from losers if you want to win. You've got to get away from hungry people if you want to be fed. You've got to get away from naked people if you want to be clothed. So this morning, the fifth thing I want to tell the Anguillan, Mr. Speaker.
One minute, please. There's some talking in the gallery. Can you please be quiet?
The fifth thing, Mr. Speaker, that I want to say to the Anguillan, change your company. Break your pattern. Go with God in this 2017 budget. Put Jesus in the vessel. And the sixth thing I want to say to the Anguillan this morning, Mr. Speaker, that Jesus said to Simon Peter, recall past victories. And this is why I find the Chief Minister's team to be very spiritual and enlightened, and I want to know where he got this team from. There comes a time in the life of the Anguillian when we cannot see where we're going. There is no joy in looking at the future. I've had those experiences in my life, Mr. Speaker. There were moments in my life, Mr. Speaker, where I could not summon the spirit within me to go forward because there was no joy in my future. And so I did what Jesus said to Simon Peter, sitting there in the boat discouraged from fishing. He said, recall past victories. And in 2017, that is the sixth thing that I want the Anguillian to do in 2017, regardless of this year's budget. I want the Anguillian in 2017 to recall past victories. You know, Mr. Speaker, David, when he had to face Goliath, he thought for a moment that the people who were telling him that he does not have the ability to fight Goliath, David said to himself, it may just be true, because Goliath is a man of war all his life, and I am but a youth. But David recalled his experience with fighting a lion, and then he recalled his experience with fighting a bear. And Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of Anguillians in here today who, like my grandmother told me, one Saturday morning she said, Curtis, I know you don't have a job. You quit your job, you go to politics. You feel down and out. You feel let down by the people in your community. You feel betrayed. You feel humiliated. But could you just for 3 mornings, son, don't light your stove. Don't light your stove. Could you just get 3 fire rocks and go in the bushes in the back of your house? Take some gas, some matches, which I never had, but at least I'll give you that luxury to catch an easy fire. Because you will never know, son, what it is to go to your neighbor to beg for fire in the night so that you can start your fire in the morning. And my grandmother said, I won't put you to that experience to go begging for fire in the night so you can have fire to cook in the morning. But she said, I will at least, son, take you back enough to recall the victory that you have today. Go out in the back of your yard, take 3 fire rocks, and try to cook something. And Mr. Speaker, this morning I want to just remind the Anguillian, based upon my experience, that we can recall past victories. The Anguillian this morning, Mr. Speaker, in facing the 2017 budget, no longer cooks on 3 fire rocks. The bank may be putting on the pressure for your house, but walk in your kitchen. I'm sure the bank is putting you under pressure because you're putting a marble top. You're putting a Korean top. Yeah, you're putting a granite top, Mr. Speaker. That's what the bank is looking to go with, not your 3 fire rocks. So while the issue may be that the bank has you pressed to the limits, the issue is that there is still something there in that story to celebrate. That God has brought us a mighty long way. When the British government, I'm told, because there wasn't a law, I was manufactured here. My mother came from Trinidad to St. Kitts with some parts for me, and my father came from St. Thomas, from Angola with some parts, and they assembled me here in Angola. I was put together here in a room in Blunt Point, manufactured here in Angola. But I was told that when the British government came here and asked all Angolans to go to Guyana or wherever they asked us to go, nobody in Angola had model kitchen, nobody in Angola had school, nobody in Angola had cars. My grandmother told me they used to walk from West End to the valley with dirty feet, full of dust. I haven't seen an Anguillan in here with a bottle of water washing your feet after traveling from West End to the valley. You have come a mighty long way. You should give a praise. That's what you should be doing. Mr. Speaker, we should be giving a praise. I haven't seen an Anguillan, Mr. Speaker, wearing rags and rubber bags for a very long time. We've come a mighty long way. I've seen them all dressed up, Mr. Speaker, in linen, silk, and cotton. And I'm here this morning to declare that we've come a mighty long way, Mr. Speaker. We've got a lot to be grateful for. One of the greatest sins I've ever seen committed, without ever speaking a word, without ever committing an act, without ever having a thought, Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest sins I've ever seen committed is a sin of ingratitude. There were 10 lepers that received a mighty deliverance from the hand of God, and only one came back to say thanks. And Jesus took the time to highlight it in writing. He said, there were 10 of you. Where are the other 9? And I've come here this morning, Mr. Speaker, to tell you there are a lot of people in Angola who've been tremendously blessed, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask the question again, where are the other 9? I want to see the other 9. When I turn the radio on, Mr. Speaker, I want to see the other 9. People who are grateful for what he's done, despite the challenges. So the 16th, Mr. Speaker, that the Anguillian has got to do for me for 2017, they've got to recall past victories. We no longer cook on fire rocks. We no longer walk down dusty roads. We drive Mercedes, Hummers, Benz. The bank may be going with it, but it's in your driveway. That's what you're used to drive. Recall past victories. Look in your closet. The multi-thousands of dollars, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that big fancy wedding dress in your closet, Mr. Speaker, that you bought for $4,000 when you was getting married. It's a reflection of the blessings of God. You didn't get married in your flower bag and in your rags. So I want you to recall past victories. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, when I was growing up, that when we came from the sea, we would get out of the standpipe to bathe before we went home. Oh, Mr. Speaker, my grandmother to me, she said, son, that's a joke to what we had to do. We had to walk for miles to go to the well. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to talk about it. It makes me want to cry, Mr. Speaker. It breaks my heart to know that we as Anguillians, despite having come from going to the well, walking for miles for water, with running water in our houses with pumps, we can get it in the face of God with such ingratitude. All heaven declares his glory. And we in Angola, we need to start declaring his glory. He's been good. The times are hard. We are pressed on every side. But number 6 on the list for 2017 is that the Anguillian has to celebrate where God has brought him from and where he is. Hitherto as the Lord has done, yes indeed, Mr. Speaker, we've got to recall past victories. We used to sleep 4 and 5 in bed. My grandmother told me, spent a lot of time with her, because I wanted to know why she was asking me to run for politics. Called me to her house one morning and she said, run. I said, we ain't got no family here. All of my mother's siblings, Mr. Speaker, live in Trinidad, St. Kitts, and in the United States of America. Still on the 2017 budget, Mr. Speaker. Don't get confused, stay with me. And all of my father's siblings live in England. I don't have a first cousin, I don't have an uncle, I don't have an aunt, Mr. Speaker, on the voters list. So watch me go when you see me here. I didn't come this way by family and friends. I came by the hand of God Almighty. And I will tell you this morning like it is, Mr. Speaker, we've got a lot to be grateful for. We've got to recall our past victories. The honorable late child of the nation may have had a lot of disappointments with a lot of things in this hour on the threshold of the 50th anniversary. But I'm sure he looked back and he could recall when he first stepped out to answer the call. This was a barren wasteland. Angola was no place fit for human habitation. But he went on to be with the Lord, leaving us with a hope. And I'm saying to the Anguillian that we've got to recall past victories. My grandmother said they slept 4 and 5 in a small room, 4 or 5 people in a bed, on the floor in lodgings. I don't even know what a lodging is, much less to sleep on the floor unless I do it for fun. I sleep on the floor for fun. A lot of Anguillians. Some of them got walled-in houses. Some houses in Angola are walled-in. It's not only the tourists and the white people from Canada and North America, what I'm talking about on the radio, Mr. Speaker, that come here got walled-in houses. A lot of Anguillian born grew up sleeping in lodgings, got walled-in house with debt. So we've got a lot to be grateful for. Out of a candle that my grandmother used to go begging for. Go just across from the airport, you can see the great English. Out of a candle, Mr. Speaker, in 1967, today we've got the great English. And that's a whole discussion in itself again. So let's, fellow Anguillians, Mr. Speaker, recall the past victories. There's something to celebrate going into 2017. I have a permanent secretary, Mr. Larry Franklin, and I love the man. Mr. Speaker, he got it in his spirit. When I came into office and I went to my office to work for the portfolio that my colleagues here and the Chief Minister gave me, God started me off with excellence. I have a permanent secretary, Mr. Speaker, who understands the kind of spirit that I have, and he has a matching spirit. There is no sense in telling us that the airport is closed because we don't have a fire truck. We will find a fire truck. Because we recall, Mr. Speaker, there was a time when Angola had no airport. And if God has brought us this far, despite the challenges, he's able to take us further. That is what Joshua said after Moses died, Mr. Speaker. Joshua said, Moses, my servant, is dead. Arise and go over this Jordan. So we have to be grateful to the leaders that God has given us to bring us up to this point. But is there not a man among us, Mr. Speaker, who can rise us to take us further across the Jordan? Indeed, there must be a man among us, Mr. Speaker. And we've got to find that man. When the Honorable Attorney General came here, Mr. Speaker, to Angola, there rose up in Angola a spirit of hindrance. But I would like to say to the Angolan today, that the Honorable Attorney General is a man who is very combative against the spirit of hindrance. And I love that man too. Because that man understands what it is to break the spirit of hindrance. And he has been working on several matters in a fashion that tells me that he's a man that opposes the spirit of hindrance. And this is what we need in Angola in this hour. Number 7, and going on to 12, Mr. Speaker, refuse to listen to negative people. And Jesus said to Simon, I talked here about 6 things before. Number 7 on the list, refuse to listen to negative people. You know, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest jokes I've gotten in the Bible is that when Goliath came into existence and everybody was scared and frightened of the economic recession called Goliath, and David said, well, I could take him on. You know the first thing that King Saul told David? No, take it easy. But the joke there, Mr. Speaker, is that Goliath was not David's problem. He was Saul's problem. Saul was king. You've got to refuse to listen to negative people. When I came to office in 2015, they told me that I couldn't get a road in Chapel Hill. Sometimes you just got to refuse to listen to negative people. When I came to government in 2015, they told me that the fire hall at the airport would never start. You've just got to refuse, Mr. Speaker, sometimes to stop listening to negative people. When I came to office in 2015, Mr. Speaker, they told me that I could never get the water plant in Crocus Bay going again. That people in Angola will be forever bathed in buckets and brushing their mouth in cups. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you have just got to stop listening to negative people. And if you're still bathing in a bucket this morning because you have water problems, please call the Minister for Road South for Infrastructure. Because we said that we will fix it. I think it's just about fix. But, Mr. Speaker, we will not stop there. We are going on to greater heights, in deeper depths. Refuse to listen to negative people. Whether it's the airport expansion, I said that one day I will walk on the tarmac of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport, and I will take a flight from the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport straight into the Miami Airport. And it's a joke for some people in Angola. But I told him that I was in the election down in Road South, and it lasted as a joke for 10 years. Look, you will laugh no more. I said, look, after 10 years, Mr. Speaker, you got to stop laughing. Oh yeah, all jokes don't last forever, you know. You got some jokes that's come to an end. But you got to refuse to listen, to stop listening to negative people. I have some of my favorite talk show hosts yesterday, Mr. Speaker. I listen to them every day because it tells me where the mindset is in the balances for the country. I don't listen all the time. I just said to you that one of the things Peter told Jesus is change your company. I don't always go around people who support me. Some people call me, boy, because you crazy, Mr. Speaker. They say, you got to be crazy, Mr. Speaker. What are you doing? Lying with so-and-so. You know that man will kill you. I say, you're a joker here, Mr. Speaker. Don't you know? I just said it. Sometimes you got to change your company. I don't always invest my time and money in my friends. I put a lot in my enemies. For August, people call the Chief Minister, Mr. Speaker, because me and Greg Hughes was all about learning for August. And I believe that we have people in the gallery, Mr. Speaker, who saw us. And they were puzzled and confused and mesmerized. They wanted to know how is it that I could run down in Road South in an election, and the same people who I run in an election against, I'm out on the high seas in their $1 million boat. I don't own a $1 million boat, but I have access to many. I'm out on the high seas in their $1 million boat, drinking their drinks, burning up their gas, enjoying the beautiful boat race in Angola. And it hurt a lot of people, Mr. Speaker, to know that sometimes the Coast Love don't only take time out to be with his friends, he takes time out to be with his enemies. But Mr. Speaker, I come today to tell you, if you didn't recognize, you have to be an exceptional soldier to go among your enemies. So the member for Island Harbor can write that down somewhere, that a Curtis Love, Mr. Speaker, is an exceptional soldier. I don't have to go among my friends. I go among my enemies sometimes. Mr. Speaker, why are you selling the country? Because you want your white friends, Mr. Speaker, to come and buy out the country. Now, when my friends go on the radio, Mr. Speaker, with that kind of talk, they break what's left of my heart. I've given away a lot of pieces of my heart, Mr. Speaker, and so what's left of my heart, they break the little piece. On the radio, getting the average Angolian who's hurting, who's under mental frustration and pain, taking advantage of his psychology, Mr. Speaker, taking advantage of the hurting Angolian in an effort to win their minds in a campaign when there's no election. Now, I want to tell my friends, Mr. Speaker, you've got to be extremely foolish to waste your resources campaigning when there's no election. I lost the election in 2005, Mr. Speaker, and after I lost, I supported the government that was in power. And I want this morning to set up a prayer and request a prayer, Mr. Speaker, for the great, Honorable Albert Hughes of West End. I would never have been here this morning to be running my mouth, Mr. Speaker, if it wasn't for the great, Honorable Albert Hughes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that was a man that campaigned with me in 2005, Mr. Speaker. He's in the hospital ailing right now. And trusting God to give them a mighty deliverance. One way or the other, it's going to be a mighty deliverance. That's what I'm praying for. A mighty deliverance for him. When you love people, you don't want to see them ailing and agonize. Some people would like people to be around all their lives, ailing and agonizing. When I love people, I don't want to see them ailing and agonizing. I ask God for the mighty deliverance. And he knows how to do the best. But the Honorable Albert Hughes, Mr. Speaker, when I lost the election in 2005, he called me to his house and he said, young man, you got your wife, Mr. Speaker, I have a wife. He said, you got your son? Mr. Speaker, I have a son. And he said to me, Mr. Speaker, worry not. I will defend you with everything that's inside of me. And the story is told, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Osborne Fleming, who was Chief Minister at the time, asked him to join his government. And every morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, the first thing, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Albert Hughes told the Honorable Osborne Barrington Fleming, I want you to bring Curtis Richardson into this administration. I could not be standing here this morning, Mr. Speaker, if he did not fight on my behalf. And then I want to go on to thank the Honorable Osborne Barrington Fleming for heeding to that request. And after 3 months of being home, wondering about my life and my future, the Honorable Osborne Fleming made me a special assistant in his government to take pictures. That's all they brought me in to do, Mr. Speaker. They brought me into the government to hold a camera and take pictures. Let God be praised, Mr. Speaker. But on the day that they brought me in to give me the job, they were adding on the Western Wing to the office. And I was told that I have to go back home for another 3 months because the building is not completed and they don't have stairs, Mr. Speaker. And my heart fell. And this is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, I love the Honorable Eric Reid. The man has the heart of a father, Mr. Speaker. It was Mr. Reid, in his condition without his sight, he couldn't see me. He could not see my pain, my frustration, Mr. Speaker. But with the heart of a father, he said, let me share my small office with me. I've never forgotten it, Mr. Speaker. I know how I got here. 217 people voted for me in 2005. 354 voted for me in 2010. And I wouldn't tell you about the walloping in 2015. It was a lashing. It wasn't no surprise, Mr. Speaker, when Mr. Banks had the victory over the Honorable Evanons. It wasn't no surprise, Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Melvin Easton washed out Gerald Roberts. It wasn't no surprise in Road North when the Honorable Member for Road North came through victorious. But one thing for sure, people turned up the volumes on your radio when the count was coming into Road South. That's one seat we can't lose. Road South. You learn something, Mr. Speaker. If you never learn nothing in your life, you will learn something. That the one who calls men still calls men. And I'm called to be here. I told the Honorable Chief Minister in 2006, seated at a breakfast table in London, if you will recall, we weren't slow. I said, Mr. Banks, I had a dream last night. He was eating his egg and drinking his coffee. He watched me under the shadow of his eyes. He said, yeah? I said, yeah, I had a dream. And in this dream, Mr. Banks, you were Chief Minister. Well, his face, Mr. Speaker, lit up. Of course, he's a giant in Angola's politics, and he knows it's only a matter of time before he becomes Chief Minister of Angola. That's common sense, Curtis. That's nothing to dream about. But then I went on and I said to Mr. Banks, you have a little problem with being Chief Minister because you cannot be the Chief Minister of Angola unless I am a minister in your government. Eggs start flying, Mr. Speaker. Eggs start flying, cars start turning up. And he got a little tenacious. And he got the egg from around his lips. He said, Curtis, when will that ever be? That's what he told me. In London, in Slough. He understands the dream that he will be Chief Minister, but he doesn't understand the part that has the condition you cannot be Chief Minister unless Chris Richardson is a member of your government. But he understands it now. The Honorable Chief Minister of Angola understands, among many things about me, that there are times when I speak that you've got to listen. I love a good joke, Mr. Speaker, But everybody who knows me knows this morning, I'm not here about a joke. He cannot be chief minister unless I am a member in his government. And then, for all those who's up and down Angola with the gossip, Mr. Speaker, wanting to know who the Curtis Love is, let me tell you who the Curtis Love is. I am the only member in this government who was fired for the chief minister. Not another member here in this government was fired for the love of the chief minister. And I leave that story there today. But carry it on the road, investigate it, Mr. Speaker, and you will learn something. So don't bother waste your time calling Mr. Banks about who the Curtis Love is and what I said to you about Mr. Banks. When my boss, Mr. Banks, the chief minister, Mr. Speaker,
member from Valley
South. Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the correction. When the member, the honorable member for Valley South, hears anything that I have said from you, Mr. Speaker, it is the second time he's hearing it. I always give him the respect to tell him where I disagree with him, how I disagree with him. But Mr. Speaker, that is in the moment of discussion. Now there are a lot of Angolians, Mr. Speaker, who don't know the difference between the moment of discussion and the moment of decision. I'm a part of this government. And when the moment of discussion is upon us, I will disagree or have things to say about many things. But when the moment of decision is upon us, I will either decide to support the decision or to go against it. And for many reasons, including the dire situations that Angola is in, I choose to let the decision reign. It is now a moment for division and for impressing upon people my individual mentality, but it is a moment to look at Angola as a whole and decide that we've got to press on. So we've got to stop listening to negative people. Right now today, Mr. Speaker, because we don't listen to negative people, the honorable former parliamentary secretary Hayden Hughes is down in sorrow with my great team Anglic, moving a pole and electrical wires from over his new brand extension in his gym. And we are doing that because we don't listen to negative people. There's a lot of people on the radio, Mr. Speaker, saying Angola is finished. But if I believe that my country is finished, why am I expanding my business? I'm expanding my business, Mr. Speaker, common sense. Because no matter what I say and you say and he say, I still believe. And that was my message in the campaign. I still believe, Mr. Speaker. I said it in the campaign, I still believe. The pressure is on, but I still believe. I was going up in the long pad the other day. A building up there that wasn't painted for a number of years. It's bright and yellow. And the reason why that is happening is because somebody in Angola still believes. I said the pressure is on. And they may not understand how it's going to be done, but I believe. There's a lot of people in Angola, including myself. For many years I was a stooge, Mr. Speaker, a joker. Went to church a complete joker. Because I always want to see to believe. I would sing the hymns, pray the prayers, and I would tell God, that's your business. I'm like Thomas. I said, Mr. Speaker, I am like Thomas, doubting Thomas. If I don't choke my hand in that hole in your hand, and I don't see the nail prints in your feet, I'm like doubting Thomas. There was a time that I had to see it to believe it. But Mr. Speaker, I've grown up, I've matured in the Lord. Still got some struggles, but I'm going to say he's going to overcome, Mr. Speaker. He's going to overcome. Still got some struggles, but he's going to overcome, Mr. Speaker. Yes, you better believe it. I've matured. I've turned the king around. And like Jesus said to Thomas, Mr. Speaker, blessed are those that ain't seen, but still believe. I wonder this morning, Mr. Speaker, in this country, with all the pressure and challenges, if I could find some Angolans who don't have to see a big construction project to believe that work is coming back to Angola in the construction sector. Blessed are those, Mr. Speaker, who don't have to see. Woo! Yeah, but they still believe. Yes, Mr. Speaker, some people don't have to see, but they still believe. And I'm speaking this morning, Mr. Speaker, on the 2017 budget. But I'm speaking to the spirit of the Angolan. And let me tell you why. I'm not in the budget talking no figures. Figures is for people who study more maths than me, who smarter than me. The budget I want problem in it, and I'm going to fix it now. What? You don't have to see to believe. You got to believe to see. That's why I'm not here this morning, you know, Mr. Speaker. My grandmother in 2004, she see this day. She believed in this day. I didn't see till they happened. In the budget, Mr. Speaker, there's one error. And I want the Chief Minister to fix it for me this morning. They took off every cent that I had last year for the Chapel Hill Road, for the Louis Price Gym Road, for fixing the Valley Road, Mr. Speaker. And here was the Joe Gambie, this House Assembly this morning. I will ask the Chief Minister and the rest of my colleagues to put that in the heading called road development, because I believe in to see. I ain't seeing to believe. And I refusing to listen to negative people. I want the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Speaker, to give me just $100 AC under the heading called road development. All I want is $100. Because I know and I believe in him that does all things well, that money can come. I can get Chapel Hill Road done. I can get the Valley Road done. Oh, you want me to explain it to you? There is a power available that goes beyond my explanation. So team number 8 out of 12, we're coming down, we're getting close. 8 out of 12, Mr. Speaker, if you know maths, tells me 4 into 8 goes twice, 4 into 12 goes 3 times. So I'm 2/3 of the way. Get in there. Do not hear it. Number 8 is the power of a changed mind. The power of a changed mind. Now some people, when it comes to celebration and realignment, anytime you're planning to celebrate and realign something, you've got to exercise the power of a changed mind. If you have a wheel on a vehicle, Mr. Speaker, that is wearing on the outside, wearing down on the inside, you know that's abnormal. Angola, in a lot of ways, Mr. Speaker, is out of line because certain things in Angola is wearing down on the inside, and there are certain things in Angola, Mr. Speaker, that are wearing down on the outside. So we've got to come with realignment. But before you engage in realignment, you've got to exercise the power of a changed mind. And I'm asking us as Angolans this morning, Mr. Speaker, to exercise the power of a changed mind. And very swiftly, Mr. Speaker, I want to leave time for everybody else who's going to talk about this 2017 budget. I want to go to the prodigal son. And I won't start at the beginning when he had opulence and he took all his money and wasted it with riotous living. That's a sermon out there. He said, I want to start down in the pig pen because I'm talking about the power of a changed mind. So he's down in the pig pen, Mr. Speaker, eating pig food. So we've gone from feasting at the master's table to down in the pig pen eating hog food. And that's a lot of distance. That's a lot of distance, Mr. Speaker, for a hand to fall. And a lot of people in Angola could identify with that fall. We gone from sitting down, eating in opulence, eating pig food. Watch us. Look at us, down in a hog pen eating pig food, Mr. Speaker. But let's remember one fundamental principle, that while you're down in the hog pen, Mr. Speaker, eating your hog food, I want you to remember that you're still opulent. That's right, Mr. Speaker. You've got to remind yourself every time you read the story that while he was down in the pig pen eating his pig food, opulence, abundance was still available. And that's the problem that we have in Angola today. Even though there is lack and pressure and financial pain about us, a lot of us, Mr. Speaker, we don't realize that the truth still exists. There is abundance still to be had. But he did one key thing, Mr. Speaker. He came to himself. Mr. Speaker, it takes a lot of power to change your own mind. You could listen to people on a radio program trying to change your mind, trying to change their grandmother's mind, trying to change their son's mind, trying to change their neighbor's mind, and that's an easy job. But one of the hardest jobs I've ever had in my life, Mr. Speaker, is to change my own mind, to change my own dirty mind, my own filthy mind, my mind, filthy mind, me, starting with me. I got a problem with changing my mind. But the Bible says, Mr. Speaker, it is written there, when he came to himself, that meant he changed his mind. He said to himself, how many hired servants? Meaning, I'm just one person, Mr. Speaker, but I know somewhere where somebody is feeding 10,000 and one more can be a problem to them. And this government has got to come to the realization that despite the financial pressure that is existing in Angola, despite the fact that sometimes they got to write 45 pages to get $10 from the British government, and we have a financial advisor now in Angola, Mr. Speaker, I hope he's listening carefully that in 2017, I want to exercise the power of a changed mind. Angola is in a tough place, and we want people in Angola, including in the government, who understand that we have got to come now with the rhythm, the power of a changed mind. And so the prodigal son got up, went home, and was once again experiencing the abundant life. Team number 9, changing the percentage again. You're going now into 3/4 from 2/3. You are blessed, so count your blessings. I want the Angolan going into 2017, despite what's going on with you in your life and where you are, to recognize that you're blessed. Count your blessings. Blessed, Mr. Speaker, is not a condition. My beloved father, David Gunn, I ain't talk about him plenty today, but he's a lot of man. But he's gone. He gave me a half acre of land in Rendezvous. Listen to this one. If you ain't nothing to tell you, this one is sweet. Yeah? I talk about real power that's available for you to know that you're blessed. He gave me a half acre land down in the Pond Rendezvous. And when I went on the land, I wanted to be in the front. But it had a problem. It had a big, nasty pond in front of it. But I still felt that since I'm not on the beach, it would be nice for me and my children growing up to have a water view, even if it's a pond. But what I didn't know, Mr. Speaker, is that in the month of November, December, and January, the sandflies was occupying that area. Because with the rainwater I'm mixing with the seawater, they come in there to breed. So I think I built my house in a good spot to have a water view. And I built my house in a sandfly hole. Say in a sandfly hole. That's right, Mr. Speaker. Every Christmas, every November, every January, I had to go back and blow wine with my family in my father's house. Because the sandflies would come up there in my house and drive me out in droves. They would come up there like sheets of blankets. And for many years that went on, 7 years, 8 years. And I said, Lord, I would go to church on a Sunday, Mr. Speaker, put my hand on my stomach, say, Lord, they're going to bring me out. How we going to fix this problem? Many years, I travailed. Say, Daddy, what we going to do? Say, son, I don't know. When I buy the land, nobody tell me that that was an infested sandfly hole. Then one day I spoke with neighbors, and they gave me a further joke. They said, when your father went to the bank, when the late great Dr. Reverend Pastor Rose went to the bank to get the land, we swapped the papers on him because we know that that area is the worst area down here. That area is sandfly hole. Nobody want that land. Nobody want that land. That's a sandfly hole. And I, for 7 years, had to be running Blum Point in the Christmas season because the rain and things bring the sandfly in droves. Sometimes I take my hand and do so, Mr. Speaker, kill 10,000. What's what 10,000 did? That's how thick it was in my house. But you got to know that despite what you're going through, Mr. Speaker, you have to know that you're blessed. Now, Mr. Speaker, blessed, Mr. Speaker, blessed is not a condition. I want Angolians to know that blessed is not a condition. Blessed is a status. It is like being an Angolian, Mr. Speaker. If I go to Russia, which the Honorable Chief Minister took me to Russia one time, in Russia, I was not called a Russian. In Russia, I was called an Angolian. One time they took me to London. In London, they did not call me a British person. They call me an Angolian. If I go to Venezuela, they won't call me a Venezuelan. Mr. Speaker, they will call me an Angolian. So, blessed, Mr. Speaker, is not a condition, it's a status. One day, Mr. Speaker, going back to my St. Louis story, so you could know how I know I'm blessed. I've been through much adversity. I've been under a lot of pressure many times in my life. But I've come to know not to worry because I'm blessed. It doesn't matter the condition or the circumstances that are prevailing and operating in my life at the moment. I don't let that frighten me. I look at the facts and the history and I know that I'm blessed. One morning, the great God Jehovah Almighty walked into a bedroom of a white man in the States and he tapped him on the shoulder. He said, get your private jet, get down in Anguilla. It's time to take Curtis out of the sandfly hole. And that gentleman took out $500 million. You hear that amount of money? That's a mighty large, you know. He didn't come with $1,000 or $10,000 to address my problem, Mr. Speaker. And I don't want the Anguillians to focus on my deliverance because I'm already delivered. I haven't seen a sandfly now for 8 years. Haven't seen one. Not even a mosquito that's come around my neighborhood no more. Because, Mr. Speaker, God took a man from the States with $500 million and he turned my sandfly hole into a wonderful sanctuary for birds and a golf course. Give God a praise, Mr. Speaker. He's mighty. So he solved my problem of 8 years with $500 million. And for a lot of people, that same project caused them a lot of frustration and a lot of pain. But this is the first time I'm letting everybody in Angola know what bless you and turned around and curse you is still a blessing to me. So that's how I know I'm blessed. Because blessed, Mr. Speaker, is the condition, the status, where you go through adversity, and I want to say this slow, you will know that you're blessed, fellow Angolians, Mr. Speaker. The Angolian will know he's blessed, Mr. Speaker, because he will go through adversity, but he will come up with a testimony. Blessed does not mean you don't go through trials and tribulations. I've been going to church a long time, and a lot of people tell you that you're blessed when you don't go through nothing. So, Job, Mr. Speaker, Job had some friends who believed that Job was blessed. And why did they believe that Job was blessed? Because Job had opulence, Job had abundance, all of Job's children were doing well. But the Bible says, fell on a day, Bram, children get killed. And while that man was telling him that his children are dead, Mr. Speaker, another man came and said, listen, we will just rob all your cattle and sheep. And while that boy was telling him of his losses with his cattle and sheep, another man came and told him all your daughters were partying at Skyline Lounge, and they were all shot to death. And while that fellow was telling him about his third tragedy, another fellow come and tell him everything in the bed on. CCB and NB got on with everything. Read it, right in Job. It's right in Job. He lost everything. And the same friends who told him that he was blessed turned around and said, Job, you ain't blessed. You cuss. And Job went down in sackcloth ashes, Mr. Speaker. He was left alone to wonder about his condition and his status. But then the Bible records, Job said, even though he slay me, Mr. Speaker, I will trust him. So you've got to know, Mr. Speaker, if you're living in Angola, you've got to make up your mind and determine, despite your condition, if your status is still blessed. And if your status is still blessed, you will believe that a change is coming. Remember, myself lie hold is now a golf course. I spoke about number 9 in part, so I'll go over it quickly. The Anguillan for 2017 are to believe to see, and not see to believe. Number 10, Mr. Speaker, the Anguillan has got to understand that God is getting ready to overturn the situation. So Jesus said to Peter, after all those 9 things that I tell you, number 10 on the list, sitting here in your leaking boat, your torn sail with all your problems, the same problem that made you pack up your fishing trip and went ashore to wash your nets, I'll bring you this little distance to tell you number 10 on the list is know that God is getting ready to overturn the situation. Well, you know, Jesus, he no fisherman. Peter's a fisherman, he fish all his life, Mr. Speaker. So Peter is watching Jesus on the side all this while. And then number 11, Mr. Speaker, on the list, that's 11 out of 12. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, and the great architect of life and success was finished talking to Peter one-on-one, a little distance away from the shore. He said to Peter, launch out. I tell you, it is a dangerous conversation, Mr. Speaker. It is a dangerous conversation, Mr. Speaker, that you have got to have with somebody who you just a while ago met ashore packing it up. To tell that person from packing it in, from giving up, from being beaten to a pulp, from losing their hisper, their tenacity, and their resilience, it takes a lot of guts to say to that person, launch out. What is the Anguillan in 2017 launching out to do? Peter told Jesus, hey, all of them things that you told me before is wonderful stories. Beautiful stories. You make me feel excited sometimes, you rejuvenate me, but let's come back to the fundamental fact. In my case, thanks for all the talking. And that was something Anguillan saying as Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Curtis Love, for all the talking, but let's come back to the one fact. I've toiled all night. I have toiled all night, Mr. Speaker, and I want to let you know, big frother, I've taken nothing. It is I, Mr. Speaker, who have been working my fingers to the bone. Not you. You doing the talking, but I was doing the working. I've toiled all night. I've taken nothing. But somewhere down inside of him, while he was explaining his problems, his frustrations, he came up with a nevertheless. And in 2017, I won the Anguillan and all the radio talk show hosts, Mr. Speaker, after they're done talking about the problems at Kajuluka, the problems in the budget, the problems with the Valley Road. You know, Mr. Speaker, that people could drive from West End, drive from Island Harbor, on the best of roads in the Caribbean, and then I'm getting the Valley by cable and wireless. They forget the journey from West End up to roundabout here by the airport was so lovely. Just for that 1 minute, they throw away the 3 hours of driving. Same thing with the people from Island Harbor. That's who we are, Mr. Speaker. But we, for 2017, must make a dedicated desire that after we have declared that we toiled all night and we are at the point where we have nothing, that we come up with nevertheless. And Peter said to Jesus, nevertheless. And Jesus said, wow, you got it. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you got it. If you could explain all your problems and still register a nevertheless in your state, you've got it. You've gotten the victory. And so Peter said to Jesus, nevertheless, at your word, I will launch out. And he launched out. And this is what you will discover in 2017. In the year 2017, there's no projects around. There's nothing for this government to get up and talk about. There is no money in the budget for roads. But in 2017, a display of the show of the power of the Great One that came down in 1967. You might have a leader you don't like. And I was very happy, Mr. Speaker, to hear the member for Island Harbor going on in the same vein that I took yesterday. Yesterday I took a vein, but I left alone. But I could bust it this morning, you know. I specialize in that. But I'm going to leave that alone, Mr. Speaker. But I will go back to say, Fidel Castro and Williams rose up to political prominence in Cuba. And Fidel Castro and Williams died in political power in Cuba. Write that down. Fidel Castro, Mr. Speaker, was a great leader in Cuba, and he died in power in Cuba. And I made the point yesterday that the Honorable James Webster, he did not die in power here in Angola. And that's for all of them who like politics to work it out. So, Mr. Speaker, right where we labor and work and kill ourselves and come up empty, Peter is in the same spot where he was fishing all his life, where he walked his fingers to the bones, but he had to go home empty. He started to bawl out a want help. And Jesus said, what's your problem? He said, I'm sinking. Say, I'm sinking. Mr. Speaker, say, I'm sinking. Mr. Speaker, say, I'm sinking. Well, I'm sinking. Let me help you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sinking. And Jesus said, oh, you launch out. I asked you to launch out. But you're bawl out, you're sinking. He said, no. I don't have the same problem. I'm not sinking because the boat is leaking. I'm experiencing the same thing. Same emotions. I gotta say the same phrase. I'm sinking. But this time, not because I'm empty, but because of divine intervention to bring abundance. And the same fellows who were shown where I packed it up to, Peter beckoned to them. And the Bible said they came, they filled all the boats, and everybody was sinking. Same sinking, just like the Titanic, but a different kind of sinking. Sinking with success. And I want to warn the Angolian this morning, Mr. Speaker. I don't have it here on the paper, but I feel led to warn the Angolian. Take this warning serious, because I ain't come to give you no jokes this morning. This is a serious one. There was a man who felt he knew everything about his country. And one morning the prophet of God said, tomorrow this time so, there will be abundance in the land. Abundance in the land. You will see people eating donkey head and eating turtle dove droppings. That's what we come to. We are eating a donkey head, Mr. Speaker. People chopping up and children to eat them because that's how bad it be now. So how could you come and tell me that tomorrow this time so, Mr. Speaker, there's going to be abundance in the land? What kind of God you just hear from? And he was the big boy next to the king. He was the man on whose arm the king leaned. So if anybody don't know what's happening in the country, got to be Neil and Cora and Curtis, they have to know that the chief minister got a project coming, but we don't know that. So how could I get up here and tell you, tomorrow this time so, there will be abundance, Mr. Speaker? Because of crazy. Yeah, that's all. So this smart man, on whose arm the king leaned, Mr. Know-it-all, decided he can give the prophet a award. He said, if God opened the windows of heaven, poof, joker, this could never come to pass. Not even if God opened the windows of heaven, Mr. Speaker, could this thing come to be. Oh yes, there is a tenacity that comes upon a man when he gets anointed. I want to say that again. I drive my car, Mr. Speaker, at a certain speed. But there is a level within my gas pedal when that car gets a supernatural feeling of the gas to do something extremely extraordinary. And there is something inside of all of us where we can press to that level and go beyond what is normal. And so the prophet of God went back down into his spirit and he changed the gear. He changed the gear. He said, since you tell me that, I will tell you this. There will still be abundance in the land this time so tomorrow, but you ain't gonna taste it. And the man said, but you is the biggest joker, Mr. Speaker. You're making more jokes. You should start a comedy show. I am the man on whose arm the king does lean. How could you tell me that Anguilla can get prosperity and abundance and I can get leave out? Why is the king right-hand man, Mr. Speaker? Whatever comes to the kingdom has to come to the king, and on the right hand it got to come to me. The prophet said, yes, all of that you know is true, Mr. Speaker, but I am telling you today, if you're not careful, abundance will come to the land, but you won't be able to get a rub of it. Write that down, because I said that with a lot that's inside of me. I said abundance will come back to this land, but those who don't believe, who wants to laugh right now while I'm speaking on the radio, who wants to laugh, Mr. Speaker, while I'm speaking in the house, I declare today in this place that you shall see the abundance with your eyes, but you won't get a drop of it. And the Bible went on to say that 4 leopards who were outside the city gates. And that's another story in itself, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes you're looking for the government to it. But the salvation of Angola might just come from 4 people who we don't want to see in Angola, might be a Venezuelan too. It might come from somebody that you feel should not be allowed in Angola. 4 leopards outside the gate, Mr. Speaker, decided they don't want us in, we're going to go further out. And while they were on the way further out, God Almighty caused the people who were living in abundance to hear a sound. Say, hear a sound. Mr. Speaker, they heard a song. And what was the song they heard? They heard the song of an army that they could not fight against. That's what God caused them to hear. They heard the song of an army that they could not fight against. And what happened, Mr. Speaker? They fled, they run, they leave all the silver, all the gold, all the clothes, all the horses, all the chariot, every man on his foot, running for his life from an imaginary army. That's the power that God still holds. Make you hear things that don't exist. But when it's time for abundance, he knows how to do it. And those 4 leopards, Mr. Speaker, went in the camp, take up all the silver, the gold, the clothes, everything, all the food they want, and then they sit down and watch one another and said, we ain't doing nothing good here. We need to share it with the same people who refuse us. And they went back in the city and told the king, you won't believe it, but another nation has fled in terror. We don't know why. The work of God, that's why. But everything that they have is now in our possession. Come and take it for the nation. And the king and they couldn't believe it. That they were starving for food, had no clothes, had no money, but silver and gold thrown down on the ground. The mighty work of God. But I'm coming back to the sweet part. This sweetest part of the story. When they were on their way back with all the food, on their way back with all the silver, on their way back with all the gold. Because the word of God got to be there, Mr. Speaker. When they were on their way coming back, the man on whose arm the king leaned, he got in the gate because he got a lot of power, you see. He's the big boy in the country. So he got in the gate to control things. But the people could not be controlled. It is written that the people trampled him in the gate. That's how he did. He was trampled in the gate. Write that down. The word of God will not be scoffed and laughed at. So team number 12 is the Chief Minister's team. Celebration and realignment. For 2017, from the 1st of January, every church, every bar, every village, every hamlet, this nation will go forward in celebration. If you can't find nothing in the future to celebrate, celebrate the past. If you don't have nobody in your family to celebrate, celebrate me, Mr. Speaker. Celebrate the late, great, Honorable James Ronald Webster. Find somebody, but celebrate. From the 1st of January, we won't stop, we got to celebrate. The honorable member of Home Affairs don't have much money in the budget. Since I like to just look at that, talk about that on the radio Monday morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Monday morning, talk about that on the radio. The amount of money that they have for the Angola celebrations. Because the country is pressed. But we're going to celebrate. $100,000, $200,000, $50,000. Part of Mr. Speaker. Because for the 50 years that we've been around here, God been good. So, number 12. I want to remind the Anguillas, because we've come a mighty long way away from number 12. Do not forget to wash it. And Peter, falling down, began to wash it. There was a time when you could have gone into the sanctuary, whether it was the Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah's Witness, wherever you went in Angola, people had a toss to be found in the house of God, whether it was a Saturday or a Sunday. And get to stay for everything else now. But don't take no time to worship. But for 2017, starting on the 1st of January, Mr. Speaker, before you go down to Bourgeois to see the firewalk, find a church. The Right Reverend Honorable Bishop Errol Brooks will be having a service for you here. Find yourself in his church. Reverend Dr. Kathleen Richardson, Reverend Aiton Connor, down in Blunt Point Road, will be celebrating the New Year with a service. Find yourself in church. Pastor Garrett Hodge. You don't know who Pastor Garrett Hodge is? He is the new, elected by the directors of the Board of Anglican, not by me. May I go on the road, Mr. Speaker, remember it's not by me. It's by the directors of the Board of Anglican, but he's a pastor of a church right here in the valley. Find yourself in that church. Pastor Philip Gons, just up the hill past Campus B, is a pastor here in Anguilla. Find yourself in that church. Pastor D'Souza, Pastor Gerard, the Apostle McDonough, going West End, is an apostle here with the church. Find yourself in that church. Pastor Bob, Seventh-day Adventist, up in the white ground. Find yourself, very close. Find yourself, Mr. Speaker, in that church. Reverend Dr. Wishley Gumps, the Methodists, find yourself in that church. Take time to worship. It doesn't matter where Monday find me, Tuesday find me, Wednesday find me, Thursday find me, Friday find me. Doesn't matter where Saturday find me. One thing you're going to know for sure, Sunday morning, I'm going where the real power is. And that's in the hands of God Almighty. There is something special about corporate worship. I don't care how much Bible you read home, how much you play your radio, Mr. Speaker. There is something special about when people gather to serve the Almighty. And we've got to get back to that. So team number 12 for 2017. Celebration and realignment. Do not forget to worship. And I, Mr. Speaker, in closing, 2017, I want to declare it. I stand amazed in your presence, for there is nothing you cannot do. You do mighty things, Mr. Speaker. You do glorious things, Mr. Speaker. Awesome is your name. The hour of flesh will fail, Mr. Speaker. But the favorite song of the Anguillian, and he's making sure that we learn to sing it well. I look to you. When all this along has failed, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that everybody in Anguilla now is singing the favorite theme song of 1967. I look to you. We gone back to that hymn. We gone back to stand up for Jesus. Yes, I love it. However he gets us to sing it, I don't care. I don't care what he has to take away from us, Mr. Speaker. We have forgotten that he is important and he is to worship. And if he can bring us back to the starting line, we shouldn't have no fear, because he took us away from the starting line and blessed us. So if he brings us back to the starting line, we should have no fear. We have already seen what he can do. But let us sing it. I look to you when all my hope is gone. And I want to tell the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, that if he ever has problems getting the budget I sent it to, he knows what to do. He's done it before. In the last budget for 2016, he had a lot of trouble. And he left Ireland and he said, Curtis, you be the acting chief minister. The budget is giving me trouble. Yeah, everyone in the world knows. It was the biggest joke in Anguilla. that the budget that you struggled to pass for 3 months, I had it done in just a few hours. Just a few hours. Yes, every Anglian knows that. One signature, wow, budget gone, Mr. Speaker. I'm a lot of man. So I'm saying to Chief Minister, if you find that you're having a problem with this budget, don't hesitate to call on me. I'm right here. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break so that the reporter can rest her fingers. So we'll break, and then we'll come back.
Someone this one. Why not? Give them some of the money I got. You know how much I give? I know how much I give. I give the 20,000. I still have some much. I still have some. I'm not sure.
Any others? Order. This House will now resume its sitting. And anyone wishing to first, we're going until 1 o'clock and we'll break for lunch. So anyone wishing to make a short presentation between now and then, you may have the floor. Member for West End.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased to make this my contribution to the 2017 budget debate. And I would like to thank the Honorable Chief Minister for affording me the opportunity to serve in the capacity of Parliamentary Secretary with responsibility for tourism, sports, youth and culture. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend special thanks to my constituents, as without their support, I would not have had this privilege of making this address in this Honorable House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to commend the leadership of the Anguilla Tourist Board and the Anguilla Tourism Hotel and Tourism Association as they try to find the perfect balance between sector advocacy and looking out for the national interests. I look forward to their continued support and partnership and deeply appreciate their support. Mr. Speaker, the state of the travel and tourism industry as it stands today. The World Travel and Tourism Council is recognized as the authority on world trade and tourism. The latest annual research in conjunction with their partner Oxford Economics shows travel and tourism contribution to the world GDP grew for the sixth consecutive year in 2015, rising to a total of 9.8% of world GDP. That is equivalent to $7.2 trillion US dollars. The sector now supports 284 million people in employment. That is 1 in 11 jobs on the planet. Mr. Speaker, despite the many challenges travel and tourism has faced in the first 6 months of 2016, the sector is still expected to grow by 3.1%, outpacing global economic growth forecast at 2.3%. For the Caribbean region, the outlook is even more encouraging, Mr. Speaker. It should be noted that last year, 2015, the Caribbean outperformed every major tourism region in the world with an estimated 7% growth in visits, setting new arrivals and spending records, and far surpassing expectations. For 2016, the projected growth rate is between 4.5% and 5.5%, according to the Caribbean Tourism Organization, once again outpacing the global growth rate. Mr. Speaker, the point is that tourism is serious business. And we have a very serious window of opportunity as the industry expands across the region to recapture a fair share of the business. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that tourism is now and will likely be for the foreseeable future our economic lifeline. Our plans for the diversification of our economy into financial services, technology, and innovation are longer-term propositions. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, each and every visitor to our island, whether as an excursionist or stayover, contributes to the island's economy. Growing our industry and our visitor arrivals base is the fastest way to grow our economy, Mr. Speaker, providing employment and build infrastructure that will benefit both our local residents and our guests for years to come. Mr. Speaker, the other reality that we must face is that tourism is also a pay-to-play business. In the islands where the industry is experiencing double-digit growth, it is not by accident. It is because these islands have invested heavily in the industry and are now reaping the dividends from their investment. Mr. Speaker, across the region, island governments with foresight are investing in tourism and attracting new investors to the industry. From instituting kiosks at the airports to speed the processing of visitors on entry to creating partnerships with industry disruptors such as Airbnb, to developing new attractions and special events to act as magnets for incremental business and new demographics. Mr. Speaker, our competitors are finding new ways to innovate, new ways to engage with potential visitors, new ways to improve access to their respective destinations, and new partners to expand their tourism product. Mr. Speaker, we risk falling even further behind if we do not wake up and take on the challenge in this new world. The need for investment, Mr. Speaker, goes without saying. Technology has eliminated many of the traditional barriers and leveled the playing field in some respects for smaller destinations such as ours. Online travel agencies offer an alternative distribution channel to the traditional wholesalers and tour operators. Social influencers may reach more potential targets than a full-page ad in the New York Times or the glossy travel magazines. But Mr. Speaker, it is a double-edged sword, because these changes have also resulted in an increasingly clustered and highly segmented marketplace. It is more important than ever to clearly define who we are as a brand, what we represent, who our audience is, and how we communicate with them. Mr. Speaker, we have begun this process. This year we created a new address and a new positioning for the island, reflected in the new logo, which retains our well-known branding, but gives Anguilla a clearly defined address, British Caribbean. Why Caribbean? Anguilla is an island in the Caribbean, not necessarily the West Indies. Travelers speak about their ideal Caribbean vacation, not their ideal West Indies vacation. West Indies is primarily associated with our brand of cricket, which has not been so great in recent times. Mr. Speaker, our new campaign, Anguilla is the answer, conveys our tourism message and captures the essence of all that we have to offer. It is a simple message that is unique to the region, but also to each individual, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it creates a host of possibilities in terms of our marketing communications. But how far we take this campaign, how many potential visitors will we reach, and therefore the returns we can expect, will depend, Mr. Speaker, on the level of investment we are prepared to make in this industry. The most important and beneficial economic activity on our island. We need to invest at many levels, Mr. Speaker. We position Anguilla in our overseas markets as a premium quality destination that is available at a variety of price points. As an analogy, Mr. Speaker, think of the purchase of a Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Our brand promise that you are guaranteed a premium quality experience at every price point, whether you opt for a bed and breakfast, a villa, one of our charming escapes properties, or a traditional five-star resort.
Speaker, with all due respect, taking account of people's time, how is this linked to the subject that we're discussing? I really wonder how it's
Talking about tourism.
yes, tourism in relation to yes.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, or shall I carry on? Or is this just a disturbance?
Yes, so exactly what you're talking about.
It's a point of order. I just don't see the
Yeah, but
relevance.
what is the point of order? I don't know.
It's a question of time. And we can go on, we can stay here forever.
You just started this presentation.
Okay, well, I don't see where it's going.
Tourism.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, our brand promise is severely undermined by several factors at present. The current condition that both our air and seaport are sorely in need of upgrading and improvement. The indifferent welcome our visitors sometimes receive is a reflection of the need for more and better training. I think that applies to quite a number of people, Mr. Speaker, at all levels and across industry sectors. Our support for the calendar activities and attractions need to be reviewed with an unbiased and critical determination as to what will actually bring significant numbers of visitors to our island. In tourism, Mr. Speaker, the budget needs to reflect that we in tourism are getting enough money. So please, I'll go through with my presentation. Mr. Speaker, our marketing activities overseas needs to be funded at a level that brings us above a whisper and enables us instead to shout. Our investment has to enable us to be seen and also heard. We are presenting an ambitious budget for our industry, Mr. Speaker, which takes into consideration the fact that we have underfunded the sector for many years and have lost considerable ground as a result. We cannot continue to be on the outside admiring the successes of others and not be willing to pay the price they have paid. Mr. Speaker, ultimately we view tourism as a development tool. And investment in the industry play a large role in stimulating overall growth in our economy. For the first time in many years, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing a number of new and significantly upgraded rooms coming on stream. Earlier this year, we welcomed Zemi Beach House Resort and Spa, which took the brave step of opening year-round, much to the delight of all of us who enjoyed the many special packages on offer throughout the summer. Their second phase is on schedule for early next year, Mr. Speaker. The advent of the Four Seasons Resort and Residences Anguilla has already provided a boost to our industry, and look forward to this prestigious brand introducing their clientele to Anguilla. The brand new Reef by Cousinot has added 80 new rooms to our product, and with their focus on millennials, will bring a new audience to our island. The Manoa Boutique Hotel, Quintessence Boutique Hotel, and the Anguillita Resort, along with a number of private villas such as Nevada, are all welcome addition to our tourism and a vote of confidence in our industry. But Mr. Speaker, we need to fill these rooms. In addition to the existing accommodation stock, we must increase arrivals, which will in turn require improved access and airlift to the island. Our agreement with Seabourn for services 5 days a week, up from 3 last winter, and twice-day flights on the weekend, is the first step in that direction, Mr. Speaker. Securing additional airlift, educating our trade and consumer publics on the options available, and persuading them to recommend and choose Anguilla will require significant marketing investment, which is addressed in our budget submission. Our marketing budget compared to other destinations cannot be a proverbial needle in the haystack, Mr. Speaker. Government has a responsibility to market the overall destination and establish the brand of the destination. It cannot abdicate that responsibility to anyone else, Mr. Speaker. We have to capitalize, Mr. Speaker, on the tourism travel trends. In many respects, Anguilla is ideally positioned to take advantage of the major trends in travel today. Experiential vacations is the biggest trend, and this is having a major impact on the industry worldwide. According to the noted publication Business Insider, the rewards-focused travel portal American Express Travel recently surveyed 1,540 affluent American adults, defined as having an annual household income of at least $100,000, and found that 81% valued having a personalized experience over anything else in the travel itineraries. 73%, Mr. Speaker, of those surveyed said that they would be willing to exceed their budget to have a unique local experience when they travel. And more than half said they would splurge to enjoy the cuisine of a particular destination. Mr. Speaker, the industry is responding. Over the last decade, many hospitality companies have either launched or acquired boutique-style brands that are great at capturing local flavors. Our hotels are redefining themselves as a lifestyle brand that prioritizes culture and design, and as places where travelers can completely customize their own experience. Airbnb launched its travel agent-like trips feature in November, allowing travelers to sample the destination foods, taking in the art scene, and go out where the locals do with ease. Trips offer 2 services for now: experiences like going truffle hunting or driving classic cars, which are led by locals, and places which are recommendation from local residents. Airbnb plans to add flights and services in the near future. And Mr. Speaker, they're here to stay and we have to embrace them. According to John Lindbergh, former executive director of the prestigious travel magazine Condé Nast Traveler, now hired by Hilton's boutique brand Conrad Hotels as director of inspiration, quoted, "Guests want to see the destination as locals do. Travelers want to find things that exist only in this place, that reminds them why they came, and that they remember for years later. Think of it as collective stories, not just souvenirs. What will they tell their friends back home about their trip? How can we give them something they can't find anywhere else but here in Anguilla?" These are the questions. Giving us a compelling reason to choose this path over one another and lead with how it will feel. That's the primary task of the travel industry, finding the emotion and inspiration behind every journey taken. End of quote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here in Anguilla, we can capitalize on our gastronomy platform, as we have established a reputation for extraordinary cuisine, both local and international. It is important to note that our guests are not seeking out just the five-star restaurants. They also want to experience the places that local frequent, such as Andy's in the Valley, Garvey's Sunshine Shack, Matt Webster's Fish Bites at Falcon Crest, Miss Mabel's Corn Soup, which we all love, B&D's in Long Bay on a Friday or on Saturday night. These are the encounters that will make the visit memorable, Mr. Speaker. Other platforms where we have a competitive advantage and that are ripe for development are sports and entertainment, as well as health and wellness. In the area of health and wellness, we have some of the best facilities in the Caribbean at the Four Seasons, Cuisinart, Zemi Beach House. Zemi in particular has capitalized on the trend in an interesting way, drawing on the island's ancient Taino traditions as the inspiration for the spa treatments. Mr. Speaker, creating a compelling narrative for their guests. Annie Villas has designed a series of health and wellness and yoga retreats, welcome additions to our product offerings. Mr. Speaker, with my background in sports as a professional cricketer, it is no wonder that I am a firm believer in sports tourism as a vehicle for developing our tourism industry. But this policy is not just my own particular women fancy, Mr. Speaker. It is supported by research and rooted in statistical analysis. Mr. Speaker, sports enthusiasts, runners, tennis players, golfers, kite surfers are often professionals. They have high disposable incomes with a love for travel and very goal-oriented. They are also active on social media, especially before starting the competitive events. Mr. Speaker, our criterion in selecting events is that they must benefit our local athletes and sports communities, as well as attract a new category of visitor to the island. We started the Anguilla Cup this year, Mr. Speaker. That is a world-class tennis championship for juniors and seniors sanctioned by the International Tennis Federation. Our local junior players and coaches had the opportunity to visit the Rogers Cup in Toronto in July, meet with top pros in the field like Novak Djokovic, and attend a tennis camp hosted by the organizers. Mr. Speaker, here in Anguilla, They witnessed a world-class tennis pro exhibition match, benefited from tennis clinics, and competed against top players on the circuit during the ITF Championship, which will undoubtedly raise their game and provide invaluable experience as they develop their tennis careers. The tournament brought almost 300 new visitors to our island, 100 participants accompanied by officials, coaches, family, and friends. Mr. Speaker, for 2018, we plan to introduce the Anguilla Marathon, Half Marathon, 5K, and Relay Championships. Our target is 500 participants and 15 officials, coaches, and guests, and we project that this event will grow at a rate of 20% per annum. The estimated spend is $2,500 per guest per week, with a total of 500 participants. That's totaling $1.25 million revenue generated for the island, Mr. Speaker. Again, talk about budget, we could all do with that. Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of a second-run boom. Running USA 2014 annual stated that a record-breaking 19+ million finishes in U.S. endurance events last year. 52,000 runners competed in the New York Marathon. Closer to home, Jamaica has now capped its reggae marathon participants at 3,000, and their December event is oversubscribed each year. We propose to hold our Anguilla Marathon in April, that's 2018, where there is a break in the running calendar. An initiative such as this, Mr. Speaker, takes a minimum of 1 year in advance planning to succeed. Funding must therefore be in place in our 2017 budget to ensure that our goals in terms of participation and arrivals are not only met but exceeded. Mr. Speaker, in the area of entertainment, we held the first Living in the Sun Festival this year, an extraordinary music event that will introduce a new generation of travelers to Anguilla. As our co-market ages at many of our properties, the average age of a winter guest is 70 years or higher. We must begin, Mr. Speaker, to expand our audiences and build a foundation for a sustainable visitor base well into the future. Much as they love Anguilla and yearn to be here, there will come a time when our current guests are no longer physically or medically able to travel here to us. Entertainment events such as this Electronic Dance Music Festival provided us with an extraordinary platform to position Anguilla in a new light and to offer a new dimension to our tourism product. They generate positive awareness, Mr. Speaker, attract important influencers with millions of followers, bringing incremental business to our shores and provide exceptional experiences in locations that are unique to Anguilla. Anguilla 50, Mr. Speaker, sure it's on everybody's lips. I would like to spend some time talking more specifically about our plans in tourism for 2017. We have a unique opportunity in 2017. The 50th anniversary of the Anguilla Revolution, when we decided to chart our own path to create our own destiny, Mr. Speaker. As we mourn the passing of the Honorable James Ronald Webster, our revolutionary leader and father of our nation, we honor his memory and his commitment to our country. This year-long celebration is one that should unite us as a nation bring us together as we remember that what we share in common far outweighs our differences. We are reminded of the hardships that we have endured, and we recognize that the way we have overcome them by setting aside distractions and focusing on our shared goals, creating a path to prosperity that will provide a better life for all of us and for our children. Mr. Speaker, we view Anguilla 50 as a catalyst to focus attention on the impact on the contribution of tourism to national development. Through our various proposed initiatives, we can deepen the connection of tourism to the other sectors of the economy and integrate tourism more meaningfully into communities. We also hope to stimulate investment activities, improve our outreach to local and overseas investors, and spur development projects that will benefit our local communities as well as our visitors. Mr. Speaker, the Anguilla 50 celebrations provide a compelling reason for Anguillians in diaspora to come home and visitors in all our source markets to travel back here in 2017. Mr. Speaker, we plan to utilize this milestone anniversary to engage the participation of the entire nation, to promote the Anguilla brand in the overseas markets, and to stage activities throughout the entire year for Anguillians and visitors to enjoy. We plan, Mr. Speaker, to make it a banner year for Anguillian tourism, to finally meet and surpass the former record-breaking year of 2007. 10 years later will be great. Mr. Speaker, our proposed initiatives target both our domestic and overseas constituencies. Our Welcome to My Anguilla campaign is a domestic program that reminds Anguillians of their ownership stake in our island, of our proud Anguillan heritage, and encourages us to share our Anguilla with our guests. For an outreach in schools, churches, local media, and industry stakeholders, we also plan to encourage island beautification projects, to enhance our surroundings with a separate program specifically targeting our capital, the Valley, but many say West End as the capital. In addition, Mr. Speaker, not Showbury West in West End. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to the program of activities starting from Friday, May 26th through Wednesday, May 31st, organized by the Anguilla 50 Celebration Committee, additional proposals include a commemorative stamp, a monument or artwork to celebrate the 50th, to be placed in a prominent position, perhaps at one point or location in the Valley, and a theatrical production, Pepper in the Soup, enactment, Mr. Speaker, of the Revolution. Our established calendar of events will be promoted under the Anguilla 50 banner. These include Moonsplash in March, Festival Del Mar in April, Lit Fest in May, Anguilla Day and the week of special celebrations also in May, the Welch's Village Fest in June, Summer Festival in July and August, Living in the Sun, and the Anguilla Cup in November. Special budget provisions to enhance and theme these on-island special events have been submitted in our 2017 budget. Mr. Speaker, we also have several proposals for capitalizing on this once-in-a-lifetime event in our overseas markets. We have negotiated a two-part television special, Music Voyager Anguilla, documenting the history of Anguilla through its people and culture, to be filmed on Ireland next year for broadcast nationally on PBS in the U.S. and Canada, or North American market. Mr. Speaker, the 8-part BBC series, An Island Parish, featuring Anguilla, is also slated to air in 2017, creating a more visibility and awareness of our island throughout the year in our two primary source markets. Mr. Speaker, we have created a special program for repeat visitors, inviting them to return to our island on all expenses paid trip to Anguilla to join in the celebrations with us. The vehicle is a contest sweepstake through a small financial contribution that will benefit a worthy cause on our island, such as Youth Sports Development Fund and a horse boat racing, Anguilla there on the island, $50,000. Our national pastime, Mr. Speaker. It means a lot to us. It is an opportunity for them, our visitors, our past visitors, to travel back and give back to this island that they love, as demonstrated by their continued support throughout numerous visits. Mr. Speaker, to generate attention and drive bookings, we are working with our stakeholders and overseas representatives to offer specially themed Anguilla 50 packages around anniversaries, birthdays, family reunion, special events in market to break through the clutter and generate media buzz are also on the table. These range from traditional industry receptions to non-traditional promotion stunts. Selection and execution will be determined based on final budget approval. Our outreach to media and entertainment influencers and the Anguillian diaspora will continue throughout the year, Mr. Speaker. Anguilla 50 gives us a lot to talk about and a path to making a difference in 2017. We all have a role to play in advancing our tourism industry. That is the cornerstone of our economy. The public sector, the private sector, and we the people as individuals. As government, Mr. Speaker, we are charged with determining policy and creating a regulatory framework that will not pose an undue burden on our stakeholders. The private sector drives investment and takes the risk. The government, Mr. Speaker, does not own a single hotel room, villa, restaurant, ferry, or airline. Collaboration and consultation between our two sectors is vital, with the understanding that not every decision specific to the industry will have the same impact on the national interest. Mr. Speaker, our people are perhaps the most important factor in this equation. In fact, they are, Mr. Speaker. We must provide more and better job opportunities and career paths within our hospitality industry and share this information with Anguillians. We have to build a hospitality culture, noting that this does not mean a culture of civility. Far from it, Mr. Speaker. We are, of course, equals with our visitors. They come to Anguilla as our guests. At our invitation, we want to develop our country so that we can enjoy our heritage and culture, our beaches and landscape, and share it with the visitors to our island so that they can enjoy it with us. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that we are seeking to achieve. We are building a sector, the benefits of which can resonate across all areas of Anguillian life. In our recent Tourism Week, our theme was transforming our industry for success through partnership and community engagement. Mr. Speaker, these are not idle words. We want to create an industry where there is an understanding among all sectors of the contribution of tourism, which is so manifest the rest of the country, where the benefits of tourism are for all of us. We are asking for your support. We are confident that united we can deliver our vision for tourism and for Angola 50. I'd like to speak a bit on sports, Mr. Speaker, but it will be more than 3 minutes, so it's your call.
It will be more than 3 minutes? How much
Not
long do you
much
have?
more, Mr. Speaker.
How long?
Yeah, I don't want to,
Yeah, but how much long do you...
about 10 minutes at the
10
most.
minutes?
If not, you can pull the mic on me, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I don't know if you want to wait for another 10 minutes so you can wrap up. Okay.
The light is good, so you can
10
play on,
minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in 1992, the great Nelson Mandela threaded a needle in the dark. Why do you ask, why do I say that? I say that because South Africa was awarded the hosting of the Rugby World Cup for 1995. And Mandela allowed the competition to proceed, even though, Mr. Speaker, rugby was decidedly a white-leaning sport. The South African national team had only one non-white player, and blacks hated the team for many reasons, seeing the green jerseys as a symbol of apartheid repression. But Mandela convinced the nation to pull together as one and root for the national team, the Springboks. In part because of one astonishing brave gesture, before a crowd of 65,000 that was almost completely white, Nelson Mandela strode onto the field in Ellis Park wearing a Springbok jersey, number 6, of Francois Pienaar, the South African captain. The crowd, silent at first, began chanting, "Nelson, Nelson, Nelson." Mr. Speaker, South Africa would go on and win the game, and South Africans, both black and white, celebrated victory. It was not expected. They were playing against the New Zealand team that were firm favorites. Mr. Speaker, Mandela did not just pass a test. He'd rewritten a new test. And in doing so, created a new and more hopeful future for his nation. Sport has the power to change the world, Mandela said. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to the youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where there was once only despair. It is more powerful than government in breaking down racial barriers. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the government of Angola, in recognizing the value of sport as a key component in the realization of its national goals, has embarked on processes of addressing the importance of sport to human capital and socio-economic development in Angola. The ultimate objective, Mr. Speaker, is to develop sports up to a reputable standard at all levels. In order to achieve this objective, Mr. Speaker, Angola needs to ensure that sports are accessible to all, an environment which facilitates increased participation in sports is fortified, Mr. Speaker. Programs that support athletes' development, well-being, progression to a high performance and elite status are coordinated and promoted, and that sports are utilized as a vehicle which promotes opportunities for community and socio-economic development. Mr. Speaker, sports value as a social connector is one of its most powerful development attributes. Sports is an inherently social process which creates extensive horizontal webs of relationships at community level. These community sports networks, when inclusive, are an important source of social networking, helping to combat exclusion and fostering community capacity to work collectively to realize opportunities and address challenges. Sport also creates vertical links to national governments, sports federations, and international organizations for funding and other forms of support. Mr. Speaker, by shining a light on what people can do rather than what they cannot do, sport consistently empowers, motivates, inspires individuals and their communities in a way that promotes hope and a positive outlook for the future. Ingredients that are essential, Mr. Speaker, to the success of all national development and peace endeavors. For this reason, sport is also an extremely powerful means of an all-important factor in promoting and maintaining health and well-being. Mr. Speaker, increased awareness and benefits of sports as a national cultural and socio-economic driver, increased participation in sports and physical activity among all age groups, recognize valuable contributions towards achievement in sports. The National Sports Policy, Mr. Speaker, will be completed this month. The policy which speaks to tackling sports development on Anguilla through 9 key policy directions: sports for all, sports enterprise, the role of government, sports for development, sports excellence, good governance in sports, doping in sports, child protection, and safeguarding of vulnerable groups, match fixing, gambling in sports. Number of these, Mr. Speaker, it's important that our youngsters are taught these now. If we are developing our youngsters here in Angola to go and represent us overseas, these are some of the major issues that young sportsmen or sportsmen worldwide are involved in. So we have to make sure that what we create or develop is a finished product. And we're proud of them when they go out, achieve not just on the field, but how they conduct themselves off the field as well. Mr. Speaker, I'll quickly go to the policy for creation of a British Overseas Territory Sports Council. In spite of all the challenges currently facing sports development in the British Overseas Territories, the United Kingdom government has not tangibly contributed to sports development, not just in Angola, but in the British Overseas Territories. Meanwhile, UK sports is currently funded through the lottery, the British lottery. That's £337 million each year. The British government, they give sports government £158 million, and private funding comes to £1.5 million. This funding is distributed to the 4 home country sports councils, that is England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. The British Overseas, Mr. Speaker, British Overseas Territories do not have a structure that sits under the current UK sports model. To fill this gap, the government of Angola proposes that a British Overseas Territory Sports Council be established as an equivalent recognized body with the same benefits as the home countries. Being cognizant of our challenges, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that sports be given the due recognition and resources that it deserves in order to facilitate its contributions to the further development of the British Overseas Territories, by extension the UK. And Mr. Speaker, I add that Keith Connor, Shara Proctor, and Zana Hughes have represented Great Britain. Keith Connor and Shara Proctor at the World Championships and also at the Olympics. Zana Hughes last year at the World Championships in China. We also got Mark and Marcia Richardson of Angolan heritage, Mr. Speaker. We could sit back here, Mr. Speaker, in Angola and complain about the British and say they're not doing this, they're not doing that. And early in the year, 2 ministers and myself went to England. And part of that, Mr. Speaker, the question was asked, why was I going? Well, the reason, Mr. Speaker, the mountain is not going to come to Mohammed. Mohammed has to go to the mountain. And I will go and knock on doors in Britain. However, Britain is represented, and especially when our Angolan-born athletes are there, I need to look them in the eye and say, we've given to you. All we're asking is that you give back to us. It's only fair, Mr. Speaker. So I would expect a number of people, and as they have done, we talk about money and budgets. But, Mr. Speaker, you have to invest. And sometimes it means that I'll have to travel. But I don't mind the questions being asked, because when questions are asked, Mr. Speaker, at times, it gives us a chance to take the stage. Mr. Speaker, I just want to quickly go to our first ever Angola's Hall of Fame induction ceremony, which was held about a week ago, in fact 2 weeks ago. This ceremony formed part of the Angola National Sports Expo for 2016. The Angola Sports Hall of Fame is a celebration of sports history and excellence. The recipients were selected based on their substantive and extraordinary achievements and contributions to national sports development on or off the field for a period of at least 10 years. The noted performances were identified by many as very special and part of the Angola sporting history. For 2016, the 3 Angolan sporting greats who were inducted were Trevor Ras Davis Bucket, as the athlete, the pioneer and builder, criteria was the person who attained a high level of excellence and brought honor to Angolan sport through ongoing dedication to the building, development of athletes, teams, or sports itself. The winner was Colin Bino, and I think that those who knew of his contributions really need to educate the youngsters of today as to where they are was because of pioneers like him. There was an award for the pioneer in media, and Mr. Speaker, there's no point guessing who won that. It was always going to be the late Waldemar Ras B. Brooks. We're doing some work as well, Mr. Speaker, on drag racing. We understand as government the challenges that are faced and the dangers of the sport, and the recommendation from the Attorney General is we're seeking the assistance of an expert in sports site safety, construction, to commission a report which assesses the suitability of the proposed site for drag racing. That report should also inform the minimum safety standards for the racing strip, barriers, etc. An estimated cost will be soon provided. Mr. Speaker, I'm almost finished. Just bear with me for a second. I just want to, for 2016, give credit to all the primary schools, all the students and athletes who took part, the houses at Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School, and cricket, Jamal Hamilton, who made the West Indies A team, tour of Sri Lanka, and in fact scored 122 yesterday, and he scored 96 in the first innings, so he's improving all the time. Manson Hodge, who again is playing well, represented the West Indies President 11 early in the year against India. Chesney Hughes of Derbyshire, now with the Leewers. Casey Carty, although born in St. Martin, has represented Angola for the last 5-6 years, Mr. Speaker. He was the man of the match awardee in the finals against India in the under-19s finals. Dimitri Adams, I'm proud to say that he's got a scholarship at Southampton University and also at the Hampshire Cricket Academy. Mario Carty, Michelle Mead, Tisha Richardson, they're at colleges and universities in the U.S. In basketball, Joaquin Hughes, volleyball, Akira Herbert, and Rakisha Leverett. Tennis, We've got Sabrina Connor. Mr. Speaker, government cannot do it alone. So I say many thanks to the volunteers, to the coaches, to the parents, to the teachers, association members, sponsors, spectators, and supporters. Also got a list here, Mr. Speaker, from the sports office. Virtually every playing field in Anguilla needs an upgrade. Every single one. Every single one of them. Wherever you see an area where the children or the youth, even adults are playing, there's a need for an upgrade. The bottom line here, Mr. Speaker, says $1.681 million EC, I'm happy to say. But that doesn't even take into consideration the running of the sports office, the running of the park. And we talk about money, and we talk about our youth. We have to ask ourselves the question, Mr. Speaker, are we doing enough? Are we doing enough? The chances are we're not doing enough. But it's not about government. It's about all of us. I mentioned volunteers. There's a price to any and everything that we do. It doesn't always have to be money, Mr. Speaker. If we keep our mouths shut for a while and actually let our hands do the job, we'll achieve much more in this country. And people who are trying to do their best, Mr. Speaker, we should lift them up or applaud them. Sometimes they just need to hear a kind word. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to go over time, but I really want to get a message across that both in the ministries that I've been given responsibility, I thank the Chief Minister, I thank the rest of my team, I thank the Minister of Social Development for allowing me to take sports and run with it. But not alone, he's there to assist me whenever. We could put a dollar sign to it again, as I said, Mr. Speaker. But if you don't have a dollar, give a word of encouragement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we now break for lunch, and we'll be back at 2:30. Is it 2:30 okay? Is it 2:30 okay?
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Minister just indicated to me that perhaps he's going to accord with the wishes of the people to adjourn the debate till later, so that we don't have to come back this afternoon. Is that what I'm understanding the Chief Minister to say?
Yes, we'll come back at 3 o'clock. That's a recess.
him. Who? Saying that you go right past the mud, up there in the white ground. Somebody about me a house. I said, yes, in a house. I go to Medina. I think nobody tripping up. I mean, just ain't nobody tripping up. Send that business in the white ground. That's what I wanted to pick up. I said, that's what the house is. I said, you got that right. Thank you, brother. You done.
So what you have to require is to put on a flag mold or give it to you. Outside, and just, that would do it. Is there anything else you have to answer?
Well, I look at her for, and she showed me,
Yeah,
says that nothing goes.
absolutely.
in the season, you know, I just do. Put it on a plate or a seam pot or two hours. Get a big flat pot and feet from it. And press it. Press it. Keep splitting. So keep tingling like chop thing. Then what?
What happened to the television coverage? What happened to the television coverage? The link is updated, so it's not compatible with cable TV. So we're required replacing that altogether. Hopefully next year we can do that. Replacing? Getting fiber and all that stuff, or making a connection. So right now we do with the live streaming. Okay. Yeah, so streaming, but not quite the, that still has a limited audience. Yeah. You know, that kind of. How was the lunch? Hey, good afternoon, Simon. How are you doing? Hey, yeah, listen. What? I hear you. Okay. So you send it out there? That's fine. Yeah, well, okay, yeah. But I probably will call him tomorrow. I don't know what your plans are tomorrow. Right. It's their time. But 3:30 all the time. Yeah. It's 2:30 their time. I just wanted to brief you because it's open discussion to the shop and money and so on. So right. So that the meeting can lay out. Right. Okay. Yeah. I'll give you a show so that on anything. I want Ahmed or something in the same page in terms of the next steps going forward and where we are and so on and so forth. And these folks, we want to know what we have to do, so we can move forward. Relax. Right. No. That's what I intend to do. I intend to get right. Right, telecom. Who's president and so on and what we discuss. So, right, and so on and so on. And then the other thing that I intend to do is to have, all the restaurants, of course, it's a busy season now, but, that's our case now. Yeah. Right. All right. Those decide sort of why they have to get to a flush out and then at the conference tomorrow. Yeah, once I got all the numbers. Come back tomorrow, never. Never. What do you think I'm finished today? After, huh? Well, then this thing I'll finish today, isn't it? Mr. Rogers? Are you finishing the thing tonight?
Yeah, but the other business like the yeah, we could pension thing. The important thing is the interim stabilization, and that's just a matter of changing gigs. The rest of that's possible.
Well, how many more bills we have a second reading for?
Just one for the second and third reading, the rest is
For
possible.
stabilization rate?
And this is part of the top, at least two of them.
Yeah, but we're 5 o'clock.
And you
Bring in the,
have this spoken at the,
huh?
you have this
No,
spoken.
they cut mine to cut the cost.
And this-
I sit down in all the budget discussions with all the
players.
the various departments and executive officers, so you know, I have to say,
Well, if we can get all of
I mean,
it.
overall, you know, you're volunteer with that, you know, something.
It's not that easy.
Yes. But the point I'm making is that, I sat here 1 year ago, and I didn't, in 2010, I didn't make no contributions at all, but, and then I said anything. Jerome and Heartland was going to contribute, and government said anything. Oh, check the record. Oh.
So there was no budget debate?
Yeah, it was a debate. At that time, with Jerome, Heartland, and myself, we had a resolution. So they, at the time, they had just won the season and was forced to be for them. So Jerome started, then Heartland, and I didn't say anything. Nobody else said anything.
So you never spoke as leader?
No, not on that time. Oh, not on that occasion. Not on that occasion. Oh.
And why didn't you?
Huh?
Why didn't you?
Then we talk about it. It was a skeleton budget. I wasn't like politics. I knew these kind of things that was happening. Wasn't anything with you can't speak the flat of an act. That's what it was.
And that was very lean, you remember that?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
For a second.
It was the first budget to be.
1 second.
They had to be good presentations.
County, you send that land, you will give it to me, huh? You send land, you will give it to me. Which land? Up in the border.
That was my land, it's not even so, but it was my land itself.
And then I take out the sand.
People are asking, you are trying to high prices than you do.
No, I like it.
Why?
I like to play with you. He was never, he heard up there. I am there, fairy tale.
You know, literature is my main focus, you know that. That's the West Indies, you know. This young man.
Good afternoon to everyone. This House will now resume its sitting, and we will continue with the presentations and the debate. Member for Island Harbour.
When I got here, the first thing I did this morning is I communicated yet again, as is my practice, in a civilized order, I communicated to the Chief Minister that the people of Anguilla had instructed me to convey their desire for the desire to be included in this budget-making process, in this decision-making process. I communicated that to the Chief Minister, as I did yesterday. And the Honorable Chief Minister did not entertain the request that the budget debate be delayed and not progress pending the opportunity of the Anguilla people to participate in the process. Mr. Speaker, it must be clear to every person who listened to that long sermon this morning and that second dissertation about, what we wish we had, to it's clear that this government it's not really, this is a nothing but budget. It's visionless. It's clear. We wouldn't otherwise waste the good people's time of Anguilla if that's the case. But what saddens me, Mr. Speaker, and it saddens me greatly because it saddens the people of Anguilla. Our people are hurting, really hurting, and it would take just the engagement of several others to really impact what this budget would look like. And we've been deprived of that opportunity. And I'm not the one. I thought, wow, this morning, what is the significance of 2 Kings? And that great sermon. And I think every Anguillian listening this morning would have referred to that book of Kings, 2 Kings. And it's an amazing realization for all of us that this is really a nothing budget, nothing we can hope in, nothing we can think we're on a path. Mr. Speaker, even now, I say to the Honorable Member for Valley South, even now, at this late stage in the day, after several hours of nothing, I say to the Honorable Member for Valley South, engage with the people. Collaboration, you preach collaboration and consultation. Your member for West End talk, echo these idle words. This is the most important fiscal and economic document. This is the grand norm of economic development or prospects. This will impact every single child in Anguilla, not now, but 25 years from now. What is so hard about listening to the people? What have they done to you that you cannot engage with the people? Now, more than ever, when we think about leadership and think about what leadership represented in Anguilla, where we could point to good leadership, and you look at the disarray and the order in front of us, we have to be really concerned. Really concerned. So at this late stage in these proceedings, we've only lost half a day, but if we could engage with our people, my appeal to the Honorable Minister, the Chief Minister and Member for Valley South is even at this late stage to engage with the people. Because otherwise, Mr. Speaker, and I understand, the anxiety to do things, but what is the purpose if it's going to result in nothing? Even if your people on the other side just confirm that. What is the loss? What is the missed opportunity of that consultative process that would take a day or two more to bring our people along? And Mr. Speaker, I know the Honorable Chief Minister, he might pretend not to read the papers. When it suits him, he wrote so fervently when he was out of power. Not a week would go by that there wasn't a really long dissertation in the paper. The journalists, the people quote him. He can now say, I don't read the paper. Is that truthful? He can say, I don't listen to talk shows. That's what he says. But last week, in answer to my question, he said, he knows what the people are thinking from the talk shows and everything. But every single talk show I listen to, every single conversation I have with people on the ground, they say to me, we want the government not to progress this budget. We are demanding that this government stop and consult with the people. So there's still time, Mr. Speaker. You can't be long and strong. And you tell me that all the time, Mr. Speaker, in your way. But our people have no confidence whatsoever in, and clearly other members of the empire also have no confidence in this administration. Now we could do a lot. I'm going to focus on the budget, and I want our Chief Minister to know that sometimes it takes a truly great leader, in the middle of the battle to change course. All of us make mistakes. Change course. Listen to the people. Listen to the people. Listen to the people. Give them a say. When I look at the introduction to this budget, and in fact introduction to the budget address, and I'm going to quote, Mr. Speaker, Anguilla at 50, celebration and realignment. Mr. Speaker, when I compare it to the 2016 budget address, and I quote again, we have to define the times, not allow the times to define us, unquote. And I have to ask, Mr. Speaker, the people are asking, what happened? Did 2016 define us? Did the times defiles. Mr. Speaker, with so many years of service as the Minister of Finance, what really happened to the Honorable Chief Minister's expressed intentions? How and why did they derail? I quote from the 2017 budget address, and I quote again. The extremely critical challenges that we were addressing over the past 20 months to restore a level of stability for the economic takeoff of our island has been grueling. And as is to be expected, it has resulted in many casualties along the way. It has affected many persons directly in terms of loss of jobs, business opportunities, property, and other assets, family plans, and so on. And then, Mr. Speaker, we must never give up hope. The extremely critical challenges that we were addressing, in his words, Mr. Speaker, if the minister, the chief minister, the members of Valley South, the minister of finance for so many years, saying that there are no more challenges? Or is he saying that the challenges are no longer critical? And continuing from the budget speech, Mr. Speaker, he said, and as is to be expected, it has resulted in many casualties along the way. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but Anguillians were not expecting or looking for casualties. Our hope was built on our banks, our jobs, our business opportunities, our property, and our other assets. Hope is built on something, Mr. Speaker, and we had hope. We had hope in our banks, in our land, and even in our leadership. That is why the people of Anguilla, the good people of Anguilla, chose this government with the hope that things would get better, not worse. Mr. Speaker, what is the greater good, you might ask, in losing jobs, businesses, property, pensions, family plans, so on? What is the greater good in that? Ask yourself. Because the people are surely asking. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, he went on to say, and I quote again, another important private sector initiative was to resolve the Cap-Toluca dispute. I am happy to report that even though there were a number of setbacks over the past 8 months, we are within striking distance of the sale and reunification of the property. It has been a very complex undertaking that required innovation and sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, the first emergency meeting to discuss the Cap-Toluca matter was called at short notice, knowing full well that I would be off island. Every one of the people out there who listened to the House of Assembly months before knew that. The second emergency meeting, likewise, was called at short notice. Both being an exercise by you, Mr. Speaker, of your alleged prerogative. Mr. Speaker, the budget is a matter of national importance. So I believe I'm entitled, in fact I feel duty-bound in the context of Kapjuluka matter and the short notice debates that have occurred on it, to raise the propriety of your exercising your prerogative, I say in an arbitrary manner, without regard to the rules of procedure for this House. That is my position. I refer you, Mr. Speaker, to the English case of Associated Provincial Picture Houses Limited and the Winsbury Corporation. It's a 1948 case, Mr. Speaker, and I can give you the quotation, but no doubt the Attorney General, with his usual expertise and good powers, can assist us to find it. Yes, Mr. Speaker, in that case, a principle was established that has become known as the Winsbury unreasonableness, meaning the standard of unreasonableness of public body decisions that would make them liable to be quashed on appeal and on judicial review. Put another way, Mr. Speaker, it refers to a reasoning or decision as being Winsbury unreasonable or irrational. If it is so unreasonable that no reasonable person acting reasonably could have made it. That is the principle, Mr. Speaker. I wish you would refer to that case.
I have to tell you that I exercise my prerogative. And if you don't like the way I do it, you have a recourse.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the people always have a recourse.
Continue the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I would say is that the people always have recourse. And you may argue, Mr. Speaker, that you have the right, under the procedure rules of this House, to override the underlying principles simply at the request of the government, as appears to be your practice. But I submit, Mr. Speaker, that that is not the case.
Don't continue arguing my decisions anymore.
The Kapjuluka matter and how it is handled is offensive to the budget.
I'm addressing you now. Don't argue my decisions anymore. It's my prerogative to make the decision, and I do it. And as I said, if you don't like my decisions, you have recourse. So continue with presentation.
Is that another, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you want my response. The people, you know, we're here talking about the budget. We can't...
on the budget address, okay? Continue on the budget.
Well, this is the budget. It is very important that any actions we take in this House or otherwise, we must strive never to put additional strain on the public purse. And a judicial review case will cost this government and our taxpayer fortunes.
Address the budget, please.
I submit, Mr. Speaker, that, and I will continue with the 2017 budget, but I submit that this is not the case by declining to provide any explanation for having done so, other than to provide the substantiated suggestion that a matter is urgent without indicating why it's urgent. You as well are acting unlawfully. That is my respectful view, Mr. Speaker.
Address the budget and stop dealing with my decision.
As regards Kapjuluka, mentioned in the budget, Mr. Speaker, for how much longer and how much more must the people, the good people of Anguilla endure? Mr. Speaker, I'll quote from the budget again. And I quote, as I continue to say on every practical occasion, all of these initiatives will only be sustainable when the underlying economy is robust and capable of fulfilling the requirements for growth and success, namely increased jobs, business opportunities, investment and training. These have been the core elements of our mantra upon seeking the support of the people of Anguilla in the last election. We do not intend to depart from these core imperatives. Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, the Honorable Chief Minister, who I must say seems to have an inexhaustible appetite for putting great sounding words together that says absolutely nothing, is saying we need a robust underlying economy to have a robust underlying economy. Dazzle them with words, Mr. Speaker. Fool them with words. Is the Chief Minister saying that the people of Anguilla are that gullible? Because, Mr. Speaker, I can assure him and I can assure you that they are not. I'll quote from the budget speech again, and I quote, "As I said, Mr. Speaker, it was our revolution. It had its own goals and objectives, and we must continue to honor and remember the efforts of our revolutionary leader, the Honorable James Ronald Webster. His name is permanently etched in history because of his dedication of the cause of the Anguilla people. I also salute the other stalwarts of the revolution who are still with us. I can only imagine the pride that will be stirred in their hearts on 30th May 2017. In their honor, Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence to observe a moment of silence for all those stalwarts of the revolution who have moved on to the great beyond. If there is any truth to the saying, then they will certainly be turning in their graves on 30th May 2017. Mr. Speaker, there are many people in this country you heard yesterday whom the late Honorable James Ronald Webster helped, including me. You know all about it now. But looking back at the last 30 years, it saddens me greatly. It saddens our people greatly to think that many of those who benefited from the courage, the strength, and kindness of this great man since deceased, the ones he depended on the most, Mr. Speaker, are the same ones that brought him down. Is there any doubt, Mr. Speaker, what the values are of an administration where the sense of ingratitude are openly touted and manifested? Where are we going, Mr. Speaker? Where is this government going? Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are many in this country whom the late Honorable James Ronald Webster has helped. Many, many, many. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I've often made reference, and not one great for quotations on the hoof, but the old people of Anguilla, the old women of Island Harbor. They used to say, guilty conscience needs no accuser. That is a significant thing. A guilty conscience needs no accuser. The Chief Minister went on in the budget to say, and I quote, Premier Robert Bradshaw was viewed as a larger-than-life figure who had no positive intentions for Anguilla. Whether or not it is a myth or a definite fact, some unkind statements concerning Anguilla were attributed to Premier Bradshaw, and this served to strengthen the resolve of the freedom fighters. Premier Bradshaw was credited as having said, and I quote, within the quote, "I will not rest until I have reduced that place, Anguilla, to a desert." Mr. Speaker, there should be no doubt that that saying is true. Mr. Speaker, the people are telling me it seems as if Mr. Bradshaw's intentions are being carried out today, but from within the very government that the unfortunate people of Anguilla are unsuspectingly elected. And just last night on the talk shows, there was this sound about begging for forgiveness on a national level for having exercised and voted for this government. Interesting developments. Interesting. Mr. Speaker, the government struggles to claim that it has done everything possible to stimulate the economy. But after listening to those two presentations that went ahead of mine today, Mr. Speaker, and thank God some presentations, somebody had the exercise initiative so that it would only not be the leader of the opposition always until everybody can get up in unity to bang on the opposition after I've spoken. It's like they have no ideas, nothing to say, nothing at all, no competence whatsoever. This is what the people think and say. This administration is not competent. But after those two presentations this morning, what I call the sermon, and then the next presentation, sub-presentation, what I would say, Mr. Speaker, is this: that this government has only concentrated on the so-called resolution of the banking crisis, and which I say has not been achieved in the interest of Anguillans, but in a way that will not only ensure that Anguillians have to pay for it, but also in a way that will jeopardize the retention of their birthright in the shape of their lands and the potential distribution of its impaired value amongst the 8 participating Eastern Caribbean jurisdictions, the so-called banking resolution. Furthermore, it entails a disruption to Social Security funds. Comment has been made to me that this is not far from the principles of Marxism. Mr. Speaker, on pages 4 and 5 of the budget statement, the point is made, and I quote, "Social capital-oriented path to development, and this is an ideology that must be part of our realignment." And I quote again, "In our relationship with Britain, governance is always high on the agenda, as in the policy framework for fiscal responsibility. Good governance must be about generating optimal outcomes in terms of sustainable human development. We need to examine to what extent we have been a party to good governance in wider socio-economic developmental context. Big words, Mr. Speaker. Fine words. But there is no evidence whatsoever, and I've gone all through it, that any of this thought or ideology that is reflected in the budget proposals. What a sham. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to draw attention to just a few of the many aspects of the budget statement that call for more and better consideration. In paragraph 2.1 on page 5, projections of growth in tourism, same, I regret to say, even after I listened at length to our parliamentary secretary espouse expertise in this area, I regret to say that projections of growth are overstated. When one considers that in the Caribbean region, tourist-based economies are estimated to grow by only 1.6%. And especially, Mr. Speaker, when it's also noted that a significant part of the growth will come from inter-regional travel. That is what is in the proposal. It is hard to see how Anguilla will easily participate now that Liat has abandoned us. If you turn over to page 6 of the budget statement, it is noted that customs surcharge is a significant revenue earner. The continued use of the term surcharge suggests that the so-called customs surcharge was only a temporary measure. That would seem to be far from the case when we look at the budget and related comments that there are shortfalls and huge amounts of increased debt obligations. When one considers that the huge increases for the cost of groceries due to the surcharge is causing hardship for the average Anguillian, I would have hoped that there would have been some accommodation on this supposedly temporary surcharge for everyday foods. But just like the levy and the promises linked to it, I guess we'll never see that sham tax properly removed as it should be. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was saying that this temporary surcharge on everyday foods needs to be addressed. This is what the people are asking. And just as the onerously significant increase in property tax was ignored, maybe it is time to remove the onerously significant temporary surcharge on the duty for regular, everyday food in these days of challenge and hardship. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the well-to-do government members of the House of Assembly, those with abundance, and most, if not all, on the government benches are reasonably well-to-do, and some extremely well-to-do by all accounts. They are blissfully unaware, Mr. Speaker, of the challenges faced by the majority of people, of our people, when it comes to buying groceries for a balanced diet. And the really sick irony, Mr. Speaker, is that the ill health, with poor eating habits inflict on our people, it results in its turn on a greater strain on health services and increased costs there. And then the need for more taxes. We heard about the great amount of money spent by the health authority and by the ministry in relation to dealing with the ramifications. It would help them to plan effectively for those expenditures, and we could start with removing the taxes on food. That would be a good way to start, on nutritious food. Just think about that pumped back directly into that area.
Address the chair.
On page 7 of the budget statement, paragraph 2.2.2, entitled Recurrent Expenditure, the Honorable Minister of Finance reported that in 2016, and I'm quoting again, in 2016, recurrent expenditure is expected to total EC 188.32 million. This is EC 14.04 million, less than the budget estimate of EC 202.36 million and EC $580,000 more when compared to 2015. Mr. Speaker, I take no pleasure in reporting these expenditure figures, as it is an indication that several planned activities had to be delayed for future implementation. And we all know that there is greater uncertainty the further we move into the future. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, this also signals that we are a fiscally responsible government, making the tough decisions and only expending what can be afforded, and that close quotation marks. But what the Honorable Member of Finance neglected to mention was that one of the reasons for this deficiency is that revenue for 2016 is not as originally estimated. The 2016 estimate was too high by approximately 20 million, and this amount arises mainly in two areas of the estimate, yet these miscalculations are not mentioned in the review. Why? Why? The 20 million shortfall made a significant dent in required expenditures. So do you not think, Mr. Speaker, that it should have been regarded by the Honorable Finance Minister as important to bring this to the attention of our people? That is more especially the case, Mr. Speaker, when one considers 1/2 of the overestimation was based on a supposed increase in property taxes of approximately 140% to 150%. Why? It would be interesting to know, Mr. Speaker, on what basis the property tax and domestic goods and services tax increases totaling approximately $15 million were arrived at. And it also stated that they may possibly just have been increased to make the rest of the budget come in line. But we know that there are not going to be any taxes. No future taxes. That is what the Honorable Chief Minister assured us. In paragraph 226, reference is made to private funding for the road bay repairs. Mr. Speaker, we need to understand what is the source of such funding. But there appears to be no reference to it in the budget to clarify how this financing was arranged. and under what terms and conditions. I've been thinking deeply about what the Honorable Member for Rhodes South said this morning, and I'm wondering if this is a new area of abundance. In paragraph 2.7, and I hope that just on the last point, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Honorable Chief Minister will disclose to us what is really underpinning those projections. In paragraphs 2.7 and 2.8, on pages 8 and 9, there are two items I think should be clarified. One is the matter of reserves, page 8. Where are these reserves noted and explained in any of the budget materials? I wonder if the Honorable Chief Minister can help me with that. A good and current set of preliminary draft financial statements for the year 2015 would have helped. And as Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, I'm certainly going to be doing my best to make sure that the government appreciates that is what we need. But the so-called reserves are referred to, the way the so-called reserves are referred to, it would seem that there could be more sitting there available for other necessary expenditures is set out in the address. I hope this aspect will be clarified in the response. And my hope is that these are not reserves set aside for disaster preparedness, for which we budget approximately $800,000 per year. On page 17 of the budget statement, you will find this, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the revenue estimate for 2017 is EC $214.89 million. Thank you. Which represents an 8.27% increase over the 2016 projected outturn of EC $198.48 million. This projection is based on economic growth expectations of 4.3% and improvements in tax administration and compliance. Mr. Speaker, there will be no new taxes implemented for 2017. I still remember how we celebrated that in the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there will be more revenue this year because approval for last year's budget was late, thereby losing revenue. But that does not represent an improvement in the economy. That would have been the honest truth to share with the Anguilla people. Mr. Speaker, do Anguillians realize that government debt has increased by approximately 100%? That is, debt has almost doubled. This has not been incurred, sorry to say, Member for Rhodes South, in necessary infrastructure, certainly not roads. And our tourists often don't appreciate anything when they travel through, and they will leave with an impression of what the central roads look like and feel like. And they will see all clunky vehicles that we're having to drive by virtue of the damage that our people's vehicles have suffered due to the state of the road. We can minimize it. Roads require investment too. And this has not been in the debt where we've talked about all that debt. It has not been incurred to increase infrastructure, which would attract tourists and investment. This hidden type of future tax, because that's what it is, Mr. Speaker. It has been incurred directly or indirectly to assume obligations arising from the banking crisis, which were not the responsibility of government, by the way. And in undertaking this obligation of bailout, it would seem that nothing has been taken in the way of assets to offset some of the obligation as is usual in a financial institution bailout. Why have there been no lawsuits to recoup some of the losses? Are they coming? In fact, Mr. Speaker, some of the major culprits in the collapse of our two indigenous banks have been given protection from legal action. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Many Anguillians, they see this whole sorry affair as a cover-up, as a protection of friends and relatives, and the usual mucky-mucks getting away with murder. But do not get me wrong, Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying that is definitely the case, but it is very understandably, in my view, the perception, and perceptions, Mr. Speaker, can generate frustration and anger. And Mr. Speaker, as I say to every Anguillian I speak with, I implore them, Mr. Speaker, not even with the trigger of a budget, I implore them to keep the peace. We want a peaceful Anguilla. This government will not survive, and we need Anguilla and the brand of peace to remain. That is where our wealth is going to be, Mr. Speaker. So why has no legal action been taken? This is what the people ask. And I say Anguilla is borrowing a huge amount of money to do a bailout, but I agree, doing nothing really to recoup some of it. And Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether our government has considered what will happen if the legal actions in the USA are successful. I know the Honorable Chief Minister doesn't have to think long and hard. He's been in the financial services industry, the one we had, which now no longer exists due to his arbitrary action with the banks and offshore depositors' money. But what I can say, our Honorable Member for Valley South will be fully appreciative of the long arm of international law when it comes to impacting domestic areas. We're already feeling it. We already see evidence of it in different areas of our society. So we need to be thinking about that. We need to be thinking about what the cost is going to be relative to that. We have to think what the ramifications are going to be relevant to that really long arm of the law. The Attorney General is an expert. He can tell us that it is uppermost in our minds and thoughts as international lawyers engaged in financial services or any form of development finance. It's a really long arm. And the people of Anguilla are rightfully concerned that we need to take care and deal with those questions up front. You see, Mr. Speaker, one of the problems is seen to compound the government's debt problems. Another problem, it is the borrowing from the Social Security Board to meet other government obligations. How can this be done when government does not even know the financial position of the Social Security Board? Has there been any assessment of the financial position of the Social Security Board to determine if it is able to meet its future pension obligations. Yet here we are, taking from them to fund a hugely risky undertaking. Mr. Speaker, this government is like a boat without a rudder. This budget gives us no hope, none whatsoever, for the future prosperity of Anguilla. It should be rejected and it should go back to the drawing board. The people in demanding consultation, even now, they have a very persuasive case. And I think, Mr. Speaker, even if it's passed at this stage, you're not going to hear the end of this budget. So if the Chief Minister, our Honorable Chief Minister, is really interested in a peaceful Anguilla, a prosperous Anguilla, he should do the first thing and engage with our people now before it's too late. And yes, Mr. Speaker, the total budget is effectively $264 million. Mr. Speaker, I don't have to remind you, it comes directly or indirectly from the people of Anguilla, the same people who are asking to have a say in this. When will it end, Mr. Speaker? When will it end? Mr. Speaker, this budget is a nothing budget. It is visionless. It contains no proposals, absolutely none, that will transform the lives of our people. There is no reference in the budget speech, Mr. Speaker, to the fact that more than 80% of government expenditure is spent on salaries, or on the fact that people in the civil service, to their own commendable dissatisfaction, are not being used to their full potential. Nor is there any reference to the fact that vast amounts are being paid. Somebody called it on radio and I talked to the other, to government's cronies who've been appointed to boards, but whose credentials for such appointment are in most cases zero, useless. The vast majority of them, as a caller said, and I quote, wouldn't qualify for an entry-level job, much less a job that is crucial to the economic progress of Anguilla. He was, that caller, Mr. Speaker, so right, so very right. I want to say one thing, Mr. Speaker. I said it earlier today, and I think that it's very important to say it now again. And that is that we have a lot of really good people in the civil service, great people. People that in another country, Mr. Speaker, would really be excelling. But the truth is, in the absence of competent leadership, because the politicians are the ones responsible to engage, Mr. Speaker, and all the tittering and laughing at the, I notice when the people say anything, you intervene. I'm hearing it across there, the laughing.
Can you please continue your presentation?
Thank you, but I can only do it with quiet, Mr. Speaker.
Can you all please be quiet? Let her continue her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I was saying we have excellent professionals, and I heard the the member for Rotov, commenting and saying great things about one of his senior officials. in his ministry. And I really identify with that. We've got the best people. But in the absence of leadership, in the absence of a link to the people, and that can only come through our parliamentarians, their potential, Mr. Speaker, it's not been realized. And I wanted to draw attention to that. And I know that reduces the other side snickering, but I think that when they reflect on it, they will agree with me as well, as they will with everything I said before, if only they direct their minds and their thoughts to it. So, Mr. Speaker, all that the government has focused on in this budget is providing cover for the failed banks, and the method of achieving that is to put in severe jeopardy the birthrights of Anguillians, their land, in a way that the government's cronies are likely to be able to exploit to their personal and selfish benefit. Mr. Speaker, I know that the Chief Minister, the Honorable Chief Minister, is well aware of the concerns in relation to land, because if there was one matter that he could modify or vary in this budget speech that might make it more palatable and acceptable, it would be in that what he holds out is an incentive to stimulate the economy. Mr. Speaker, many people on the ground say that any member of Parliament, and we've heard at length from the member for Rhodes South this morning about his little 1/2 acre of land and how that was transformed into abundance. We've heard that, but the average person on the street, what does that say? The fact that they haven't been consulted in relation to the birthright that they hold so dear and what the ramifications are. Because you know, Mr. Speaker, they still remember, even they don't remember it quite in the same way that our member for Rhodes South remembers it. Mr. Speaker, when those land values went up, there were many who said it's not going to last, it's going to kill us. Don't go so fast. Don't do that. Don't borrow so much money. And then we had irresponsible leaders saying, in fact, that's why this AUF administration did not survive. That crashed. Had irresponsible leaders knowing everything, not listening to the people. And we are still in that wilderness. We are still in that wilderness. The one lesson I shared from the Honorable James Ronald Webster, but all of you worked with him very long, clearly didn't get, is that sometimes you've got to go on your knees. You've got to pray. You've got to look. You've got to beg for wisdom and understanding. But there is no harm when you're a leader in consulting with your people. Never run from your people. Engage with your people. And all will be well. And the mayor, you know, the famous friend of the Honorable Chief Minister, the Yancey Leonard Richardson of the Mayor Show, he knows the Honorable Chief Minister very well. He probably his biggest supporter. Somebody said he would have taken a bullet for him in those days. That what he always said is, if it doesn't start right, it doesn't end right. And it started a long time ago, Mr. Speaker. It started a long time ago. It started when the basis for those sins of ingratitude was sowed. And it's not going to end right until we fix it. And how do we fix it? We engage with our people. And Mr. Speaker, for those members across the corner, the other side, Mr. Speaker, can say, because the people say it and I'm the voice of the people, that we have absolutely no confidence whatsoever in the ability of this government to revive Anguilla's economy. We have absolutely no confidence whatsoever in the ability of this government to revive Anguilla's economy. I strongly oppose this visionless budget, and I call on members of this government. I call on the member for Road North. I call on the member for West End. I call on the member for Road South. I call on the member for Sandy Hill. I call on the member for Valley North. I call upon them, Mr. Speaker, if any of them, any of these members have any care of children, everyone, if I elect people elect, and if they choose, Mr. Speaker, as some of them might be inclined to stand as truly independent candidates in such by-elections, so much the better. By that course, perhaps Anguilla will become one Anguilla, a country no longer divided by the greed and incompetence generated by divisive party political affiliations. Mr. Speaker, thank you for few interruptions.
Thank you. Let me first recognize the former speaker who stepped in, Mr. Ka.
Speaker, I tend to be very long this afternoon. I don't have a fancy speech. I am a simple woman of plain language. And so, I will just go into my presentation. I would first like to commend, Mr. Speaker, the staff and the technocrats in the Ministry of Finance for their hard work in preparing this budget. And it's only once you are on the inside, Mr. Speaker, that you recognize how hard the civil servants work throughout the year, especially towards the year end, in order to make any given budget a reality. And so, I wish to put that on record, Mr. Speaker. You will have heard from the Chief Minister's budget speech that the 2017 recurrent expenditure budget in the Ministry of Home Affairs is EC 7.32 million, a minuscule increase over the 2016 approved estimate of 7.31 million. And while that is indeed the case, Mr. Speaker, a lot of work is ongoing in my ministry. All of the staff within the ministry have been able to benefit from staff training, which took place earlier this year, and similar efforts will continue in 2017. I want to talk about the constitutional electoral reform process that has been ongoing. And I'd once again like to commend the persons on the Constitutional Committee. I believe one of them is here in the gallery. And Mr. Speaker, the committee has been chaired by Mr. Don Mitchell. And since November of 2015, they have moved fast forward in terms of getting us a draft constitution, a draft Elections Act, and a draft Electoral Boundaries Commission Act. And those three pieces of documents are uploaded on the government.ai website. And I would encourage everyone to visit the website, www.gov.gov, the draft new election of the electoral boundaries as it currently, from what they currently, how sanitary members of the public will ask the Mr. Speaker. I don't know a way to analyzing and solution under the theme celebrate transforming. And Mr. Speaker, the Angola National Celebrations Committee as well have been working hard in putting together a program of activities to span the period of 1st January 2017, although the entire year will be considered celebratory. Special programs on Radio Angola have been produced, will be produced and presented in 2017, including certain programs such as the Revolutionary Minute, The Outside Looking In, 50 Memories of the Angola Revolution, and The Zone. And the people of Angola will hear as we get near the date. In the have for the year of 20 an exhaustive consultation process on the draft labor code. When Mohammed didn't come to the mountain went to Mohammed. We had consultations in every district, and where there were no persons coming out or very little persons coming out, we went to various companies, we went to hotels, we went to places such as Anglec Health Authority and other institutions where there are a large number of employees. Because the reason why we did that, Mr. Speaker, is because we wanted as many people as possible and the provisions of the new draft labor code would be employers. And it was very interesting, Mr. Speaker, because while we were going through the consultative process, we ascertained that there are in fact some entities that are currently not in compliance with the existing code. And so we know for sure that they would not be in compliance with the new code. And so it gave us the opportunity to have discussions with these entities and to explain to them how they need to come on board, how they need to update their policies, etc., to come into line with not only the existing labor code. And I apologize for that, but the reality one, she had her fair share of work in the Labor Department and during the consultation process. The next step for the draft labor code, we have one more meeting for the labor unions across the island. The draft code currently has a section for the first time on labor unions, and we want to make sure that the labor unions, I understand there are about 6 to 8 of them in existence in Angola. We want to make sure that they understand what their obligations are, that they understand how the structure is supposed to take place, and that they understand what their role, once the labor code comes into effect, what their role will be. We have also, once that's done, we will submit the draft document along with the changes to the Attorney General's chambers for revisions to be made. We'll take it back out to the public for feedback, and early in the new year, we intend to put it into effect. In the Labor Department, we have also created an unemployment registry. And every time I speak, Mr. Speaker, especially in relation to labor, whether I'm on the radio, whether I'm in the street, or I'm talking to one-on-one or here in the House, I've constantly, and I will continue to constantly encourage unemployed persons to register their names, and if they have a resume or an application, submit it to the Labor Department. Because the only way that the Labor Department will understand and know what is happening in the labor area is if those documents are submitted, if persons come forward and put their names on, register their names. And what we've been able to accomplish in the Labor Department as well is once we are aware of employers seeking persons with a certain talent, a certain skill or expertise, we've been able to match them with possible applicants, persons who have submitted their names and who are unemployed, and we've given them to the employers with the view of the employers contacting them. And I think that that is an important step, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the Labor Department's role in assisting with the unemployment that we have in Angola. And I will also, Mr. Speaker, I will encourage unemployed persons to come to the Labor Department. If you've applied to a job, submit that application so that we are aware as well. Because many times, the left hand might not know what the right hand is doing. If a work permit comes in, but there's a qualified belonger person living in Angola, then our preference, of course, would be, once there's a qualified Angolan that's able to take on the job, would be to identify that person. In these difficult times, Mr. Speaker, we've taken to carefully scrutinizing work permits, especially in areas where we have capable and qualified persons in Angola that are able to take up those positions. And I know, Mr. Speaker, from time to time, sometimes we are our own worst enemies, because sometimes you get criticisms from the very people that you would think would support such an initiative. But of course, we always have to be minded that sometimes it is not about ourselves or our own self-interest, but the country at large. And so while it may benefit one or two persons to allow for work permits in an area where we have persons in Angola that can do the job, at the end of the day, we're only hurting ourselves. And so it is on that basis, Mr. Speaker, that I'm committed to continuing the work that we are doing in the Labor Department. Over to the Department of Information and Broadcasting, I made mention of the special programs that will be presented by Radio Angola in 2017 for the Angola Day celebrations. The Radio Angola is well known for delivering fair, accurate, and balanced coverage based on proper investigations. That is their hallmark, Mr. Speaker. It will play a leading role during next year's 50th anniversary of the Angola Revolution. In the Department of Environment, matters such as the finalization of the Angola National Ecosystem Assessment Project towards a green economy has provided and will provide a framework for our national development plan. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that the team, we have an excellent team in the Department of Environment. They work hard, they're highly qualified, they're committed, and they're driven. And some of the work, I mean, as I mentioned, I'm a simple person with plain language, and while I have a degree in environmental science, when I read some of the words, some of the documents that they present, it goes over my head. But at the end of the day, the point is that a lot of the work that they're doing, so for instance, what I just read, this big term, is the ANEA project towards a green economy. What it means is that the Department of Environment is putting together, is working hard to ensure that we maintain our natural environment to a certain degree, that we encourage, that we secure our surroundings for the future, for future generations. We pride ourselves on our beaches, we pride ourselves on many natural features here in Angola. And where would we be were we to destroy those natural features? And so the Department of Environment plays a big role behind the scenes in ensuring that we continue to maintain our Angola for the future. In the Department of Immigration, improving human resources is key for 2017. And again, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Immigration similar are on the front line. They interact with people on a daily basis. They may not always get it right. Some persons may not always get it right. But on a whole, the staff in the Labor Department and in the Department of Immigration work hard to do what they're supposed to do. As part of that, as part of the Improving Human Resources for 2017, we are ensuring that officers receive relevant training for their jobs, and it includes continued support for those frontline officers at the ports of entry who understand the need to provide excellent customer service as the ambassadors for Angola as a tourist destination. I mentioned at the beginning that we had staff in the Ministry of Home Affairs, and that you're able to move. In 2017, which will greatly assist in more EFG, such as Growing Point and the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. Again, Mr. Speaker, many people complain once you get to the port of entry with respect to the long lines. I myself have had to lead the line. I do stand up in the line. I do. But every so often, if the line is so long, I I would leave the line and I will go find out what's going on. Why is there such a delay? And it goes back, Mr. Speaker, to the budget that we have. We have limited staff in the Ministry of Immigration, and we also have a computer system that is not in keeping with where we need to be in these times. We pride ourselves in being a tourism industry, but at the same time, some of the very things that we need to assist us in improving our product is not there. And so we are committed for the year 2017 to upgrading our computerized systems so that when they scan, the immigration officer scan their passport, not just their name and address will come up, but the entire profile of the person, which assists in the ease, with the ease of having persons move through the system very quickly. One primary function, Mr. Speaker, of immigration is illegal immigrant monitoring, detection, and interception. And this will be done through the increased use of technology and increased patrolling and operations by the task force section. Security of the island remains paramount. This is to carry out the function and the role and to enforce those laws. It is part of progressing as a modern society. And so while we may not like it, it is a necessary feature of any society. Mr. Speaker, there have also been some movements as well with respect to where we are with non-belongers, children of non-belongers born in Anguilla, and grandchildren of belongers. And I stood in this house some months ago and we passed the amendment to the Immigration Act. There seemed to have been a snafu with it, and so it has not, it's still to come back. It will be coming back to the House very shortly. But the commitment is and remains there, where once the Act has been fully put into effect and it's been made retroactive to March of 2016, once the Act has been fully put into full effect, children who were born in Anguilla of non-belongers will no longer have to pay for time. And grandchildren of belongers will no longer have to pay for time to come into Anguilla. We think it's a progressive step. We think it's a positive move forward. And we know, and I know, that having spoken to many people across the country, that they're very happy for this to have been finally put in place. It's something that has been talked about for years. And it is under this ministry and my leadership that we've been able to have it accomplished. While not specifically referring to my ministry, there are positive initiatives that this government is implementing to be able to help our own people. And there is something that I've always, and when you hear me speak, you know that is something close to my heart. Some may call me a socialist, but at the end of the day, my belief is that we have to look out for our own. We have to develop our own. And we have to put whatever resources we need to into ensuring that that takes place. One of the initiatives that the Ministry of Finance has recently put forward, is that belongers receive a reduction from 5% to 2.5% for 3 years in relation to their stamp duty. So if there is a belonger that is interested in buying land, and while I hear, Mr. Speaker, some people saying that Anguillians don't have any money, that this, it doesn't make any sense. There are a couple of things. One is for a period of 3 years, the reduction from 5% to 2.5%. Two, that reduction by half is significant when you're talking about not having to pay that additional half to the government of Anguilla, but being able to keep that money. And three, it is a preconceived notion to assume that belongers, that Anguillians don't have any money in this place and time. And when you look at the Christmas season, when you shortly will see the amount of people who are into St. Martin for Christmas, When you see the stores that are being cleared out with the Christmas products that they've brought in. I was in a store the other day and I said, when do you get your Christmas stuff? They said, it's in already. I said, you're kidding. I said, it's moving fast. They said, yes. And they say Angolans have no money. So it is an ill-conceived notion to assume that Angolans as a whole have no money. We don't know. We don't know how they live. No one can stand here and say, any one of us, whether we have money or we don't, whether we're rich or we're not. No one knows what our personal circumstances are. No one knows how we live. And so, Mr. Speaker, an initiative such as a reduction from 5% to 2.5% can only benefit the people of Angola. I also welcome the amendment to the Property Tax Act, which is intended to provide relief for senior citizens or persons in undue hardship. Now, we know that the Property Tax Act was recently put into place. And one of the things that I fought for was for there to be recognition that senior citizens, that persons that may be retired and not working, and I have a number of them in my district, that they will not be able to afford the increase in the property tax, the new property tax proposals that have come forward. And you have persons that have undue hardship, and so it is unreasonable to expect that every single person in Angola has the ability, the wherewithal to be able to pay for not only that increase in tax, but for taxes are. And so there has to be some sort of mechanism, some sort of system that is put in place in order to encourage or to allow those type of persons to be recognized. When you think about our senior citizens, and when you're talking about celebrating 50 years, those are the very people that we're talking about. 50 years since the Angola Revolution. They're now senior citizens. They fought for Angola. They were part of the Angola Revolution. And now, they may have their own home. They may be living with someone else. They may have their own property, but they have no income. They rely on the monies given to them from their children and grandchildren, or perhaps the little bit of social security that they get. And so it's important that we recognize and we appreciate the role that our senior citizens have played in the development of our country. And not just in relation to property tax. My desire, my hope, and I've spoken with the Minister of Social Development, Minister of Health, and he as well is committed, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I know that he has in mind certain initiatives for senior citizens that we will be looking at as well over the next few months. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the Department of Youth and Culture, which is housed in the Ministry of Social Development as well. In about 2013, the Hope Center entered into an MOU with the Department of Youth and Culture. The Hope Center is a nonprofit community organization which is located at the entrance of Seafeathers, and is actually in the building of North and Fleming. There are 3 centers that are currently in partnership with the Department of Youth and Culture: the Blowing Point Youth and Development Center, the Western Community Center, and the Hope Center. And those 3, in collaboration with the Department of Youth and Culture, have been able to launch a series of programs. And I'm very excited because what I've seen, and again I mentioned it earlier in the day, is that yesterday, the Department of Youth and Culture has really come a long way in terms of having outreach programs and being able to bridge the gap between where we are and where we need to be with our young people. And the taking on board the MOUs with these 3 centers have gone quite a long ways in establishing certain programs. For instance, at the Hope Center, we have an IT program, we have a computer program for the children, we have EDPM, math, and English, and other classes. And we have one-on-one tutoring, we have after-school homework program. And so there's a lot of work that's being done in collaboration with the Department of Youth and Culture at these centers. And this past Saturday, Hope Center celebrated the 5th annual Kids Christmas Party. And over the years, the center has been able to maintain very strong reading and math programs. More children came out to participate on Saturday than ever before, and many of the parents came out to relax and enjoy themselves. With over 200 gifts given out to children between the ages of 3 to 9, and approximately 250 children and 50 adults in attendance, it was a huge success. And Mr. Speaker, the existence of the Hope Center would not have been possible without the commitment of the board of directors, the center manager, and many volunteers who keep the grounds and the center maintained, as well as those that provide tutoring to the children and adults. The collaborative work of all of these persons is what has made and will continue to make the center successful. For the year 2017, it is anticipated that even more programs will come on stream, classes such as Spanish, as well as programs in literacy, numeracy, and IT, all of which are geared towards young adults just out of school and sponsored by the Department of Youth and Culture. Also, Mr. Speaker, the work in the Eastern Basketball Court has finally commenced, and I'm proud to be able to announce that. The floor has been resurfaced, or is in the process of being resurfaced, and at the end of the project, the residents of East End will have a newly renovated basketball and tennis court facility for the community to use. This will also be finished in 2017. I would like to thank the Social Security Board, the Department of Social Development, the Sports Department, MICU, and community volunteers for their support and involvement in this project. The member for West End mentioned that all of the playing fields needed upgrading, and that is certainly true. In fact, I had a discussion with him recently about the Washington playing field in the East End, and we talked about need for lights, need for a sitting area, need for a number of things. And when you mention it, we need it. And so that is one of the agenda items that I will be working on for the year of 2017. Overall, Mr. Speaker, 2017 promises to be a very good and positive year for Anguilla. There is no doubt that the decisions that this government has had to make to date have been difficult for Anguilla, for each of us as individuals. There is a time and a season for everything. And it is my belief that it is this government's time to reap the harvest, the successes from the seeds that we have planted. Mr. Speaker, I sought political office in 2010, when I entered for the first time in 2009, to make a positive contribution towards the development and advancement of this country, and for my own district of Sandy Hill. Prior to that, I had no interest whatsoever in politics, prior to 2009. But Mr. Speaker, I entered because I felt there was a greater cause, and because of that commitment, Mr. Speaker, I have and will continue to fight for what I believe in for this country. For months, I've heard all manners of rumors about me. Some I didn't even know about myself. Completely made up stories, so ridiculous I've had to laugh at some of them. And some will have 1 grain of truth and 5,000 grains of false. But guess what? I don't intend to spend any time responding to the foolishness. In fact, I saw my friends Elkin and Hammer last weekend, and I have to say that these are two individuals that are valued by their listeners. They are household names, and they're talk show hosts. And I had a very good conversation with both of them. And I told them, both of them on the same weekend, that I have not resigned, and I don't intend to resign from this government. And I told Hammer, when you hear of something and you want to know the truth, or if you want to know what the other side of the story is, just give me a call. I don't have a difficulty, especially if it is about me or my ministry. Why? Because I want to ensure that the people of Anguilla understand what is happening and get the truth of what is taking place. And everything on the radio, Mr. Speaker, cannot be believed. And Mr. Speaker, Every single member of this House knows exactly where I stand on any given issue. Because when I believe in something, I fight for it. Now, I spent some time speaking about the departments in my ministry because I want the people of Angola to understand that I've been working for them and I will continue to work for them. I would like to thank the residents of District 2 for their continued support because after it is all said and done, the residents of District 2 and the extent as a whole know the work that I have done, that I do, and that I will continue to do for their benefit. And at the end of the day, my works will speak for itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Valley North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I noticed that my colleague, the member for Sandy Hill, did not yield to the call for her to resign, as was earlier stated by the member from Island Harbor, because she categorically said that she has not resigned and she will not resign. And to just say to her that you will do a lot of things about yourself. That's part of the political process here in Anguilla. I'm sure that you're tougher than that. Mr. Speaker, I too would like to thank the Chief Minister for his contribution to the budget address that he presented about a week ago or a little more, and to thank the Ministry of Finance and the hard-working civil servants for their contributions and for their submissions and input in this year's budget and budgetary address. Mr. Speaker, this budgetary address, for some of us who've spent some time here in this honorable House, can divide this, Mr. Speaker, in two. Introduction and conclusion, which is done by the Minister of Finance, not only in this administration, but in the previous administrations as well. The meat of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is done by the technical people in the Ministry of Finance with contributions from every single department in government services. And to say to the DG, the new Deputy Governor who has the responsibility for the civil service, that while there are some issues, and I'm sure that you are more than able to address some of those issues, there are lots, and for the most part, the vast majority of the Angola civil service work very hard to keep this country going. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank the member for Island Harbor and leader of the opposition for her short presentation. It was an hour, Mr. Speaker. And while you did not put any time limit on the contribution made by members of this House, the leader of the opposition, and or any one of us, can speak for days, whether it's relevant or irrelevant, so to speak. And Mr. Speaker, among the disappointments with respect to the member's presentation was that I did not hear anything, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the center that I know the member is intimately involved with in the Island Harbor area. And I thank her for that. But the people of Angola would like to know, where it is, how it's going, and so on and so forth. I would have loved to hear a little bit more from the member. Mr. Speaker, visionless budget, a nothing budget, boat without a rudder, Mr. Speaker, are some of the descriptive terms and quotes used by the member for Island Harbor. And the people of Anguilla must understand that all of us in the House, we have opinions. And the other things that all of us in this House would have as well. But Mr. Speaker, another disappointment was that the member mentioned, I am the voice of the people. It says to me, and it should raise a flag with the people of this country, that they only have one voice in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, all of the elected representatives in this honorable House are representatives of their constituency. And they are, Mr. Speaker, the voice of the people who elect them to this honorable House. They are, Mr. Speaker. So there's no one voice in this House which is the voice of the people. Mr. Speaker, the budget, it's a bare bones budget, Mr. Speaker, bare bones. Several areas in this budget, Mr. Speaker, have been slashed, so that there will be a balanced budget. And Mr. Speaker, what is in this budget, there are actual projections, so to speak, whether on the revenue side or on the expenditure side. And Mr. Speaker, some of the reductions and the slashing within the budget took place in the Ministry of Social Development. And Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Social Development is not one of the sexy portfolios. There is no revenue side to social development. There is no revenue side to social development, Mr. Speaker. It is all expenditure, so to speak. All expenditure, Mr. Speaker. And for us to do the type of improvements that we would want and that we yearn for in this country, we must do it from revenue. And I'm going to get into that a little later, Mr. Speaker. But just to put out there that the revenue and the performance of the economy is directly linked, Mr. Speaker, to what can be expended in social development. Mr. Speaker, we've heard over the months individuals in this country casting doom and gloom with respect to the amalgamation of the banks and to the creation of the new NCBA. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about individuals publicly who are wishing and wanting and praying for the banks to fail. One must ask the question, Mr. Speaker, if NCBA is to fail, what good that would be for the people of this country? That's a question the individuals must ask themselves, and all Anguillians, irrespective of our political divide. We have to face reality. If NCBA fails, Mr. Speaker, what good is that to Anguilla and its overall development? What good it is? Mr. Speaker, when we had those two local banks in 2005, 2006, 4, 5, 6, those banks were good to all of us. And Mr. Speaker, some would argue that we are our worst enemies. Because in some cases, Mr. Speaker, we have helped to destroy them. Mr. Speaker, there is a notion out there when we talk about Anguilla and its GDP and so on. We are a proud people. And a lot of times, Mr. Speaker, as teenagers, when we all helped each other to build houses, the whole jollification process that took place in Anguilla, helping each other. And if you find individuals from throughout the diaspora or further afield who would come to Anguilla and look at some of the homes that we have and would ask the question, who owns that home? There were times gone by when we could proudly say, I own that home. And Mr. Speaker, we have to get the idea in our head that even though, Mr. Speaker, we own the land, we assist in the building, because you've heard people talk about building homes and building blocks with their hands. I can testify to that. But the mere fact that when you take a piece of land and you take whatever building you would have on that and take it to the bank in order for a loan to finish up the same home that you once owned. When you take that money and that loan, that home, Mr. Speaker, is not yours until you pay the bank for the money. In other words, as a teenager, I owned a home. I have a hard head, I should say, in terms. But I owned it. There was no loan from the bank, Mr. Speaker, to build. I built every block with these two hands. And through the jollification process, Mr. Speaker, we were able to build it. Group of us. One weekend there, one next weekend there, the other weekend here. Mr. Speaker, if I take my land and the half a hog head that I have on it to the bank for a loan to finish it or to improve on it, Mr. Speaker, when I sign my name and take the people money, Mr. Speaker, then that home that was once mine, Mr. Speaker, is not mine anymore until I pay for that loan. So, Mr. Speaker, in the budget, on page 1, third paragraph, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, Last year we were focusing on bringing our island back to a strong path towards fiscal and economic stability. A key challenge was the resolution of the indigenous banks. While this is still a work in progress, and this is coming directly from the budget address. So I didn't stop physical and economic stability. It went on to say that a key challenge was the resolution of the indigenous banks. And while this is still a work in progress, I would like to commend the customers, management and staff, and other stakeholders for their understanding, support, and tolerance in many of the decisions that had to be made, bearing in mind the greater good. Mr. Speaker, bare bones, that's the reality of what is happening. It is still a work in progress. And that is why I said, when some individuals hope and pray for the demise of the bank, they are hoping and praying for the demise of Anguilla. There were two institutions that assisted all of us, Mr. Speaker, in good times. And these are the sort of things, Mr. Speaker, as leaders and individuals who sit in the boardrooms and in the discussion areas, and to know how hard as a government that we've been working to try to bring a resolution to this, and our own people who've helped destroy these banks are hoping and praying for them to fail, for it to fail, rather than coming together and assisting so that the economic revival of this country, which would assist individuals who are behind, to be able to meet their commitments. Anguillans are proud people, Mr. Speaker. And when we have a vibrant economy and people are working in this country, they will pay their bills. And that is the essence, that is the cornerstone, Mr. Speaker, of the challenge that we had going forward. Mr. Speaker, I look at it in this way. A successful and vibrant NCBA will result in a successful Anguilla. A successful Anguilla depends upon a vibrant economy, which in turn would assist the customers to meet their obligations in the NCBA. Simple, Mr. Speaker. Simple and straightforward. Simple. And I am not blaming anyone for taking the opportunity to invest. But when you invest, Mr. Speaker, it comes with a risk. It comes with a risk, Mr. Speaker. We cannot eat our cake and expect to have it. We cannot. And a successful Anguilla with a vibrant economy will result, Mr. Speaker, in more revenue that can be expended, Mr. Speaker, in the social services sector. Mr. Speaker, and that is a fact. The member for Western mentioned in his presentation a number of scholarships, a number of individuals who are out there studying. And the member was very modest, Mr. Speaker, because he should have said that for the most part, those Anguillians who are out there studying for the most part, came as a result, Mr. Speaker, of his initiative, and not the government of Anguilla. It came as a result of his initiative. And and member for West End, continue to do what you're doing. Because I know that you have a plan to move forward. It may take a little longer than we anticipate, but you're on the right track, my brother. Mr. Speaker, there's so many things in this budget here that I could talk about. But I'm going to talk a little bit about the Ministry of Social Development. And again, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be irrelevant, so to speak, so I'm going to refer to the budget address. I've been here a few years more than some other individuals. And on page 13, 3.4, the Ministry of Social Development has a 2017 recurrent budget of $79.28 million, a 3% increase over the 2016 approved budget of $76.93 million. This increase is due to $500,000 increase in the Health Authority subvention, an increase of $544,000 in public assistance, and increases in social undertaking that the ministry plans to continue in 2017. And Mr. Speaker, $500,000 increase in the subvention for the Health Authority. And here are facts, Mr. Speaker. In terms of economic activity, there's no secret that the government of Anguilla is under stress. No secret, Mr. Speaker. And when we talk about these social services and public assistance, even though the government, Mr. Speaker, is under stress financially, Mr. Speaker, these social services and public assistance programs, Mr. Speaker, must continue. They must continue. In this budget, the Chief Minister mentioned there is no new taxes or increases in taxes in 2017. The reduction in some areas, and the reduction is causing issues. Mr. Speaker, healthcare, one of the cornerstones of healthcare is confidentiality. And I'm not going to call any names, Mr. Speaker, but there are a lot of numbers that you have to stand in the gap. And when you're standing in the gap, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter which political party you support. Doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker. And the funding will have to come from somewhere. And Mr. Speaker, I thank God that I was able not only to study abroad, but to work abroad, Mr. Speaker, and set up a network that has benefited the people of this country. And in most cases, with a phone call from my private cell number. Sometimes not a penny, Mr. Speaker, but a call from my private phone. And I will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, it has to be paid for. I can get a year, I can get 18 months, I can get payment plans. And when I say I can get them, I'm talking about the government of Anguilla, for the people of Anguilla. That's what it is, Mr. Speaker. That's what it is. And I will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about these increases, and in this budget here, medical treatment overseas, Mr. Speaker, on page 16, it says in 2016, the government's contribution to date for local medical treatment is almost $4 million. The challenge is for all individuals to adopt a lifestyle of personal responsibility and a commitment to self-improvement. And Mr. Speaker, that is for local medical treatment. We haven't touched the overseas medical treatment as yet, Mr. Speaker. That's for local, Mr. Speaker. And the other day, it was Massa, I think it was, Massa had a promotion and a celebration and a whole education process saying to the people of Anguilla, look, while you're paying $10 for medical transportation from Anguilla to Massa's preferred countries, you can pay an additional $10 per month, which would be an additional $120 per year for country of choice. And we know, Mr. Speaker, as Anguillans, we've got family all over the globe. I think it was Bob Rogers who said we were nomads of the Caribbean, nomads of the world, so to speak. And some of us would like, Mr. Speaker, to be able to have a country of choice where we would have some family support, because it makes a big difference in terms of medical psychology. So these are some of the things that we are faced with. $4 million for local medical treatment. Health Authority, statutory body, and Mr. Speaker, the government of Angola is the biggest debtor to the Health Authority of Angola. But you know what? The services must continue. They have to continue, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, when you have a vibrant economy, you'll be able to pay your bills, not only to pay the bills in full, but you'll be able to pay the bills on time, Mr. Speaker. And you have individuals who would want the banks to fail, who would want to see the demise of Victor Banks, and who would want to see the demise of this administration. Leader of the opposition is asking for 5 members, elected members on this side, to resign, Mr. Speaker, and let the people of Anguilla choose their representatives. The people of Anguilla chose us. And less than 2 years ago, I don't know who was supposed to choose. It's the people of Anguilla who chose us. And it is for a 5-year term, Mr. Speaker. Not for 2 years, 5 years. And the people of Anguilla will have the opportunity again to choose after 5 years. They will have an opportunity to choose after 5 years. 2 years is not gone as yet. They're calling for it. Mr. Speaker, through you, I am wondering in the new draft of the Constitution if there are recall provisions in it. Okay, we'll have to see how that goes. But Mr. Speaker, back to my point, is that at the end of the day, what we have to expend in terms of the social development, in terms of health care, in terms of education. We sat in Executive Council, Mr. Speaker, and trying to get this budget balanced. And it hurts when you have to reduce your training vote. It hurts when you have to do it in order to be able to balance the budget. That is the reason why Member 4 wrote so. You're so correct in terms of the theme for this budget. Celebration, yes, but we have to realign. We've got to recalibrate where we are as a people in this little country, Mr. Speaker. It hurts for education. Hurts. It hurts when you have to reduce areas or numbers to make the balanced budget from social development. It hurts. The minister spoke about taking out an entire roads, improvement of roads. Mr. Speaker, it hurts with people, but at the end of the day, it must be done. And we will find a way to do it. And finding that way to do it, Mr. Speaker, is not getting up and praying and getting on your knees and praying that the local bank would fail or that this administration would fail. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I go back to the budget on page 12. Talk about education. It says the ministry and the Department of Education remains committed to the mission for education and endeavors to provide quality education services through highly motivated and competent educators. Now our education system, Mr. Speaker, there are issues, like every other education system. There are issues, not perfect. And the good you do is never remembered or is never highlighted. But the perceived unfortunate is never forgotten and gets the most airplay. And I want to thank the teachers and all the educators, past and present, for the work that they have done on us as a people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about TVET, technical and vocational education, we talk about early childhood education, institutionalizing that and regularizing early childhood. No longer should they be just referred to as daycare centers, so to speak. They are educational institutions. And we are working to get every single one of those teachers up to a certain standard in terms of training, Mr. Speaker. This is not bricks and mortar that can go up all at one time. It takes time. And Mr. Speaker, when we were growing up, and in order to receive a tertiary education, you had to leave Anguilla. Had to leave Anguilla. Member for Island Harbor can attest to this. Had to leave Anguilla. And I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, that during my previous tenure as Minister of Education, we were able to work with the University of the West Indies to get the open campuses established. And I can proudly say that there is a student in Anguilla who was pursuing a PhD in education management right on this soil. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but that student is the top student in the doctoral program in the entire University of the West Indies campus, including all of them. Right here, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot for us to celebrate, but we still must realign. So, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of things that are taking place in education. I attended a meeting of the Minister of Education, OECS, in St. Vincent a few months ago. And the OECS is adopting a project whereby the high school students throughout the OECS, rather than carrying 13 and 14 books in a backpack and pulling them along, would be able to take a tablet, one of those laptops, to school. Next month, individuals from the Ministry of Education will be going to Antigua because the pilot project is being unveiled there. We have less than 2,000 high school students in Anguilla. And the laptop would be around $300. All of the the books that will be necessary for each one of the forms. The computer experts are trying their best to make sure that they're able to control what the young children could, I should say, untangle, because they have some minds that are very active and very technology efficient, technology savvy, so to speak, moving forward. So that is a work in progress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at the master plan for the development of the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School. I want to thank the British government for their part in it. Even though a little later I will point out that in my estimation, not enough has been done, because sometimes it seems like as if though it's a noose around our neck. And that is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, we have to think about our realignment, so to speak. Mr. Speaker, the member for Sandy Hill mentioned about youth and culture. That is a department, Mr. Speaker, that is doing a lot of innovative things for us. Of course, we have to create an area within the youth department, whereby, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to reach those who really need the assistance. And sometimes all the positive things that are done in that department seem to be done, for the most part, with the individuals who you can reach out to. Very young and vibrant department there, they're doing a lot of work with respect to that. Mr. Khan mentioned about sports in his presentation. Anguilla Community College is another area, again, across various administrations. It started off with the Honorable Eric Reed. I continued with it. Edison Beard, as Minister of Education, continued with it. And then the Honorable Jerome Roberts continued with it. And I'm back, Mr. Speaker, with it again, and it's moving forward. The contract has been awarded. It was unfortunate that the Anguillan contractor who was eligible to bid withdrew their bid, so there were two foreign companies that bid. It was awarded to a Chinese company that's based in Greater. And we're going to we have to work out some of the issues, Mr. Speaker, that are very sensitive with respect to that particular contract. And to say to the Anguillan people that the loan for that project is a Caribbean Development Bank loan. And all the contributing nations to the Caribbean Development Bank can bid for the project. They can be part of the tendering process. They are contributors. China, the United States, Canada, Australia, they're part of it. Of course, including Anguilla. And as I mentioned, the one Anguillan company that qualified, because they have their guidelines that must be met in order for you to be able to qualify, did not go through with it. And as I said, we're going to continue, Mr. Speaker, to work with them to make sure that some of these sensitive issues are addressed. Mr. Speaker, the Anguilla Community College, we're also having discussions with the University of the West Indies. They have an initiative which is called the University College of the West of the West Indies, University College of the West Indies. And we are working with them because it makes no sense for the UWI Open Campus and the Anguilla Community College to be duplicating courses and so on and so forth. They will be responsible for the technical and vocational aspect of it. A memorandum of understanding is out there, we're looking at it. And this agreement would not restrict the Anguilla Community College from having other collaborations and other agreements with other technical establishments throughout the world. And while I'm on the Anguilla Community College, let me thank Dr. Delroy Loudon for his services to the college and to the people of Anguilla. And as I said, there's a lot of work, Dr. Loudon, that we still have for you. There's a new president of the college, one whose inclination is towards the technical and vocational aspect of it, and would allow her to get in and settle down and then move this project forward. Mr. Speaker, we come to the Health Authority of Anguilla. The Health Authority of Anguilla, Mr. Speaker, is an area where there are lots of criticisms, and that is expected. But I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank the employees, all of them, of the Health Authority of Anguilla for the work that they have been doing under very trying circumstances and very limited in their scope. God is good, not sometimes, but all the time. And I will continue, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we have a modern medical complex with all the bells and whistles in this beloved land of ours. And Mr. Speaker, I will go against the grain to get this done. When I say go against the grain, Mr. Speaker, all of the formulas that the pundits may want to use in terms of population size and all of that, as far as I'm concerned, it's out through the window. Because at the end of the day, if it is 100 people in Anguilla, we suffer some of the same ailments that individuals who live in developed countries suffer. And we are not worse than anyone else. We need the same type of services. Now, when I say the same type of services, we cannot have everything that is there. But health care, and with the technology that is available today, brings us closer. Mr. Speaker, brings us closer. Technology that is out there, we'll have to use it. As a matter of fact, at 7 o'clock this evening, the health authority will be, the officials will be at the Teachers Resource Center, because as part of their remit, they have to report to the public. The public must be able to question them. And we're setting up a system, because you know us, as we love to talk, and we love to give our own word, and we become experts in everything, Mr. Speaker, as we move along. And when you ask one or two of them, please document the incident that you would have experienced at the hospital. No, I'm not saying that all of the experiences are positive, you know. But in order for us to deal with them, we've got to know about them. You know. Someone mentioned about talk shows. I really don't listen to them, so I won't hear anything about that. And a lot of people would call you, and when you make the connection and seek the relevant personnel to deal with it, they back out. But that's okay. That won't stop us from moving ahead to try to improve the services that we have here in Anguilla. And while I'm on this topic, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if he can hear, but I'm sure that some of his children or grandchildren may be listening, to publicly thank Mr. Albert Lake for his contribution of a half acre of land that was raffled in order to raise funds for the blood bank equipment to be put in the lab. Publicly thank him. Didn't have to do it, but he saw the need. And to thank the Rotary Club of Anguilla for their involvement and their fundraising activities, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that that project comes to fruition. And it should be sometime this week or next week, and we're going to have the handing over, Mr. Speaker. And while I'm on that, Mr. Speaker, let me thank all of the individuals as well as the companies who so graciously contributed to the CT scan. We are not there as yet, but over $400,000 US, Mr. Speaker, have raised, not a penny from the government as yet, to be able to purchase not a second-hand one, Mr. Speaker, not a refurbished one, Mr. Speaker, but a state-of-the-art. And the pundits will say, hey, why are you going to do that? Need a refurbished, you can't afford this one. And as I said before, Mr. Speaker, nothing is too good for us here. And I'm not going to compromise in any way, shape, or form, because what is the latest out there is what I'll be seeking. Not only the latest for today, but must have the compatibility, Mr. Speaker, for years and decades to come. So I want to thank them. Social Security, ANGLIC, there are a number of other, MACO, there are a number of other, the GCO, there are a number of other personal individuals. Some of them may not want me to call their names here, but they were very instrumental and giving, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank them, publicly thank them for what is happening. Government can't do everything, and despite how difficult it is, financial situation, individuals and companies are stepping forward, Mr. Speaker, to assist in what is happening in Anguilla. Mr. Speaker, we will talk about the capital budget. And I want to thank the individuals in the Ministry of Finance. I'm not going to call any names, they know who they are. Thank you all for putting up with me, and thank you all for the hard work that you've been doing, scraping the barrels at times, Mr. Speaker, to make things happen. These are the sort of things, Mr. Speaker, that you don't hear about civil servants. In this House, and some of us, for whatever reason, try to tear them down. But Mr. Speaker, let me thank them publicly. They know who they are. When I come to capital, Mr. Speaker, on page 18, capital budget. So I'm going through it pretty quickly. It says here, Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom is once again at the forefront, providing support for specific areas of capital development. And I want to publicly thank them, Mr. Speaker. Publicly thank them. How much is enough? How far should they go? That's a matter for discussion. Do we have to realign? Well, I believe we have to realign, even our relationship with the British government. And I'm going to come to that. It says EC 17 million of these funds include confirmed UK grant allocations that will finance phase 1, the development of Woodbridge Jetty, and also the presentation of the long sought after and much needed National Development Plan. Our vision for the next 20 years and beyond. This support also extends to the provision of an infrastructure advisor that will, for a period of 2 years in the first instance, focus on the new Woodbridge Jetty, the redevelopment projects at the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport and the Blum Point Ferry Terminal. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we need them, and we want to thank them for it. The infrastructure advisor will also coordinate development of the National Infrastructure Plan, which upon completion will attract additional UK funds for critical infrastructure projects. And Mr. Speaker, we all have had tooth extractions. And you've got to numb it, the anesthesia that you put in there. And sometimes you have tooth extractions without anesthesia. And while we thank the British government, Mr. Speaker, for their contributions, my question, Mr. Speaker, is, are they doing enough, taking into consideration the state of the economy and the infrastructural needs and social development needs of this country? Mr. Connor, the member for Western, spoke about sports. And I want to add to that. He spoke about Keith Connor. He spoke about Shara Proctor. Miss Proctor is the UK record holder in her event. Not Anguilla, you know. A UK, the United Kingdom record holder. And if I'm not mistaken, she's probably the European record holder in that particular event. Right here. From right here. And Mr. Speaker, we've been having governors, we have a financial advisor, and now we're going to have an infrastructure advisor. And don't tell me that they're on the ground here in Anguilla. We have an Anguillan UK record holder, that's one. And they don't see the need for us to develop our sporting facility. A record holder. You move to Zonal Hughes, Mr. Speaker. Again, the United Kingdom record holder in his event. I think it's 200 meters, I believe it is, Scotty. Sorry, member for West End. Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, governors, financial advisor, infrastructural advisor. And we have record holders in the UK. So I thank them for this infrastructure itself. There are a lot of needs, Mr. Speaker, and we don't need to dwell on this. But when you get an Anguillan going to the UK, they call them plastic Brits. The British people and Anguillan people, sometimes we have things in common. When we don't understand something, human beings in general, when you don't understand something, we talk all kinds of things. But at the end of the day, you cannot erase the facts. And Mr. Speaker, I go back to a meeting that was held in the UK. I think it was on the 5th to the 12th of December. The Caribbean Tourism Organization, CTO. And they met with a number of departments in the UK. And one of them, Mr. Speaker, was on the 9th. It's November here. 9th of November, they met with DFID. And I will read this for the people of Anguilla, because we're talking here now about celebration, which is true, but we got to talk about realignment and recalibration with respect to this country. The CTO delegation proceeded to meet with DFID. It was noted that a sizable funding envelope of £400 million for the period 2016 to 2020 had been made available by DFID for the Caribbean, with 8 countries currently benefiting, including Montserrat, Antigua, Barbados, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The funding is designed to a set of programs that include governance, climate change and economic growth, each of which is relevant and so applicable to us here in Anguilla. It goes on to say, an infrastructure fund that supports the development of roads, ports, and bridges, as recommended by the former Prime Minister David Cameron, being distributed by grants as opposed to loans as part of this initiative, and has had 80% take-up rate to date. The desire to include otherwise marginalized people in opportunities arising from this work was sought by DFID and was an improved use of local resources. It was, however, confirmed by DFID that Anguilla was not eligible for DFID support based on their assessment of the country's gross domestic product. Mrs. Clough, who is the Anguillan representative in the UK, and I thank her for all the work on behalf of the government and people of Anguilla, for all the work that she's been doing for the people of Anguilla. Mrs. Clough informed the meeting that the GDP of the United Kingdom was identical to that of Equatorial Guinea, one of the poorest countries in Africa, which demonstrated that it was not a sound basis for determining the developmental needs of a country. Moreover, as UK overseas territory, Anguilla remains entitled to first call on DFID support. So my people, Mr. Speaker, and I don't understand this GDP now, because at the end of the day, there is no doubt that there are several economies in Anguilla. No doubt. And probably they're using an average. Mr. Speaker, no disrespect to all of the projects in the western end of the island, but when you go to Shoal East and you look at Zenith Beach and Manoa and all the other things, and you go down there and you look at Four Seasons and Capjuluca and Cousinot, and the sort of activity that takes place around them, even though it is for 3 or 4 months. And then you look at where we are in terms of our social needs. How in heaven's name can our GDP prevent us from accessing some of this funding? How does it? We've got to realize, how does it prevent us? Antigua, Jamaica, who leads the world, Mr. Speaker, in athletics. You're going to go down there and build more tracks for Usain Bolt and all the rest of those folks, women and men. When we have Shara, is Arnold up there, and nothing here. I'm not dissing Jamaicans, now don't get me wrong, because my beloved wife is a Jamaican, and I have children who are born in Jamaica. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that is what's going on, and you're going to come to tell us that our GDP, and I'm saying this, and I'm asking the governor and the financial advisor, the infrastructural advisor, the financial advisor, you got to look at this. Mr. Speaker, I passed through Antigua the other day. Of course, it took me to the VIP lounge, brand new spanking terminal building. They said Chinese built it. We can't access that. It's off limits to us, Mr. Speaker. So yes, while the $17 million we agree to it, something, Mr. Speaker, is fundamentally wrong with this. And if the UK's GDP is identical to Equatorial Guinea, which is one of the poorest countries, how our GDP get higher than all the rest of these islands here in the Caribbean? Anyway, Mr. Speaker, we go on. Because these are the sort of things that as a government we've got to deal with. When we want to reduce or to trim or to eliminate certain things in order to get a balanced budget when there are so many needs here on the ground. This hasn't been budgeted for, that hasn't been budgeted for. And yet you can give 400 million pounds to the Caribbean and Angola still isn't eligible, Mr. Speaker, for that. I go on. It says, it was explained that the formula was not DFID's. Here is DFID getting themselves out of it. But one that had been imposed upon the department. By whom? Their representatives here on ground, Mr. Speaker, must be able to do that. They're not listening to us. Because we made this case in the UK at the JMC. They're not listening to us. If they send into a structural advisor, they have a governor here, and they have a financial advisor. Drive down between the two roundabouts there. Hospital tourism. And drive there. Go to school. The high school that all of us went there. Today. And you're going to tell me that we can't or couldn't access $1? And believe you me, there are Caribbean brothers and sisters. Montserrat, Antigua, Barbados, St. Lucia. And Mr. Speaker, I was in St. Lucia about 2 weeks ago and visited a brand new spanking hospital. And I'm going to come to that now because we're going to talk a little bit more about health. St. Lucia, Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, right there we had to go and study. I went to Jamaica and studied. The Honorable Member for Island Harbor went to Jamaica studying. Everyone in Barbados studying too, and Jamaica. And Barbados and Jamaica is on this list. But Angola is not here because our GDP is too high. Dominica, yeah, Dominica has some concerns. I agree with some stuff. Grenada, Guyana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they were able to access that funding for road development and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I come to another article. And why are we here, Mr. Speaker, calling about, I know this visionless budget and all of this sort of thing. These are some of the things that we need to unite on and move forward as elected representatives of the people. United Kingdom news from the Jamaican Observer and out of Washington, D.C. Pan American Health Organization. News, UK provide funds to improve Caribbean health facilities. Health facility. UK providing funds to upgrade, to improve Caribbean health facilities. Lord have mercy. And they have Princess Alexandra Nemo over here and one. We thank God for it. But it goes on to say, Washington, United States, the Pan American Health Organization, and Mr. Speaker, I know that organization very well. I'm a fellow of the Pan American Health Organization, and I thank them for all they've invested in me over the years. Thank them very much for it. The Pan American Health Organization says an estimated 50 healthcare facilities in 7 Caribbean countries are being improved and retrofitted as part of the Smart Healthcare Facilities Project. The US $38.3 million project is being supported by the United Kingdom Department of International Development. Same difference. $38.3 million to improve healthcare facilities in the Caribbean, 7 countries. I don't need all of that, Mr. Speaker, for the modern medical complex that we intend to put on. I don't need all that. It goes on to say, Powell said its health emergency department, in partnership with the Ministry of Health, and assessing some 600 healthcare centers, hospitals, and similar facilities in Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica, Jamaica, Guyana, and Belize. DFID came up with £400 million, and here we are again with $38.3 million to upgrade healthcare facilities in the Caribbean. The selection of the facilities and the refitting works are being guided by a team of regional experts under the supervision of regional advisor and project manager, Dr. Dan Van, I can't pronounce that, how long it is. Using SMART toolkit developed by PAHO to assess structural, non-structural, functional, and environmental sound elements. Anguilla is not eligible for $1 to upgrade medical facilities in the Caribbean as a British overseas territory. And if this isn't time for us to realign and reset, I don't know when will be the appropriate time. And Mr. Speaker, and member for Island Harbor, I will guide you to where you can get that information. Because if you're going to talk about unity, and if you're going to talk about development, and if you're going to talk about working together, this is one of the areas. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Island Harbor, I'm going to share it. So that if this is not a cause for concern, and if this, Mr. Speaker, is not a time for us to realign, then I don't know, Mr. Speaker, it would be an appropriate time. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the things that are so frustrating. And then when I hear my people hoping and praying for the demise of this country, and there are so many other things to deal with, I get disappointed. But on the other hand, there are Anguillians, Mr. Speaker, who've used their own hard-earned money to help us, whether it's in healthcare, whether in other governmental agencies. Knowing the situation, individuals, I'm not going to call names, step up to the plate and have used their own personal funds and will await payment when we turn around things. These are the sort of things and initiatives, Mr. Speaker, that even though you get discouraged and you get depressed about some of the nonsense that is being said out there and the attitudes of some out there, these are some of the things that say, you know, you got to get up and go and continue to work for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, we will have other opportunities to give the usual seasonal greetings. But until then, and because of the emotion that these things have evoked in me, I will take my seat and I will thank you for the opportunity.
House in recess. House will now resume its sitting, and we'll continue with the debate on the 2017 appropriation bill. Member for Road North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise, Mr. Speaker, to support our Chief Minister and Leader of Government Business in his presentation of the budget address. Mr. Speaker, at this point, let me say that I'm happy to be working along with Mrs. Cora Richardson Hodge, my minister, as her ministerial assistant, and to say that we've had a wonderful working relationship together. And I know that there are some persons who met me on several occasions and said that my minister is resigning. But each time I spoke to her about it, she would give this hearty laugh. Me and you are going to fall out, you know. Stop listening to ignorance. Mr. Speaker, we have really come this far by faith, despite the very hostile and toxic political climate we find ourselves in, as well as the many challenges, both economic, financial, and social. But Mr. Speaker, through it all, the wheels of this administration continue to turn, albeit not in full throttle. But I must at this point also say thanks and commend our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Victor Franklin Banks, for his capable and astute leadership, irrespective to what is said out there about him. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that he has meant well and he continues to mean well for this island and the people, and he has the support of his team. Mr. Speaker, we this morning had a very long sermon from the Honorable Member for Road South. But let me say this, that for whatever reason, there are some persons who feel that the God who they serve is different to the God who we serve. But I say today that the same God who they have depended on and are depending on to see them through is the same God who has brought us through thus far. Mr. Speaker, I amusingly looked at the leader of opposition a while ago, and she jokingly indicated that we need to resign, call on us to resign. And knowing her, I know she was just joking. I know her good enough to understand that she has to take the people's message. And she was carrying the people's message. But Mr. Speaker, every race has winners and losers. And 5 years, Mr. Speaker, is not a very long time. And the very same persons who placed us in this position as their leaders are the very same persons, Mr. Speaker, who have the power to sweep us out of office come 2020, if that is their will. That is what democracy is all about, Mr. Speaker. And if that is what they want, so be it. But, Mr. Speaker, there are the nationalistic and patriotic Anguillians out there who are on the rampage and who seem to be so deliberate in their attempt to destroy this country, cutting off their noses to spite their faces, as the old proverbial saying goes. Spreading the lies, propaganda, gossip, to be able to get into the psyche of the people of this nation. Information going all over the world. Mr. Speaker, social media is good, but it's also bad. It is a very, very excellent and effective platform when used constructively as well as destructively. And it would seem as though here in Anguilla, for the most part, it is destructively used. Mr. Speaker, I have to say this. I come across some articles written by some objective observer or whatever. But what we need to understand, and what of primary importance, is if that information was coming from a credible source, the editor or whoever would be too happy to pen his name or her name to it. And Anguillians need to understand that once it's not credible information, it's going to be difficult for them to know where it is coming from. And people are taking some of this information, Mr. Speaker, as gospel. They are taking it as gospel. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that for whatever reason, I know that some of the members on this side of the House thinks that it is so much of gossip and propaganda that we don't have time for it. But, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that sometimes it can have very far-reaching implications. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I say this is because sometime last week, in the space of about a day, I got about 5 or 6 different WhatsApps with this information. And the person who sent it all believed that it was credible information. And when I say to them, would you believe that the only thing that has some credibility in that information was the fact that there was a meeting at Mr. Eric Reed's? They can't believe me. Mrs. Bradley, but you were there. And you sat down according to the information and said nothing. I said, I was there. Saturday evening, I was in my house. Nowhere in Mr. Reed's place. And then, but what confusion Curtis and David Carter had. David Carter was nowhere at the meeting. Mr. Speaker, from what I understand, it was a meeting of cordiality. And the information out there is as if everything was broken down in that meeting. But whoever that propagandist is, Mr. Speaker, I must say you have to tip your hat to him. Because the way he puts over that information, or she puts over, I don't know what it is, or she puts over that information, Anybody reading it would believe that it is true. I don't have to stand up here in this honorable house and big line. I was not at the meetings, but they have me as being there. But, Mr. Speaker, someone indicated to me who I believe is a real fan of the he or the she, who is the editor of that information, is that this person is a real fan of Adolf Hitler. Read his books back to forth, encourage people to read the books. And they said to me, go and Google who is Joseph Goebbels, for calling him correctly. And when I researched, you know who he was? The Minister of Propaganda in Hitler's regime. And when you read those articles, Mr. Speaker, you can see the exact tactics and the strategies coming out. Propaganda, nothing else but propaganda. And if you were listening to the news last week or even this week, you would have heard on CNN that fake news has consequences. Because of fake news, people in a restaurant could have been killed by some gunman because he went to investigate and found out it was fake news. So I'm saying to the people of Anguilla, be careful, do not take whatever you see in this social media as gospel. The majority of it is lies, propaganda. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that Anguilla, like many of the other islands throughout the region, have had its fair share of fiscal and economic challenges. It has been difficult. It has been a good, steep learning curve for me. But like the Honorable Minister for Road North, I can say that I know our Chief Minister has been working and working hard to stimulate economic activity here in Anguilla, and I'm optimistic, Mr. Speaker, that come 2017, things will be much brighter. We do not have to see to believe, as the Minister said. We have hope, we have optimism. And we know that Anguilla will rise again. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that this government inherited some very difficult and fundamental issues which had to be carefully and cautiously dealt with. And it was no easy way out, whether it was this government or that government. And early on, Mr. Speaker, I know someone said to me that they were talking to someone from the other side, and he said that this banking situation must bring down the government. But, Mr. Speaker, we said that we would fix it, and as you heard the Minister said, it is still a work in progress. I know, Mr. Speaker, that many of us cannot take the blame for what has happened to our local banks. But given the contribution that these two local banks have made to the socio-economic development of our island, I do not think that it was an option that we could have allowed these banks to fail. This is, I know, what some wanted and some of them still want. But what would have happened to the savings of the poor depositors, which I think is of paramount importance, who had all that they earned in the banks. But, Mr. Speaker, many of those who have been advocating that the banks should go under, or perhaps those who, if they had any money in the bank, took it out, or those who had their loans and think that when the bank go under, they still would have to pay, or those who plainly do not care about Angola. But what I fail to understand, Mr. Speaker, is how is it that persons who so willingly go to the bank made arrangements and agreements that they would take money from the bank, but if for whatever reason they are unable to repay, then you can hold on to my land, you can hold on to my car, you can hold on to my house, and now when the time comes, you want to hold on to the bank money, you want to hold on to your land, hold on to your house, hold on to your car, all at the same time. How could that be fair, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I know that it might be difficult now, but I'm sure that with the new arrangements, persons are able to go in and rearrange with the banks on making good their promises. But some of them, even when money was circulating throughout Angola, Mr. Speaker, they felt that there was no need to go and pay their loans because some of them behaved as if the people's money was their piggy banks. But I am hoping, Mr. Speaker, that somewhere along the line, in the scheme of things, those who are responsible will be called to account. Mr. Speaker, as a former senior public servant, I realize that when you are outside looking in, it is different when you are inside looking out. And I know that our public servants, for the most part, work very hard under some strenuous difficulties at times. But something caught my attention as I read through the budget speech, and that was, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the Civil Service Survey 2015 and the need to address training in skill gap areas. And Mr. Speaker, one such area that has been buzzing throughout is the need for customer service training. As an outsider now, Mr. Speaker, I can well identify with some of the comments from customers about the poor quality of customer service. Just Sunday ago, Mr. Speaker, I went to one office, for instance, and I said good morning, and the person even didn't bother to hold up their head. But I think it is important that our public servants now need to understand and be cognizant of the linkage between their paycheck and the customers they serve. Mr. Speaker, I know that the newly appointed Deputy Governor, who happens to be my son, has a formidable task before him, and I can only wish him the best of luck, with the assurance that I know he is equal to the task. And by God's grace, I trust that he'll be able to make a difference. Mr. Speaker, just touching on this topic of public health, and particularly the threat of the Zika virus, I am making a call and a challenge to all of us as Anguillians to make an effort in doing a better job in cleaning up our surroundings. Not even so much because we are a tourist destination, which is also important, but for our own decency, pride, and ambition. I recall, Mr. Speaker, that as a young girl, there used to be public health inspectors coming around your houses to make sure that everything was kept nice and clean, and as young, we get our nanny-bunch, as we used to call it, and have the yards swept. Everything was clean and nice. And I don't know what has happened with those visits or whether they still go on. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that we as Anguillians be more cognizant of ensuring the cleanliness of our surroundings. Mr. Speaker, driving down the Jeremiah Gums Highway, for example, in a particular area that you pass, there is actually raw sewage running on the road with a septic tank, was seeping out through a septic tank, a health hazard. And I hope that public health go and look at that. It stinks, it is filthy, it is nasty, and something needs to be done about it. I must mention, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the property tax, which I know has caused quite a bit of stir and contention here in Angola. And I say that because I know quite a number of people have met me and spoke to me about the property tax. But, Mr. Speaker, it is a known fact that for whatever reason, particularly here in Anguilla, we have a kind of aversion when it comes to tax, not many of us. And the older heads are always so on time and so willing to go and pay particularly their house taxes. And I know that there are persons who have told me that they've been living in their houses for years and have not paid 1 cent of house tax, whether or not they get their bills. And I was somewhat amused some time ago, Mr. Speaker, when someone who visited England, and when she came back, she was somewhat couldn't understand why is it that people are so up in arms about paying their tax. When people leave from here, go to England, having contributed 1 cent of tax, but they live, they get free medical care, they get free house, they get, you know. But Mr. Speaker, I can understand that there does appear to be some problems with the calculations, I don't know, with this property tax, but people have been told over and over, go in and speak to the people in Inland Revenue, understanding people. And I know some have, and they have come back with happy faces, and I'm sure that if persons go to the Comptroller of Inland Revenue and state their case, then something can be done or will be done. But, Mr. Speaker, the budget is what it is, an estimate projection of government expenditure and revenue for the year, and we are optimistic that it will perform as projected or even outperform the projections. And let me at this juncture join with the other speakers in commending the technical persons in the Ministry of Finance in particular and the various other departments for all the hard work that they have been able to put in the most difficult of circumstances in getting this budget together. More is required now with less. But as I said before, let us not lose hope, Mr. Speaker, because I can see brighter days on the horizon. It's not all doom and doom. Mr. Speaker, let me also give all our accounting officers and others the assurance that the Public Accounts Committee, under the able and capable leadership of the Honorable Pamela Webster, is here to complement you and to support you as we are intent on bringing more discipline and financial prudence when it comes to government finances. This is perhaps the first time in several years that we've had an effective, functioning Public Accounts Committee, and we are all committed to the mandate and the task that we have been called to do. And I'm sure that we do have our work cut out for us come 2017, and this is all part of the democratic process and the order of good governance. And I say thanks to my committee members and to our clerk for all the hard work that we have put in thus far to make sure that we succeed in this initiative. Mr. Speaker, my comments are just general, but I'm not too sure as to whether or not, I guess we'll meet before the holidays. But let me take this opportunity to
We will be coming back tomorrow.
Thanks tomorrow.
Tomorrow afternoon, okay?
Thank everyone for their support. And I'm sure that as we unite together as one, for One Anguilla, we will be able to get things done in the best interest of all, recognizing that we are all the people's servants. We are not here for some, we are here for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Second nominated member.
Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not give some words of encouragement. I will not be long, but I would like to leave some words of encouragement to the people of Anguilla. I will not lament on any of the numbers proposed in the budget because they're as good as the paper they are printed on. What we need from the government is prudent spending and sound investing decisions. I want to reassure the people of Anguilla that the PAC is a working and functioning group, committee, and is very active, and we intend to hold the government accountable. Mr. Speaker, I would like to leave a small scripture with the people of Anguilla also. Matthew 17:20. And Jesus said unto them, because of your unbelief, for verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of a mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you.
That's right.
A quote from the late Martin Luther King Jr. Faith is taking the first step, even when you don't see the whole staircase. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me those short brief words.
Thank you. Any other contributions? If not, I'll ask the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleagues here this afternoon and this morning for making this wrap-up rather easy. We began with a sermon from the House, and we ended with a passage of scripture and a quotation dealing with faith. Faith and hope, Mr. Speaker, is what we depend on because we move forward with the grace of God. And that is why we are here 50 years later after the revolution. And that's why this government is here, despite the challenges we have faced over the last years. And certainly, that is why the people of Anguilla continue to be resilient despite the challenges they face. Mr. Speaker, there are two sayings, two quotations that are commonplace in local parlance. And I will begin by offering those two slangs, those two quotations. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And the last one is, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the leader of the opposition in a presentation in this honorable House, and I had to bear the offense of a number of comments that she made, particularly about the public servants. She probably didn't know she was making those statements about public servants, and she said them. We spent a great deal of time really insulting the hard-working public servants of Anguilla who participate in every aspect of this budgetary exercise. And she used the term that this is a visionless budget. I strongly oppose this visionless budget. And I can look back at the staff in the Ministry of Finance in particular, because I'm there every day, agonizing over how they can meet the expenditure requirements to provide for the services of the people of Anguilla. And Mr. Speaker, this visionless budget is a budget that was put together after the thoughtful participation of so many of those public servants who go beyond the call of duty to ensure that they carry out their function that they have been asked to do by the members of the Executive Council and the government of the day, whom they are required to work with to deliver their programs. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it's appropriate that I begin my remarks on that note. Leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, spoke with me earlier in this meeting about the need to have some further consultations on the budget. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, the only concern that I've heard reverberating through the community has been that the government of Anguilla has put in place a policy incentive that will cause Anguillians to lose their heritage. It is a policy incentive that is for 2 years. Because as visionless as the leader of the opposition would think we are, Mr. Speaker, we are constantly looking at ways and means to generate economic activity on this island. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we are doing that in very challenging times. And yes, Mr. Speaker, a number of the negotiations that we are involved in are very complex. And it seemed as if in a presentation, the leader of the opposition made mockery of the mention of the complexity of these negotiations. Because as I speak, Mr. Speaker, and over the last 2 months, since September 30th, the Ministry of Economic Development, the Executive Council, and in particular the Director of Lands and Surveys and the Permanent Secretary, Economic Development, and the Honorable Attorney General, we have been agonizing of how best to arrive at a conclusion to the sale and unification of Capjaluco. Mr. Speaker, it is an enterprise which the past government had a challenge with for 3 years that we have taken on. And we believe that we are doing our best to conclude that particular negotiations. And I said in the budget, we are within striking distance of closing those negotiations. But even as I speak here in this honorable house today, to be transparent, there's still some very challenging issues still to be resolved. But with the help of God, we are confident that we will make it happen. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition encourages me from time to time to make certain adjustments and accommodation because, as she said, she represents the people. I need to listen to the voice of the people. She claims that I've indicated that I don't read the papers and I don't listen to the talk shows. That's correct. Very often I don't read the papers and very often I don't listen to the talk shows. As a matter of fact, when I say I don't read the papers, a lot of the news in the papers I am a part of, a lot of the news in the papers, I'm talking about the Anguilla papers I know about, the commentaries in the Anguilla papers from time to time, I don't read. The talk shows, I don't read, for the most part. And I don't need to read them, because people tell me about what's written there from time to time, because they believe that is important that I know. I don't intend to destroy my evening after a hard day, spending 2 hours listening to a program where all that happens over and over again is that I receive criticism and unfair criticism for the most part every time certain people open their mouths. And if the leader of the opposition were in a position where she would receive criticism every single day, morning, noon, and night, on every radio station, in every paper, every time some certain person opened their mouth, all right, she might have the same approach. I'm not comparing myself with President Obama, but he has indicated that he doesn't read the news or listen to the news on certain stations or read the papers either. Because when you're in a position of leadership, you have to focus on the issues. And you can't allow yourself to be distracted by some of the things you hear. You can only trust that your prayers for guidance on the issues that you have to address will be answered, and that the decisions that you asked for guidance on will be the right decisions. And once you're convinced within yourself that that is the case, I think it gives you the strength to go forward. Mr. Speaker, none of us are perfect. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I'm certain that the only person who doesn't make mistakes is the person who never gets out of bed. And that is a big mistake. Mr. Speaker, opposition must be responsible and fair. And it may appear as if I'm spending my entire presentation talking about the leader of opposition. That's not my intention. But I think it's important to respond to her presentation, because it made a nothingness of all the time and effort that my colleagues and I, the public service, and so many advisors and supporters have spent trying to find a way to navigate Angola through the difficult times that we have ahead. Mr. Speaker, we continue to talk about what expenditure is required. We should spend more money doing this. We should spend more money doing that. But nobody talks about where is this revenue going to come from. Nobody asks the question, where is this revenue going to come from? I've not had a single idea about how this revenue is going to come from to do the additional things that the budget does not allow. Mr. Speaker, you need, as an opposition leader, to be responsible in the statements that you make in this honorable House. So if you say that the government is not spending enough money in sports, and they need to do more positive things on Hughes Medical Center, more real things from Hughes Medical Center, and you want to say that Dr. Lloyd Hughes should be more involved in issues relating to the delivery of medical services, you must ask a question. Does that exist? Does that exist? Is that true? Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition said in this honorable house just now, she's supposed to be a responsible leader, that 80% of the government's budget is spent on salaries. 80% is spent on salaries. Now, people on the outside listening to that, who are of themselves of the belief that public servants continue to get raises every week, that politicians take home $30,000 and $40,000 a month, would be of the view that there's some substance to that statement. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that it is 43%, which is in line with the expenditure that should exist for a public service of a government of this size. 43% of the budget is on salaries. And it's easy to determine from looking into the budget.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Valley South is suggesting that the leader of the opposition has been irresponsible, and he's gone on and suggesting that that I made that statement. He didn't take into account, I believe, or maybe he did not hear, that in fact related to the subventions as well. So I think, Mr. Speaker, it's not a fair comment. We're talking about fairness, and he's imputing that it is not that I'm wrong and that I'm irresponsible. Those are things that I take extremely seriously, especially as they do not bear any substance in relation to the allegations that I actually made. I included the subventions to the other authority, to the other agencies as well in that computation.
Okay, the member will address that.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Island Harbor includes the subventions, what she calls them salaries. It is not 80%, Mr. Speaker, whether it includes subventions or it don't include subventions. It is not 80%. Even if you were to stretch her statement to include subventions, it is not 80%. And I won't venture to say what percent it is if you include subventions, because subventions are not only for salaries. It includes goods and services and a whole range of things involved to the Health Authority and to the Tourist Board. And I don't think there's any other, there's a subvention to the Port Authority, which is actually comes out of the revenue directly allocated for that area. So, Mr. Speaker, that is an irresponsible statement. The other statement the leader of the opposition made, Mr. Speaker, is that the government is borrowing money from Social Security. And I think her reference, based on what the statement she made, is that the $214 million bond, EC $1 million bond, that the government of Angola has undertaken is a loan from Social Security. That is the interpretation based on the way that she has progressed that argument, Mr. Speaker. But I want the people of Angola to know that the $214 million bond, which is a part of the debt which the government of Angola has on its books, is not a loan from Social Security. It is the government of Angola's commitment to ensure that the 8,000 contributors to Social Security who will put their money in Social Security for their pension when they reach to the age of seniority, or if they become disabled is intact. So the government of Angola has committed to ensuring that $214 million is available at that time when the contributors to Social Security need it most. It is not alone as a member for Al Harvard. No, as a member for Valley North Sin. We would wish that it was to build roads or build schools or something else. But it is not a loan to build roads or schools. It's a loan to support future generations of Angola who have been impacted because of the insolvency of the indigenous banks. And Mr. Speaker, I sit here every day from 2015, August, April 22nd, and receive all kinds of abuse because we were determined to resolve the banking crisis. All kinds of abuse. As if I'm the one who took a loan from NBE or CCB, which caused the banks to fail, or that I was a member of the board of directors or staff and management of CCB, which could, in that extension, perhaps give me some culpability. I am neither, Mr. Speaker. I'm an ordinary citizen who, at the time of the insolvency, as far as I know, had no personal loans in NBE and maybe a very minor loan in CCB. I'm not a shareholder of NBE. I'm not a member of the board of NBE. I may have been a minor shareholder of CCB. But Mr. Speaker, like all the other shareholders, I would have suffered because the banks went insolvent and because this government was determined to make sure that customer deposits, which includes Social Security, that to $414 million in the local banks, that their deposits were secured. And there are all kind of people running around Angola referring to this only section in the report, the budget report that we refer to is the section that has to do with the incentives. Page 31, make it, yeah. They don't even mention the fact that in that same section, we talk about budgetary stimuli, that we have reduced stamp duty under the Stamp Duty Act effective the 1st of January 2017 for belongers only. The government of Angola will reduce the applicable stamp duty on transfers from 5% to 2.5%. This reduction will remain in effect for 3 years. That is so that Angolans who want to purchase land, who want to begin businesses or build homes, will be able to have a reduced stamp duty for that process. And the second thing was the reduced stamp duty under the Alien Landholding License Act, effective the 1st of January 2017. The government will reduce the applicable stamp duty from 12.5% to 5% for built developments and 6.25% for vacant land. This reduction will be in effect for 2 years. And members of the community who are so conscious and so concerned about having delinquent loans in banks or something of that kind are so concerned that they may lose their land holdings in the bank because they have been delinquent, and that somebody from outside Anguilla may come in and buy it up. I'm making a big issue about this. And the thing that really bothers me, Mr. Speaker, this particular incentive was also done in 2009 for 1 year. I can read the council minute on this. Council agreed that the following information should be released. A 50% reduction of fees and alien and own licenses on built development, and a 60% reduction of fees and alien and holding license on properties over $5 million. Council agreed that this arrangement is valid until June 2010. I didn't hear a lot of noise about that in the heart of the recession. But I'm hearing a lot of noises about this. And the fact is that when a bank holds property and the property goes up for auction, especially the international banks, anybody can purchase that property, whether they're Anglican or not. And they have been given the privilege of ownership, or else the international banks won't even come here. But the point that I'm making about this, Mr. Speaker, is that this generates the ability for Anguillians to be able to sell land if they so wish, or aliens who already own property to transfer property to other aliens to create a secondary market for the sale of homes, which is something that we have been asked about for years. Why? Because our alien land home licenses is one of the highest in the region, Mr. Speaker. But the curious thing about it, Mr. Speaker, that a number of the persons who are running around talking about this is going to cause Anguillians to lose their land are some of the same people who are running into my office all the way outside in the community, making noise that I am not allowing them to sell their land, that somebody coming from Timbuktu with $30 million to buy up this estate and that estate. These are the people who they're selling their land. But these are the same people who want the land sold, but the same people who, under the subterfuge that this policy incentive would cause Anguillians to lose the land, and running around and go up saying that we should stop the House of Assembly. And the people who are running around with them are people who don't own no land. That is the dilemma that we're facing here in this thing. And people who should know and know better, who make a living, Mr. Speaker, whether they are lawyers or real estate developers, who make a living through the transfer of property, should feel gratified to know that there is an opportunity to create an incentive for people to sell their property at a good price, because the existence of foreign investment in a market will assist in making real estate prices very attractive for sellers. And when you sell property, you are going to build a property. So therefore somebody in the construction sector will have the opportunity to build a home or renovate a home. This is a clear incentive. This does not prevent anybody from buying a land because you reduce it from 12.5% to 6.25%. It just costs them more. But it doesn't prevent them from going to property that is worth $5 million and making a deal with the seller that they pay $2 million for it and only paying the stamp duty and 12.5%. So if the person really wants to buy the land, they can, but they tie this up with the issue of the banks. And I'd like to thank the member for Road North, Elect member for Road North, the Honorable Evelyn, the member for Road North, who explained, Mr. Speaker, that is a simple equation. Most persons who have non-performing loans have found themselves in an unfortunate position because of the recession. They have lost their jobs, they have lost their business opportunities. If you want to blame it on this government, you can blame it on this government. But the fact remains that you are unable to meet your commitments. You went to the bank and you made an agreement with the bank that you want some money to do a project, and you put up your land as collateral. That agreement says that if you cannot meet your commitment, the bank must have the right to dispose of your property. So it doesn't matter at the end of the day whether the property is sold to a local person or to an Angrillian or to a non-Angrillian, because at the end of the day, you would have lost your property. Now, if you want to say to me that it is desirable that in a local person purchases your property, I can agree with that. But you cannot put the bank in the position where the bank cannot sell your property because they have to sell it to a non-Angrillian, and they need a license. The license is 12.5%. The license is 6.25%, or in the case of the international banks, in some cases, on an auction, there is no license fee. All the requirement is that the person meets the requirements, that the person is of good character and conduct. Mr. Speaker. So I don't know where this issue is coming from. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, if the indigenous banks that we have operating here today, the bank that we are trying to preserve for the future development of Angola, because all of you who have had experience in the international bank know that you don't have the kind of support and service and consideration as we get from indigenous banks. But don't kill them for that. Don't kill them for that. But remember one thing. If the indigenous banks are not in a position to dispose of assets where they are holding on the basis of an agreement which you made with them to borrow, if they can recover their money, the local banks are not going to make no loans. If the new bank NCB has a number of loans in the books, and they come to the conclusion that the large borrowers and small borrowers from the bank who have been delinquent with non-performing loans for over up to 7 years, and more, are going to be in a position where they can lose their land, they're not going to lend no money. The whole basis on which a bank makes money on for your deposits, to repeat your deposits, by making loans, good loans. So the banks have got to make good loans. And all the people who work in the banks who run around talking about this and happy that these people are saying don't go to work and what have you, if the banks don't make money, some of you are going to lose your jobs. It's that simple. So you have got to encourage the customers of the bank to understand the institution. You don't have to listen to those people out there in the street who owe the banks millions of dollars and who are in some sense, if they were to be in a position to pay the loan, would make the situation better for you. Then we got a problem. There's some people who actually believe that if the banks fail, they don't have to pay out at all. The bank will still go with the property. Even if the banks fail, they have to wait down to the last minute to find sell as much of their assets as possible. So they won't look so bad. The other thing I want the leader of the opposition to know, because she keeps referring to the government's commitment to NB and the way we did this resolution. There are issues. There are issues. There are issues with the offshore subsidiaries. And because this is a matter which are questions, a question for the court to decide, I will not comment on it. I want to say to the leader of the opposition that in this honorable house, whatever we say gives support to whatever litigation is out there that can affect the success of the banks. So I'm all here to say tonight is that it is in our interest for the banks to survive. It's in the interest of Angola. If the banks fail, we fail. So we've got to work hard to make sure that they survive. And Mr. Speaker, this has been a long, long road. And this is going to continue to be challenges. There are a number of things that I can say and still say about what has transpired over the years. The leader of the opposition has called on members of this government resigning. So I'll take this opportunity to thank the members of my government for unanimously, once again, endorsing this team and my leadership, and the resolve for us to work together with the government, despite what is being suggested on the other side. Mr. Speaker, I think that my colleagues have said all they're going to say. I give the leader of the opposition a break. There's so much things that I could have said which I rather not say today in the interest of remaining friends and keeping unity alive. We're entering into 2017, 50 years of the anniversary of the Anguilla Revolution. I want to heed the vision of the founding father, the Honorable James Brown Webster, when he said that we do not want to be a nation of waiters and busboys. And he was not referring to the issue of service, which is what the tourism industry is today, with a number of professionals of all walks of life and all aspects of that industry. He was referring to servitude. And Mr. Speaker, we don't want to be a nation of servitude. We want to be a nation of service, of responsibility, and understanding of the issues that affect our destiny, a readiness to pull our own weight, to make Angola a better place. Not by paying lip service. Member for Island Harbour mentioned the level of debt that is now being incurred. A lot of that debt is incurred for the resolution of the bank. But there's one element of that resolution process that escapes most people, is that within the next 2 years, the government of Angola will have to sell the National Commercial Bank of Angola. And when that sale is taking place, a lot of that money that the government is spending now will come right back to us. And we hope that in 3 years, we'll have a strong bank to make that a good price. And all that we are saying around here, in the interest of ensuring the security and strength of the bank, is to make a good price so that the money that the people of Angola would have spent, or the commitments that the people of Angola would have made to ensuring that depositors, customers' deposits, including Social Security, is secured, that burden will be reduced. And this 100% increase, or almost 100% increase as she indicated, will not be 100% increase, but probably something much less. And that is the hope. And with the grace of God, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you that all our efforts will be pointed in that direction. Mr. Speaker, I thank members once again for their support, and I commit this bill to the House.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that Bill shortly entitled the 2017 Appropriation Bill 2016 be now read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
Appropriation 2017 Bill 2016, second reading. A bill to provide for the services of the government of Angola for the financial year ending the 31st day of December 2017.
Under Rule 54 of the House of Assembly Procedures, this bill now stands. This bill now stands refer to a committee of the whole Assembly to consider clause by clause. Assembly Committee, but we'll just wait 5 minutes. Everybody can get in, please.
Sure enough. Jamila. When you finish all the right, intelligence.
Here's the page where I'd have to keep telling people. But when I didn't know the first one, I can't see that.
So I'll take the time.
Yeah.
Maybe this. Put one.
Come back more at 3.
Yeah, 3 o'clock. That's good for you?
I got a teleconference. I got a teleconference with folks in the 501c3 at 3:30. If we finish this tonight, the rest of the things.
Yeah, but you want to come out?
Yeah, we can come back. I got it later. Oh, later.
If you want to start.
Is everybody set?
Yeah.
Okay, you may go ahead.
Details of recurrent expenditure. Her Excellency the Governor, $919,135. $919,135.
What's the head number?
Okay.
Okay, the question is the head number 001, Excellency the Governor, totaling $919,135 be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Head 100, Public Administration, $9,658,267.
Questions at head number 100, Public Administration, totaling $9,658,276. Yes, $267 be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it.
Head 102, House of Assembly, $914,305.
$914,000. The question I had number 102, House of Assembly, totaling $914,305 be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it.
Head 103, Disaster Management, $832,791.
The question had number 103 is a Department of Disaster Management, totaling $832,791. Be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Head 200, Police, $11,638,904.
Question is ahead number Police Department, totaling $11,638,904 be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Head 250, Judicial Department, $3,629,905.
Question is that head 250, Judicial Department, totaling $3,629,905 be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Head 300, Attorney General's Chambers, $2,931,105.
Question then is that head number 300, Attorney General's Chambers, totaling $2,931,105. Be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
So the ministry total for Her Excellency the Governor, $30,524,412.
Question then is that the ministry total
for Her Excellency the Governor and departments.
Yes. Repeat the figure again.
30 million.
Yes. 30, yes.
$524,412.
Question is that the department total for governor and her departments, $30,524,212 be approved and stand part of this. But the writing is so small in this I can hardly see. You need to make it bigger next time. Okay, $412 be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Clark, is it necessary to go to every single item in every thing, or should we just use this here and refer to that if it needs be? Yeah, it's obviously we're repeating numbers that add up to a final figure.
Yeah,
it's not necessary.
You don't really need to give this total figure here.
We have the appropriation bill which has the schedule attached.
Yes.
We can use that as reference.
Just go to all the department heads.
Yeah, this is just an unnecessary exercise. It's not exciting. Unless somebody can look at the particular head and have a question.
You should go head by head, but you don't need to give the total figure.
Yeah, you go ahead by head and give the total figure.
Yes. Now,
Mr. Clark, if you can, if you wish, rather than going and approving every item, head, rather than doing everyone and asking for approval, just go through the various heads, see where they are, and then we do the total.
Go to the total. Because what? That's okay.
The clerk will go to the numbers.
You just go head by head when you come to the department total,
Yeah.
and we'll vote on that.
Okay. Yeah.
No, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing. In other words, you go through the heads and call them out, and the figures, and then when you get to the total, then you accept the total stand part of the bill. You got it? Thank you.
Okay. The Ministry of Home Affairs, Natural Resources and Departments, Head 350, $1,960,692. Head 351, Immigration, $3,039,934. Head 352, Information and Broadcasting, $913,872. Head 355, Labor Department, $709,330. $320. Head 358, Department of Environment, $700,940. Total for the Ministry of Home Affairs and Natural Resources and Departments, $7,324,758. $7,324,758.
Yes. The question then is that heads number 350, 351, 352, 355, and 358, totaling $7,324,758 be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it.
Ministry of Finance and Economic Development and Departments, Head 450, Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, $32,694,931. Head 451, Treasury Department, $28,691,848. Head 452, Customs Department, $5,301,813. Head 453, Commercial Registry, $1,429,334. Head 454, Post Office, $2,559,648. Head 456, Internal Audit, $664,519. Head 457, Statistics Department, $983,343. Head 458, Inland Revenue Department, $1,919,821. Head 459, Lands and Surveys, $1,485,182. Head 460, Physical Planning, $1,062,165. Total for Ministry of Finance and Economic Development and Departments, $76,792,604. Ministry of Social Development and Departments, Head 550, Ministry of Social Services, $28,154,380. Head 551, Education Department, $27,820,013. Head 554, Department of Social Development, $6,419,342. Head 557, Library Services, $1,092,207. Head 559, Her Majesty's Prison, $4,766,322. Head 560, Health Protection, $5,726,395. Head 561, Probation Services, $2,241,524. Head 562, Department of Sports, $1,257,183. Head 563, Department of Youth and Culture, $1,802,978. Total for the Ministry of Social Development and Departments, $79,280,345. The Ministry of Infrastructure, Communication and Utilities and Departments, Head 650, Ministry of Infrastructure, $3,038,433. Head 65052, Infrastructure, Communication and Utilities, $4,322,392. Head 654, Agriculture Department, $1,434,487. Head 655, Fisheries and Marine Resources, $948,523. Head 656, Anguilla Fire and Rescue Services, $4,174,984. Head 657, Department of Information Technology and E-Government Services, $4,119,991. Ministry total for the Ministry of Infrastructure, Communication and Utilities, $18,038,810.
Aye.
Total recurrent expenditure, $211,960,929.
Mr. Speaker, on roads, on the infrastructure, on the capital, may we stay yet? Sure? Give me the signal. Okay, all right. got the appropriate page? She got picture will go there. Then finance now.
Technology, $30,269,717.
Mr. Speaker, we need to make some adjustments in that ministry to include an amount of $100 for roads and infrastructure. Road development, what we'll do, we'll adjust it out of one of the other heads. Probably the head, replacement of government vehicles. Just to create the head. Huh? You don't do? Not necessarily? I know it's not going to change the overall amount, but you don't want it in?
No, we don't.
Yeah, we know it's not going to change the overall amount, but we just want to make sure that the Minister of Infrastructure feels comfortable that it has been noted.
Have a heading.
Okay? Thank you. It doesn't change the overall, Mr. Speaker, so at the end of the day, it doesn't affect the overall budget. But I thought that the token, the symbol for the minister would be useful.
Question then is that head number 650B, totaling $30,269,717.42. Those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah. Thank you.
Total recurrent and capital expenditures, $256,290,216.
estimates of revenue, head 110, taxes on property, $7,100,000. Head 112, taxes on income, $15,630,100. Head 115, domestic goods and services, $49,770,000. Head 120, licenses, $19,690,808. Head 125, taxes on international trade, $20,620,000. Head 130, duties, $69,512,017. Total tax revenue, $182,223,025.
Question of the head number 110, 112, 115, 120, 125, totaling
130.
130, totaling 182,000. 182,223,025 be approved. And then part of this bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Non-tax revenue, head 135, fees, fines, permits, $22,810,000. Heads 140, rents, interest and dividends, $4 million. Head 145, ECCB profits, $100. Head 150, other revenue, $5,863,175. Total non-tax revenue, $32,673,275.
Can we get that figure again?
$32,673,275.
Okay, the question that is a head number 235, 245, no, 235,
135,
135, 145, 150,
140 as well.
yes, 140, totaling $32,637,275 being approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total revenue, $214,896,300.
Question is that total revenue, totaling,
And Mr. Speaker, that is recurrent revenue.
Total.
Recurrent revenue, I think just for those persons listening.
I didn't hear that.
Total recurrent revenue.
Oh, total recurrent.
Current revenue.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Total recurrent revenue, totaling $214,896,300 be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Total capital revenue, $31,391,987.
Read that figure again.
$31,391,987.
Okay, the question then is that
Total capital revenue.
totaling $31,391,987. $391,970.87 be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Total overall revenue, $246,288,287.
Total overall revenue totaling $246,208.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
This is showing a deficit, right? The rest is financing? Okay. Are you going to mention that? We have to do that? Okay, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just trying to get some clarification from my advisors and staff,
Okay, no amendment.
working public servants, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, can you repeat the figure again then?
So total overall revenue,
Yes.
$246,288,287.
Yes. The question then is the total overall revenue totaling $246,288,287 be approved and stand part of this bill. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Assembly will now resume its sitting. Moving report.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that a bill entitled Appropriation Act 2000, Appropriation 217 Act 2016 has passed through committee without amendments and is ready for its third reading.
Appropriation 2017 Bill 2016.
Third reading.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled an ordinance to provide for the services of the government of Angola for the financial year ending the 31st day of December 2017, been now the third time and passed.
You have a seconder? Second, by the roll for Ralinoff. It has been moved and seconded that Bill shortly entitled 2017 Appropriation Bill 2016 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
Against it?
The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
Appropriation 2017 Bill 2016 third reading. A bill to provide for the services of the government of Angola for the financial year ending the 31st day of December 2017.
Bill read a third time and passed.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that this House now stand adjourned until 3 o'clock tomorrow, the 14th of December. 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
3 o'clock you said?
In the afternoon, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That was a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I make a second.
It's seconded by the member for Road South. It has been moved and seconded that this House be now adjourned until tomorrow at 3 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned.
Good job.